Good evening, everyone. Good to see everybody. Welcome to the Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. I hope you all are doing well. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's see who we have in the live chat today really quick before we start really picking up. I see Spam Goes here. Good to see you. Juggernaut Jared Reed as well. Good to see you. Clive Wells with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much, Clive. Appreciate that. Cindy Johnson is in the house. Evening. Thank you so much for being here. Canadian Ollieman, elbows up. Good to see you. Turtle Moves with some more alternative energy. Thank you, Turtle. Jessica Transmitter Alchemist is in the house. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Lindsay Bowe, hello. Thank you so much for being here. All right. That's all we have in the live chat at the moment. So it's good to see everyone. And as with me, as always, is Andrew. Thank you for being here, bud.
Howdy.
Oh,
well, I hope.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. It's loud where you are.
Like me loud or like background loud?
Background loud.
That'll be my usual mechanism of avoidance of heat stroke. Known as the air conditioner. it is what it is, so that I remain.
Always a good thing, especially these days.
See if that takes a little bit of the edge off. Oh, hold on. There's a reduced mic background noise. Okay, I'm going to click that as I go. Let me know. Any better now? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Still there. Hang on a sec. Oh, wait.
Oh, hold on. Wait. How about now? Wasn't checked. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh, looks like you're checking and unchecking it, I guess. Oh, yeah. You're playing around. Okay.
So whenever you speak, or whenever I speak, it definitely goes away. It kind of goes away.
Well, okay. But this is the best setting we got.
Okay. Oh, and I got echo. Test. Yeah, big time echo. Okay, there we go. Juggernaut Jared Reed. So in the intro to your video today, you called it part 2, the Line of Luck video. Are you sure it wasn't yesterday was part 2? Let's continue on with part 3, where we left off with part 2. Because, pardon me, I wrote the script for that. Let's see. It was supposed to be part 3, right? Today we're picking up where we left off with part 2 of our look at Line of Luck, Who Attorney Apologist. Let's dive in. That's what the script was. That's what I wrote. So, yeah. The actual script, like, because I have the script pulled up here, as you can see, I just opened it, the text document that I have. Part 1 outro. I had to record. Part 2 outro, intro, outro. Part 3 intro. Welcome back, everyone. Bridge the Divide, where we examine rational beliefs, rational behaviors that often follow, and how we can bridge societal divides they create with education, rationality, and reason. Today, we're picking up where we left off with part 2 of our look at Line of Luck, Who Attorney Apologist. Let's dive in, and that's where we'll end part 3 of our look at Line of Luck, Who. That's the outro. Thank you. And then part 4 is today we're picking up where we left off with part 3 of our look at Line of Luck, Who Attorney Apologist, and then I do the outro for part 4. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I probably could have worded it better. Because and I'm not going to doubt that. Cindy Johnson, I'm not going to doubt that at all. Yes, and where we left off with part 2 is what it is. Now, I have no doubt I could have I'm going to say that I could have worded it better. It was a matter of speed is what it was, because I was talking with Johnny O, and I was torn between dropping the entire video as a whole, like the entire hour and a half. I was torn between dropping the entire hour and a half and dropping or cutting it up into 4 separate videos and dropping it throughout the month. And it was Johnny who convinced me to cut it up into 4 because it would be more suitable to the algorithm. Unfortunately, that hasn't really played out because these videos aren't doing very well at all. Although there's a lot of comments, the comment to view ratio is pretty solid, and the comment to like ratio. So that means people are interacting with it, but it is just not, the algorithm is just not pushing it out there. So the people who are watching it are engaging with it, and watching a good deal of it, but it's just not pushing it out there to like everyone. Either that or people are just not, like, people in my subscriber base is just not watching the video. I have no idea. But it was one of the, it didn't, the third one did not perform well at all. And I don't know if the fourth one will perform well, but those things are scheduled, so they're done. I had to do those intro outros really, really quick in order to get it done. So, but then again, I do have the entire hour-and-a-half video on my computer still. And I was thinking about dropping the whole thing like later on, like maybe it's a secondary video, like a second drop during the week. I was thinking about potentially just dropping that on like on Saturday, and just like the entire hour-and-a-half ordeal, so that you can watch it in parts, or you can watch the entire full thing. I don't know, but just because I have the whole full thing, and I don't want to like delete it. So, but nonetheless, that was pretty much it. But the big question is, did you enjoy the video? Was it informative? Did you get anything out of it? I think that's where, I'd be really, really a Chungus cut. Yes. Yes, a Chungus cut. The Chungus cut. I like that. But yeah, so I would like the whole thing as a big file. Oh, okay, awesome. Yeah. We could do it. You watch it all in one fell swoop. So, but I appreciate the feedback. I really, really do. Oh, awesome. Fantastic. That's good to hear. And thank you, Espresso Jack. Espresso Jack is here. Good to see you, Espresso, as well as Sir Equinox 42. And you are Victoria. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I'm glad you all are enjoying that. Ooh. We do have someone in the Discord. Greg, if you are a believer, we want to bring you up on stage and talk to you. The link is in the side chat. Not a believer. Let's see. Well, I'm going to put some feelers out. See if we could bring some people in, because we had a really, really good conversation. We closed out the stage on Sunday with a really solid conversation, one that I really enjoyed. That Tony was on. Tony was here. Leo was here for a brief moment. Hopefully that individual is able to make it back, because we'd really like to talk to that guy again. He was intellectually honest, wasn't combative. We were having a good, solid back and forth. I think ultimately a lot of things are going to come down to whatever axioms he has, but I left him with a question. And the question was why I ought to accept his Aristotelian Thomistic metaphysics as opposed to more Kantian, Hobbesian, Lockean, Humean, thoughts on these things. So why I ought to go with his. So if there's an ought there, if we're talking axioms, then why ought I choose his axioms over his more ancient axioms over the axioms of, I would say, more informed thinkers? And so hopefully he will have an answer for me if he comes back. I really do hope so. Jinshu, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Giles, good to see you as well. Says colored lights can hypnotize, sparkle in someone else's eyes. I don't want you, War Machine. I don't need your ghetto scenes. Oh, yeah. And Philosopher is here. Good to see you, Philosopher. Emotion is all believers have. No logic allowed in the world of cards of lies. Crack at Tony, yes. Fortunately, Tony didn't have to go crack at Tony last week. At least not that I saw. So he didn't have to go hardcore, which is a good. I think it was a good thing. It was a nice way to put the a nice way to handle that particular call. Why am I getting notifications? All right, cool. Just going to make sure that my link is still fresh over in the Discord, and hopefully we can get some convos coming up. So if this is your first time here at the Stage of Reason, the link is pinned in the side chat. You can join the stage. Feel free to come on up if you are a believer. We'd like to talk to you about what you believe and why. We do hold that the position of not believing, that the position of atheism is more rational than the position of theism. It should be pretty apparent as to why that is. but we want to have a conversation with you. We want to hear whatever evidence or argumentation you have to present. So feel free to click the link, come on up, and let's have a chat. Especially if it's your first time here, you're more than welcome. Okay, we do our best not to like corner people. It's not a channel where we try to embarrass people or put them into like weird positions. This is just literally the conversations we think that we need to have because they're important, especially, you know, what's going on out there in the country today. These are important conversations we have to have. So we want you to come on up. Clive Wells says, Krakatoni appeared a day or so later addressing a flurf. Nice. Speaking of flurfs, so I took an opportunity earlier today to swing over by Flatzoid's live stream. And Flatzoid runs a channel called like Creality Jesus or something like that. And he does like these live streams where I guess they're apologetics, but he definitely argues theism, or he argues theology with people. And he'll argue for like the truth of Christianity over Islam and do various stuff like that. But he never addresses like deeper concepts. He never dives like into why the theology is true or like what's the reasoning behind something behind believing that his God exists, stuff like that. Scientific Origin says, "Oh, fucking Flatzoid." So yeah, I was Flatzoid goes nutsoid. He does. So I popped over there and I was listening to the stream, and he wasn't responding to the YouTube chat, even though he didn't like have like a ton of like people want to come on, because he streams directly he streams himself on TikTok, and he takes that TikTok chat and goes directly to and streams it to YouTube. So he doesn't engage with YouTube audiences, at least not from what I saw. But so he had to be on TikTok to do it. And I'll tell you this, it was super annoying because I had to use the app on my phone, and trying to talk to him was just obnoxious because I kept hearing myself. So I would speak and I would get echo back I would hear my voice back, and it made it. And then when he was talking over me, so you got like my voice echoing, and then him trying to overtalk me to try and red herring me. And it was just absolute chaos. So I don't know if he was doing something wrong. I don't know if he was doing something wrong on his side, but the echo was just like insane. Nonetheless, I tried to like figure out the first question I asked him was, I basically said, you make a lot of theological claims on your channel. I was listening for a bit, and you've made a lot of theological claims. My question is, can you provide a rational justification for why anyone should believe the theological claims that you're making? You know, why should anybody believe them at all? You know, what's the rational justification? And his answer immediately was personal experience. And I'm like, okay, so he obviously doesn't understand what justification is. He doesn't understand what rational justification is. And so then he completely derailed into category errors, basically equating things that have confirmable or that are verifiable empirically with stuff about his stuff about like, you know, his spiritual nature of his God, how it's outside of reality in himself, and how these things are analogous and they're not. So he was making all kinds of mistakes until eventually I was able to swing the conversation back to the question that I asked. And my question, I repeated it, and then his response was, well, are you making an internal or an external critique? So I'm not doing either. I'm asking you what your position is. Like, how are you, what's your rational justification for holding these things to be true? And he said, well, are you making an internal or external critique? And I'm like, I'm not doing either one. He just kept repeating that answer. And I'm like, I'm not doing either one. I'm asking for your position, and then I will critique what you give me. And so because I wouldn't say I'm doing an internal and external critique in response to like waiting for his answer, whatever his answer might be, he called me dishonest, and then he kicked me off the stream. So that was pretty much it. So it didn't last that long. It was maybe like 10 minutes I chatted to him until eventually he just called me dishonest, and because I wouldn't give him some sort of like framework. I know that at some point he cited the watchmaker fallacy, that he didn't provide me any mechanism by which he could eliminate his bias. he got some stuff about the Quran wrong on a previous caller. So he's like really, really dumb, like super dumb. And I tried to be cool at the start of it and be like, well, let's have this conversation here. But I mean, he got aggressive really fast. And it was kind of like, it was a little off-putting, but that is the first time I myself ever interacted with Flatzoid. And so I kind of had an idea of him from people who have covered him in content, but I didn't know how bad he was. I didn't know how bad the dude was, but now I know. So, Ugly German Truths, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. G to the Dubs as well. Thanks so much for being here. Christopher Taylor, thanks so much for being here. And I see Steve64 is in the house. Good to see you, Steve. And who else do we got? I think I got everybody. Excellent. Yes. So yeah, that was my one interaction with Flatzoid over on his apologetics channel. Apparently, he is as bad at apologetics, philosophy in general, as he is at science. I found that to be entertaining. Ooh, got a message. Who's this? Hope you're doing well. I want to connect you with Marin from Misinterpretation. She would love to have you on. She's wonderful and had a lot of very cool people on her show. Take a look at the live tab on her channel. Let me know if you're interested, then I can connect you. Spicy questions about science, religion, and culture. Misinterpretations. Misinterpretations. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to check out that channel. Appreciate it, AJ, if you can hear me. Answers in Genesis. Answers in confirmation bias. And God equals a square root of -1. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Oh, Great Pumpkin loves you. Thank you very much. That's very, very nice. And I see Misinterpretations. Hello. She's in my chat. Good to see you. I just got a recommendation from AJ to go over and check out your channel. And I'm going to do that as soon as the stream's over. But you're here. You're here in the live chat. If you're interested at all, you may use the link to come up on stage, and we could talk, or we could have a brief interaction before I pop over there. It may decide if I'm a person that you want to have an extended conversation with before I just pop up on your channel. Here's a chance to kind of test the waters to see if you might dig it. But good to see you. Thank you so much for being here, Miss. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Clive Wells, feeling obliged to call yourself humble does not make it true. Oh, are you talking about Austin, like Witless? As humble as witness would it be? Yeah, this is true. Yeah, Austin Witless is Witspit. I love all the variations of his name. But yeah, Flatzoid up is down, black is white. Okay, I'll believe anything ever, pretty much. I wanted to have a conversation, see if he was capable of having a conversation. When he was dealing with some other people, dealing with a Muslim, he seemed to be okay. But it was when he was arguing with the Muslim before me, he was basically just like, they were arguing, like, my theology is true, your theology is not. That's all they were going. It was pointless conversation. I wanted to actually press him on his stuff. And he did have a friend, apparently, who was up there at one point named George. I think it was George, who is apparently a Catholic and legitimately thinks that the Shroud of Turin is like magnificent evidence, which is hilarious to me, given that it was directly refuted by a pope. So, whatever, it was just like ridiculously debunked. But apparently. And then they wanted to keep calling me closed-minded. And I'm like, closed-minded essentially just means not willing to engage with irrational reasoning. So, JPEG, Jay, good to see you. It says, if the pay is good, I'll believe. If the pay is good, I'll believe anything you say. Flatzoid's brain is more paint fumes and brain cells these days. Well, I mean, I didn't have any interactions with the guy. I had no idea. So, I mean, I sort of had an idea, but I've never interacted with him. So, If there's a steady paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you say. Do you believe in UFOs, astral projections, mental telepathy, ESP, clairvoyance, spirit photography, telekinetic movement, full trance mediums, the Loch Ness Monster, and the theory of Atlantis? If there's a steady paycheck in it, I'll believe anything you say. Winston, the everyman. Oh, and thank you so much, Jared Reed, for the recommendation from AIG. I saw that. And look who is back. Bob Joe is back in the house.
Hello. It's good to hear from you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
I had a really good time our last conversation.
Terrific. That's how we always hope it goes. I know that there's a lot of channels out there that seem to want to just bring people up to, I guess, to put them in weird positions, like use rhetoric to disorient and then get clips of them and, just farm them for content. And that's not what I'm about. That's not what this channel has ever been about. We always want to have these legitimate these legit conversations because I feel that they're important to have, especially in this day and age, with everything that's going on. So I'm glad
that's really great to hear. I've had pretty bad experiences for people like kind of screaming and shouting down my ears and stuff. So right. It's really nice to not have that.
Terrific.
Which I guess is a weird thing to say, but
well, I think that's I think we can have these conversations. I think we can. I think that the vast majority of the conflict that goes down between believers, non-believers, whether it be social or on the internet, or whether the internet's particularly nasty hive of scum and villainy, but I think that the vast majority of the conflict comes from most people out there not having a full understanding of the positions that each person holds. Like, for example, I was on a stream. I popped onto a stream earlier today, and the guy made some flippant comment that was a complete straw man of my position. Because they typically don't understand like what being an atheist, like what atheism is and what it logically entails, what it doesn't logically entail. So
sure.
But that's why I wanted to create this, so we can have these conversations and provide an alternative to the modern day debates and stuff like that of the world. So.
Right. Yeah. I mean that's really good to hear. I think part of I think you're broadly right that the reason why. I don't know, maybe this is sort of a headcanon thing for my head, that it seems to me that the reason why a lot of people get into shouting matches with each other, one is that they haven't gotten any basic philosophical training. I would say that happens quite a lot, where they a lot of people just straight up don't even know what a syllogism is.
Right.
And it can be really difficult to even get off the ground. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. I know people who are off the charts intelligent, but they are philosophically illiterate. They just don't know.
It surprises me how many people out there, how many people I've engaged with directly, who don't even really know their own individual philosophy of truth, like what it is for them. And typically, most people out there are correspondence theorists, just because that's just the most intuitive. They're just correspondence theorists, but not understanding the different fields, the different or the different theories, the different philosophical theories on truth, and how there's how much interplay is between them. That's really
like
important.
It's not a lot of people. People, I don't think, appreciate, even people who are halfway decently read in philosophy. They don't know that it's not every philosophical position is like radically exclusionary of every other philosophical position.
Right.
And so someone who's a correspondence theorist someone who is the typical alternative to correspondence theory, coherentism. That someone who is a coherentist isn't necessarily hardline opposed to a correspondence theory of truth. It might just be. I mean, some of them perhaps might be, but it's like someone who is a coherentist might have genuine correspondence views about certain kinds of things. So,
I myself, I pillar I kind of view my own philosophy of truth as kind of like the Triforce from like Legend of Zelda, is that
Okay.
I take correspondence theory of truth, so that which is true is that which corresponds with reality, and then
Uh-huh.
I have additional checks beyond that. So then the next check would be coherentism, is like, if this thing is true, does it logically follow, or is it logically consistent with other statements that also correspond with reality? And how does that get us? And through that application, we can determine that we're on the right track. And then through pragmatic application, can we literally show that this thing is most likely the case through verification principle and stuff, so on and so forth. So every proposition that I come across in my worldview, I run it through these checks. Like, okay, is the statement being made, does it correspond with reality in a way? Okay, is it consistent with other statements that I know or have already been established to correspond with reality? And does it self correspond? And can it be shown to be the case in accordance with everything else? And so it's a great deal. Some people have called me overly rigorous,
Uh-huh.
or overly skeptical, but in a world, I think, where we have so many charlatans, con men, and grifters, I think it's important to be as rigorous as possible, because one thing, and it probably irks you as well, is all of the people giving their last dime to seed preachers, to
Yeah, yeah.
televangelists like this.
Uh-huh.
It irks me to no end, especially when I heard about some lady who opted to give her money that she needed for cancer treatment to her pastor, who had a private jet.
Mm,
And I'm like,
that's really
what?
unfortunate.
And her daughter is kind of like, Mom, what are you doing? It's like, oh, God will take care of it. I was like, and it just kills me. And so in order to protect myself, in order to protect my loved ones, and to give people the tools they need, that's why we do what we do here. So
Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. I've never heard of it's like a that's like a hybrid theory between correspondence theory and coherentism theory. I've never heard of something like that before. That's interesting.
I can say I'm a big fan of Celsus. I'm
Celsus.
very, yeah, Celsus, second century philosopher, responded to Origen of Alexandria.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I believe he wrote a letter critiquing, like Jesus. Is that correct? Am I?
Yeah, his work, The True Word, was survived through Origen's copying of it, and
Uh-huh.
so we know the True Word existed because Origen did a direct response to it in his own work, in responding in on Kel, because Origen wrote on Celsus, and in on Celsus he was responding directly to the stuff in the True Word, which is how we know that it exists. But Celsus was a very, very eclectic philosopher, and
Interesting.
I think, beyond the basics of like logic, philosophy of truth, ontology, and epistemology, and just the kind of foundational basics, it gets really, really fuzzy as to why. I've noticed as I've gotten older, maybe you have as well, that the older people get, the field of philosophies, the philosophical fields that they tend to fall into are the ones that tend to kind of like correspond with what they themselves have personally intuited and what they kind of feel about things, which is why philosophy is so nebulous, and people can change positions depending upon the direct experiences and the individuals they've enacted, they've encountered, and stuff like that. And so I try to be, the way I work is bottom up. And so I work with the evidence first and then work myself up to a metaphysical position. And in the event that new evidence is presented or new evidence is discovered, I can change my metaphysical positions in relation to that evidence that we have. So I have a
Yeah.
good, solid empirical foundation that leads me to what is most likely the most consistent metaphysical position. So, and
Mm.
that kind of leads me to the question that I asked you, that I left you with. Do you remember it?
I think you asked me. The last question you asked me was, like, why? What is sort of the value of Aristotelian metaphysics when there are alternative theories by like Kant and Hume and etc. I
Yeah,
think that was
it
the
was.
last question you asked.
Yeah, it was. Why ought I accept the axioms of AT metaphysics when I have access to more evidentiarily evidence backed metaphysical positions, such as informed by Hume and Locke and Hobbes and a number of other, all the way up to like Wittgenstein, stuff like this. But so why ought I accept the AT ones, the axioms of AT, over all these other more evidence backed thinkers?
So I guess it's only been 2 days, so it's a little bit. It's definitely going to be it's going to be a long process to be able to have some kind of like universal research project as to why neo-Aristotelian metaphysics is superior versus Hume, Kant, etc. But I mean, I was reading rereading some of my stuff that I have on Kant, a few books I have on Kant last night. Um, yeah. One thing I would say, sort of for the benefit of this conversation, is that I'll repeat what I said and what you said just a minute or two ago, which is that uh, Aristotelian metaphysics doesn't necessarily radically exclude people like Kant. Now, Hume probably does largely contradict what Hume is saying, because Hume is very like skeptical.
Hmm.
um but Kant, I would certainly would say Kant, like I consider myself kind of a post Kantian. That Kant offers the perspective that Kant offers on metaphysics and on sorry, not metaphysics, what should I say, um
On
the Kant.
epistemology.
No, I mean, so maybe there's another word for this. I mean, the perspective that he has towards understanding metaphysics. I think Kant
Okay.
starts in the correct place. So, meaning starting from our immediate experience, and then reasoning from our immediate experience outward, not starting from abstract principles and then sort of working down. That's I guess that's what he would call dogmatic metaphysics. And of course, I wouldn't accept that either. Someone like uh, Wolf, not Virginia Woolf. What's his name? Christian Wolf.
Okay.
Kant was responding to him in the 18th century, um, and I think Kant starts in the right place. And even specifically, if I was a full-fledged Kantian, uh, in many ways, his metaphysical system is actually a transformation of Aristotelianism. That it isn't a rejection of Aristotle's metaphysics. It's sort of a reconstitution of his metaphysics. I hope there aren't any Kantians that are going to tear me apart for misrepresenting Kant. Him.
I
Um,
don't think there are. I mean, I see it more as kind of like a line of inquiry. It's kind of like a line of thought. You have like each individual kind of building on each other up to like modern day the individuals that we have today. But I kind of I look at what how each one of them kind of like adds to the salad bar, and kind of like what they take away, what they felt there was no justification to take away, and how they built upon this field of thought.
yeah.
And so I'm just kind of like, if I'm looking at it from an ought perspective, if we're talking about axioms, and you look at the things that Aristotle was working with, you look at the things that Aquinas was working with, and what axioms did they have in play? Because axioms necessarily, we don't have to provide a justification for them. So we just hold them to be axiomatic, just like the language of math and logic and stuff like this. So my curiosity is, why ought I accept them? If I have one philosopher who's saying, if we take Wittgenstein, and if I take what Wittgenstein says, and says that it is acknowledgeable that we are not able to determine like things to be absolutely the case because of certain gaps in our ability to determine things absolutely. To say that
Hmm.
because there are certain logical questions that we haven't eliminated yet, like the problem of hard solipsism. So, but we acknowledge that we can use methodology to get as close to what appears to be the truth as possible, and we can confirm it over time. Does this guarantee it'll be the truth forever? No. Does it guarantee it was always true in the past? Certainly not. But the more we test them, we improve our understanding, and we prove we have our consistent. We consistently see that we can trust to a degree based upon our priors. Now, at a certain point, you can say I can begin to doubt these things if there's evidence that would be presented that would warrant doubt. So I have a good grounding to approach the world. I have no assumptions of anything that would say that these things have to be for a reason. I'm not working with anything I don't have access to or demonstrate. So when it comes to oughts, as far as intellectual honesty goes, why ought I go with what someone was talking about over 1,000 years ago or 600 years ago? Why ought I work with their level of understanding when I have this one that incorporates all of the data that these past guys didn't have in place?
Um, there's a lot there. So sort of it's I guess some of it is going to go back to the conversation we were having on Sunday. Part of it is that I think when we're doing metaphysics and we're exploring metaphysical questions and we're doing certain philosophical questions, they don't progress the same way that scientific questions do. Um, and so, I mean, when we're doing physics, it seems historically what seems to be the case is that you do see a somewhat of a general progression of knowledge building up, standing on the shoulders of giants, so to speak, that we
Hmm.
start with a certain truth and we build it up and build it up and build it up and build it up, etc. Because we're dealing with a large, like physics has a very hard self-correcting like thing built in, which is experimental data. um However, the way and I would say that metaphysics doesn't have to progress in the same kind of way. I do think, and maybe this is a little sprinkle of Hegel in me. I'm not a Hegelian, but that what's happening is not that it's not like this. We get more data and then we build it up, and then we reject the older stuff because we have the newer stuff. It's like the more as we this is the Hegelians are going to absolutely rip me apart if I say something wrong, but whatever. That we have a kind of dialectic with our own understanding of reality, and that through time and through history and through thinking about the concepts that we have already employed in the world and the things that we already can demonstrate to be true, we develop that truth further. So it's not like I don't think it's a we start with an older theory which is largely wrong and then we kind of like shave away the older theory. It's more like we start with something that we know to be true and we think through the consequences of that through history,
Hmm.
and that we develop the consequences of that truth throughout history. And so I would say that the reason why Aristotle is still valuable today is somewhat analogous to why I think Euclid is still valuable today. I mean, Euclid's Elements, right, is still perfectly valid plane geometry. Is that what Aristotle was accessing when he was saying true things are things that have remained true because these are concepts that are accessible by reflecting on the objects of our experience. Now, like how we think about that and why we think about that I think that goes through a philosophical dialectical development throughout history. And so I brought him up yesterday. I'm really quite fond of him. There's a philosopher named Oliver Blanchett who wrote this book called The Philosophy of Being, reconstructive essay in metaphysics. Very good. Professor at Boston University. He died 20 odd years ago or so. Um, and he's taking Aristotelian notions in his essay, but he's doing that through the lens of later thinkers like Kant and Heidegger and Hegel, and is sort of constructing them in a right relationship to each other. So I don't think that philosophical progress happens the same way that scientific progress does. And so I think it's valid to be able to say that the things that Aristotle was saying is accurate when he's saying accurate things. I hope I'm not being too
Well, I think
abstruse here.
I think it's kind of like if you break down the way I've always approached it is looking at what the way these philosophers were kind of like deriving their conclusions about things, and that what they were operating off of their primary observations. So they were looking at the world, and then from what they could confirm or verify or what they could intuit about their observations, they were then deriving their position. So like you could say that like the first mover thing, was from Aristotle's belief that things were naturally at rest, but we know that now not to be the case. So the first mover thing doesn't hold water anymore. So I wouldn't need to accept that as a necessary precondition of things. The same thing with Aquinas. The same that the universe had to have a beginning. We know that now is not the case. So because obviously Aquinas wouldn't have access to that because he didn't have a James Webb telescope. He didn't have an access to like quantum mechanics and to understand these things. But we know now that the universe doesn't require a beginning. And so there's a magnificent book called Battle of the Big Bangs. I don't know if you've heard of it before, but highly recommend it because it's a really strong breakdown of the competing cosmological models and like all of them. And so really, really fantastic stuff. Really, really easy to digest. Put together by a physicist and a science communicator. But yeah, and so I'm kind of like, I just don't see a reason why I ought accept these things when I can start from the evidence, the things that we can confirm, and just slowly but surely I can eliminate things from contention. And it seems like the antiquated thinking about these things, based upon simple, like basic naked eye observations, are kind of, I mean, yes, these individuals came up with really, really strong ideas. I'm not going to discount them at all. But I'm going to say there were some good ideas there. Their foundational thinking was solid, but we also have to remember what they were working with. And then, build on it. Remember them for what they contributed, but build upon them and work for something like that. That's why I'm kind of going with the ought, because it seems to me that if my goal is to get because we're talking about oughts here, if my goal is to get as close to truth as possible and to reject as many unjustifiable or false things as possible, then I should operate from a bottom up, working with the evidence of what I have access to and not multiplying my entities unnecessarily. And so it seems to be that the only why I ought to choose AT metaphysics over anything we have that's more contemporary is because it seems to be, it would be because it validates some sort of like emotional aspect of myself or psychological aspect. It like is fulfilling in that way, which doesn't seem to be an appropriate mechanism towards getting towards truth. So the primary idea behind why I reject faith, why faith is not a tool for epistemology. And so it seems to be that's where I kind of conclude on that.
Yeah. So I think there's two kind of forks. What we're talking about here. One is the specific justification for why certain basic concepts in Aristotelian metaphysics are accurate. So there's that aspect, the specific justification of why you should believe in that. Then there was you were making a critique about specific observations that Aquinas and Aristotle had, specific ideas that they had, and then the third fork, third tong, I guess, I don't know, would be the specific why would someone hold these views to be true?
If their goal is aligned with mine, right? Yeah.
Yeah. If their goal is aligned with yours, and it seems to be that me or people who hold to Aristotelian metaphysics are doing this because they have an emotional need to want to defend the existence of God, and so hence by implication, that's sort of what I'm doing.
Well, just to correct, I don't think it's a need to defend it. I think there is a fundamental underlying need for believing it to be the case because of what is entailed because if the God exists and is defined the way it is, if the God that you believe in exists and is defined the way you define it, then I can see a great deal of personal utility in that, and potentially even societal utility in that to a degree. Not so much as it was in our ancient days, but I would say I could see the utility in that. But the utility of a thing doesn't logically entail its truth and reality as a part of external reality, just because there's psychological utility, there's emotional utility. And I can see that. I see it in practice every day. I did it because my background is in forensic and abnormal psychology. So, and I've seen it in practice. And so, but my curiosity is, if your goal is to get to truth, then these kinds of appeals really don't have any place there. In fact, we can through experimentation, they often get you further away from truth.
So the implication being, first of all, I want to go back to the other two points that you were saying at some point, but I mean, I understand we can't talk about everything at once.
Oh yeah. We got all the time in the world, so go for it.
Yeah. So there's those 2 points. Let me write them down so I'm not.
And really quick, while he's doing that, good to see you, Agnostic One. Thanks so much for being here. Punta de Les, thanks so much for being here as well. Hermeneutics, good to see you. The Big Nick is in the house. Maybe the Big Nick will come up on stage today. Probably not, but maybe. You never know. Spooky Bed Hair is here. Good to see you, Spooky. Appreciate you being here. Hayden Walton as well. Thanks so much for hanging out. I saw Gretchen in the house as well. Good to see you, Gretchen. And shout out to her Async Network. Be sure to check that channel out if you get the opportunity. And I think I got Phyllis Over. Good to see you, Phyllis Over. Appreciate you being here. And Sir Equinox 42, if I didn't say hi previously, as well as make sure and Leo Phileas is here. Good to see you, Leo. Appreciate you hanging out, man. Apparently there's some drama going in the side chat. Don't let it get out of hand, folks, but have fun.
So yeah, I mean, I guess we can just go back to those two at some point, unless
no, yeah.
Where we go, I guess
it's whatever you're going with. That's what I was kind of like shooting for. Was the ought there? Like what is it? What is the valuation that informs that ought?
Yeah. So as a point to the sort of like pragmatic utility, because it's a little bit different from wish fulfillment. That it's not that I wish. It's because it seemed like yesterday what you were saying was that it's my view was a kind of like Feuerbachian position that like the reason why I believe in God is not because the specific concepts of my understanding are accurate to reality, but because they're sort of illusory projections of my unconscious desire for God to exist. And so in a sense that the concepts and understanding of my experience is a projection of my own inner needs and desires and isn't really real in a sense.
I wouldn't go that far. I would say that's overly harsh in that respect. I'm very much I'm a doxastic and voluntarist, and I completely understand that you believe these things, but you believe them because you're convinced of them. And so, because beliefs are the doxastic attitudes are positions that you are convinced of via like evidence or argumentation or the way you've been taught to interpret particular things. And so beliefs aren't active choices. Like I can't choose to believe that I am a piece of cheese. Okay. But someone who with enough drugs and someone really persuasive, they could probably convince me that I was. But I can't like actively choose to believe in something. And so if I have this epistemic standard, this rigorous epistemic standard that is consistently, given or consistently delivered, solid information about verifiable information about reality, has gotten me very, very close to truth, has allowed me to make really, really strong predictions about reality, and they come true, and the methodology is sound. Why would I fall back? Kind of like that. Like I can't, for me, the only thing, I'm not saying this is the only way, but the only ought I see is that someone would want this conclusion to be the case. And so they would align themselves with thinking that would confirm or at least increase the probability that this position is the case. And so for me being convinced, I can't it doesn't convince me, but I'm kind of like, what do you think? Well, your thoughts on that?
So there's the sort of like involuntary transformation of our own beliefs from your perspective. I think like I'm sort of neutral on that question a little bit because, of course, I in the medieval tradition, that the notion of our wills being transformed is not, and our beliefs aren't exactly a matter of like freewheeling determining those things. That's a little bit of a sidebar, but that if in fact you hold to an involuntarist position, it would seem to me that you actually don't know at the time what would convince you, because if in fact it's not really up to you.
I do. Yeah, I do. I do know what would be convincing to me. I just have yet to encounter it. So
Well, that's sort of what do we mean by knowledge in this sense? Because you're saying that you have this kind of structure of understanding and prediction, and you're holding to that, but the actual structure itself, I mean, you believe it was not up to you. You did not choose to believe in that structure. That structure sort of involuntarily developed in your mind without you
It
choosing it.
I was convinced by its efficacy, by its extreme efficacy, its ability to make predictions about the future, its ability to explain phenomena that we observe, its ability to be replicated. It's all the things that we come from it. If you want to say like I'm a methodological naturalist in that respect, but it's the efficacy of it. It's extreme efficacy in the extreme, and so that's what kind of gets me on that path. Now, as far as like believing a God exists. I mean, I approach it pretty pragmatically. If there is such an entity and it exists, meaning that it is independent of human minds, it doesn't require us to exist. It stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself, that there is nothing that exists external of it to act as a point of reference or a point of like content or anything of that nature. And it is an agent. So, okay, fantastic. We have a lot of data that we can work with here. And so, how do we determine that this thing exists as a thing that is in causal relation to everything that it is not? Like that is, if it is literally the ultimate cause, how do we determine that? Well, we can either determine it by discovering it and saying this is it, we're pointing at it, that's what the thing is, or by its effects. So it's one or the other. So if we define it as being outside of empiricism, that it's empirically inaccessible, well, then we have to look to its effects. But the problem is, how do we determine what effects are it and what effects are just natural, like natural causation, like natural forces, natural unguided forces? Because we're either going to wind up pushing this into unfalsifiability, or we're not going to be able to make a determination either way. We won't be justified. And that's what I find with miracles. The only justification a person has for pointing at a thing being a miracle is how beneficial the rare event happens to be for themselves, which is not a way of determining truth. So I'm kind of like, well, then how do we get there? A predictive model utilizing the God information that can make better when inserted into any of our methodologies, that makes better predictions than any of the ones we can currently make. That would be a strong way that would be the perfect way of getting me down that path towards understanding and knowing that such a thing exists, because I can't just choose to believe it. Thus far, nothing presented has been convincing to me. So that's why I kind of wonder, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to sort of go back. You presented you presented a couple of different things. I guess three different things. There's something what philosophers would call the interaction problem, and there's another your notion of predictive models. But I wanted to go back to your model of like truth seeking here, because you were saying that that the model that you have convinced you, but that you were convinced of its efficacy, but your specific involuntarist position holds that you didn't choose to be convinced. And I'm a little bit confused here. The notion of convinced and seems to me imply the notion of acceptance of the will. So I don't know what you mean. How can you
I
be
don't hold that there's
convinced of a
any
model?
I don't hold that there's any will involved with beliefs. That it's not a thing that you will. It's like you are okay. So internally, there is each individual has a metric of acceptance, and that shifts depending upon a number of different factors. And so you accepting a proposition as being true is predicated upon your priors and the evidence and the argumentation and the persuasiveness of what is being presented to you. Part of what convinces me and what I have trained myself, because this is all about developing neural pathways in a particular way, because the more you repeat something, the better, the stronger those pathways get. And in order to build a worldview, I can thank my mother for this predominantly, for getting my brother and myself in this mentality. In order to protect ourselves from being taken advantage of by people for whatever reason, in order to protect ourselves, we had to be willing to challenge whatever we heard. Like one of the primary, like goals of my mom was to teach us never take anything at face value. If someone says something is true, Don't just believe it to be true because they tell you it is. It doesn't matter who it is. President, the Pope, herself, my own mother herself. If someone says something is true and it does not jive, you need to go figure it out. You either need to find the answer or you need to go do the hard work. And I got into that habit. I have refined my epistemic standards over the years until I have come to this point, and I am convinced of its. I'm convinced by its pragmatic efficacy. I've seen it in action, and saying this is what I want to hold my standard to. Because this, if I had held my standard to this, like in the past, then the people who took advantage of me in the past never would have had a chance. Had I known then what I know now, and so that's what I try to do. And so I've just by the inaction, I have seen it work. So that's what convinced me of it.
Okay, I want to sort of drill down of this notion of convincing, then, because you're saying that really there is no will component to it whatsoever. I mean, that seems to lead to certain skeptical conclusions. I mean, that in fact, if we're not convinced, if being convinced has nothing to do with our wills whatsoever, it seems to me that we just hold all the beliefs and the things that we say, and in effect is sort of a product of that is sort of a product of unseen forces. But then if that's the case, then there seems to be no epistemic warrant for why we should believe the things that we believe. It just sort of happens.
Well,
like I may believe, you may believe the notion of doxastic involuntarism is what you believe, but in fact the only reason why you're saying I believe a doxastic involuntarism,
I was convinced of it by the evidence, by the neurological evidence, by
by
the experimental data.
But by your own worldview, the implication is that the only reason why you happen to have that belief in your brain is simply because something happened that you have no access to. Unseen forces happened. That specific belief just happened to you that you have no access to whatsoever.
I understand. I understand the process by what happens. Neurologically speaking, we understand what happens is that information is presented. That information goes through a process of analysis that you do based upon a number of factors, like how much does it challenge your primary foundation. So there's an emotional aspect to it. There's a correlation aspect to it. There's a risk reward analysis that goes on, and so. But predominantly, it's all about where you start. And I start with evidence, like what can be shown to be the case. And if someone's making a claim, that's one thing. If someone is making a claim and then shows me evidence to back up that claim, that's another thing entirely. With doxastic involuntarism, it was the direct functional MRI and neurological data and the experiments that verify these things, that show how the brain works, and the predictive models we've developed off of it. And I've got the papers over here like this, the numerous papers that have been done on this. But it was that would convince me that you're right. And I can simply go from an intuitive perspective. Can I actively choose to believe that I am a piece of cheese? Can a Christian actively choose to believe that Jesus was not crucified? Is that a belief that you can actively choose to hold? And they can't, because there's no warrant to do. There's nothing to convince them that it didn't happen. And so, because even if you could choose it, you could just choose right back. You could just go right back. You'd be like, oh well, I choose to believe that Christ didn't get crucified. Okay, now I don't believe it. Oh, now I'm going to choose that it did. Now I do believe it. See how it's very, very counterintuitive. And so just from an intuitive perspective, it tracks, but from a neurological, with the data and the way the brain works and our experiments, we've confirmed it from there that it's a process that happens in the brain, and it depends a lot on the evidence, the epistemic standards of the individual, how intelligent they are, how educated they are, and of course, how well it can be shown to be the case, or how persuasive the presenter is.
So let me drill down a little bit further then. So this is fundamentally speaking, all of our all of our beliefs are effectively a output of a independent physical unseen process, and so in a sense any of our
I don't know why you keep saying unseen process, because they're fundamentally a result of you interacting with something. That's where they come from. Is you
well
like interacting, whether you're interacting with another person or you're interacting with like nature or whatever, or sometimes even interacting with yourself. Okay,
yeah,
so but it's fundamentally they're based upon you interacting with stuff.
right, but
Right.
when I say unseen, I mean I literally mean like I don't have epistemic access to all of the, you know, spin states of the electrons in my brain, right? I mean, and so, but those, by your worldview, those spin states are in fact contributing to the specific doxastic like moments of my brain, and that is all it is simply a product of. And so any of my beliefs, any of your beliefs, including the belief in doxastic involuntarism, is simply a product of like independent, deterministic, or maybe even pseudo deterministic, depending on your view of quantum mechanics, um, like brain
There might be,
states.
yeah. There might be a deterministic aspect to the way we hold beliefs. There might be. I do know from all of the experiments and all of the papers that I've read on it and all of the data, the only thing that we as people have active control over is what we choose to interact with. So like who we choose to listen to, what books we choose to read, where we choose to go, what experiences we choose to have. So the access that we have, that's what we have control over, but not whether or not we will be convinced by something.
So right. So let me drill down a little bit further
Yeah.
then. So I mean, fundamentally speaking, my brain and your brain are operating under the same laws of physics.
Right.
Um, and so the spin states, you know, all of the electrons in my brain and all the electrons in your brain, all of those are following the Pauli exclusion principle. All of those have quantized energies determined by their wave function. All of them are, you know, specific, um, like basis representations of the Hilbert space, various other things that we all know to be true, including, you know, they're all operating at a Fermi Dirac statistics, etc. All of them are, you know, can be, products of statistical physics. You know, they et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Um, and so my question is, you know, I don't believe in doxastic involuntarism, but you are convinced of doxastic involuntarism, yet the same physics is going on in my brain that's going on in your brain. And so I don't quite understand how is it the case that I don't believe it to be true. How is it that I don't believe that doxastic involuntarism is true, yet where I mean the same physics is going on in my brain that's going on in your brain.
You're
Yet
not
some
con-
yet
That's
you're,
because fundamental physics has nothing to do with consciousness. Whatever the spins of the electrons in your brain are has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness.
that seems to be
I
an assertion.
I would have simply said simply because you're not convinced by the data. I would go to put it very, very simply, is because you and I have access to the same amount of data. And that for whatever reason, and I can't speak to your internal, to your subjective to your mental states, but I can say that for whatever reason, you're simply not convinced by it. You would need more data or more convincing data to be convinced by that proposition that doxastic involuntarism is in fact the case. So
Well, I mean, I just, I mean, sort of my issue is that like, um, how would what would I say here? Like, once we've accepted the kind of, because there's kind of an implicit, I would say there's an implicit mereological nihilism in this position, that you know, are the physics of our brains, and I would just absolutely assert. I mean, like I don't know how you can escape this, that the quantum mechanics is the foundation of the classical physics going on in my head. So we can't, the idea that like somehow or another quantum mechanics has nothing to do with the classical physics. Like I don't know how you can. That's not escapable. So
I don't think
that's
I was willing to grant that there may be a level of determinism from like a quantum perspective. There may be a level of determinism that may be going on here, but from what I have access to, I do know that over time, the way my brain works, the neural pathways that I have strengthened are the ones, particularly the ones that go into assessing claims as they're being made, and to rigorously put those through the ringer to understand what is most likely to be true about them. And so in accordance with what I already know. So I can't speak to your mind. I would never like, hazard to speak to your mind or your mental states, or claim that you have some kind of prejudice against particular like fields of science or particular data. It may be that you're just not familiar with it, which is fine. Then you have time to go and read it, and you can digest that data and make a decision from there. I don't expect you to be convinced simply because of the fact that I'm convinced, but I can say that the experimental data was sufficient enough to convince me, and I think I've already explained. I have a very rigorous epistemic standard. So, but that's just me, and so that's why I'm kind of going in that direction. Got a bunch of people jumping up on the stage. Give me just 1 second, Tony. Go ahead, Bob, if you've got something to go.
Well, I mean, I would just say it seems when we've taken the sort of acidic position far enough, it just seems to me we've devolved any notion of like if in fact, we're operating under the same physics in both of our brains, even though we're separated by distance or whatever, and the electrons coursing through. I mean, because the brain is not a closed system; it's an open system. So there is no theory to understand the boundary conditions of the system of our brain. There's something like 10 to the last time I counted, I think there's something like 10 to the 24 or 10 to the 28 different atoms in our head, in our brain. But each of those atoms, each of the wave functions of those atoms are interacting with the wave, or in some fashion or another. Their conditions, their states, are dependent upon the atoms that are the positions of the particles in your head, and the quantum states of the particles in your head. And so there is some kind of interaction going on here. But when we say that, like, all that's left as an explanation just is the physics, right? All that's left is the explanation of the Hamiltonian, the energetic information of the particles themselves. And once we say that, the entire notion that I mean, if it's just the physics, and so the entire notion of like, well, doxastic involuntarism seems to be true. Well, that's just not. There is no notion of like doxastic involuntarism in the Schrodinger equation. So like I don't know, like what are we talking about here? Because I mean, if we want to talk about, well, maybe consciousness and our thoughts are an emergent process, but the only notion that we have in physics of emergence is a statistical emergence, a statistical physics. So like if I want to derive, let's say, pressure or something, I want to know what the pressure is of the photon gas, let's say, because you can treat photons as a gas, and you run through the very complicated calculus for, you have the partition function of the Hamiltonian, and you do all these calculations, and then you, right at the bottom, it spits out that you have you actually derive the entropy of the photon gas, and then pressure is dependent upon the entropy in a complicated function, etc. Right, but I mean, fundamentally speaking, at bottom, what's going on is the energetic information of the particles themselves, of the photons themselves. And so that's like what we have. That's what the science has. And so since there isn't any, like, there is no, at bottom, like, there is no doxastic involuntarism particle. There is, there are fermions, there are bosons, and we can do calculus on the properties that those things have. But
Well,
there is no.
I can say this. I myself have never tried to bridge the gap between like quantum mechanics and or like like and this area of thinking. If I pass it over to Leo Filius, he might have a better way to bridge that. I've never seen the necessity of doing so.
What am I supposed to be bridging?
Can I make some observations?
Yeah, please.
It is not the case, as Bob Joe is trying to assess, that all brains are physically identical. Brains are very physically and chemically different. The chemical process.
Wait. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yes, you are. You are treating a brain as though it is a cloud of fundamental particles, and that your brain is essentially the same cloud of fundamental particles as JL.
That's not what I said.
Well, you're arguing that the processes that are going on in your brain should, in principle, be the same as those that are going on in JL's. That you should be producing the same outcomes, and you're not. And you seem mystified.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not the implication of my worldview.
Well, then you're phrasing yourself very badly. If you concede that there are different chemical and physical boundary conditions in different brains, then the fact that they don't come to the same conclusions cannot be a mystery to you.
That's not that they come to a different conclusion. The point in my, first of all, I said the physics, the fundamental physics, the laws of physics. Like I said, that maybe I should have been very specific what I said. The laws of physics that are going on in my head, in my brain, are the same as the laws of physics going on in his head.
Yes, but the boundary conditions aren't, right? But the boundary conditions aren't.
Of course, the
boundary conditions in your brain are not the same as the boundary conditions in my brain, are they?
No, of course they're not the same.
Okay, so the fact that they're yielding different results is not a mystery, right?
No, the problem is that the entire notion of yielding a result doesn't make any sense. That's my problem. Like it doesn't. There is no doxastic involuntarism Hamiltonian, right? You don't get that as a product of the. There is no.
But there isn't a Hamiltonian for like love either. So what,
right, that's my point. Right, that's my whole point is that mereological nihilism like dissolves into the physics.
Well, I don't think anybody here has said I'm a mereological nihilist. Like I'm not a mereological nihilist. I'm a mereological bundle theorist. Andrew is a mereological nihilist. I don't know what JL is, and I don't know what Tony is.
Right, but I'm not accusing you of being a mereological nihilist. What I'm saying is that it seems to be the implication of what JL is saying is that. And I think it leads to skeptical conclusions, so I don't accept them because I think they lead to strange skeptical conclusions. That's all.
So I'm going to try, and maybe I better represent the audience than either of you guys. What the fuck is a mereological nihilist?
Somebody who believes that there are objects possess no proper parts. So effectively, all that exists is quantum fields and what they do, and everything else is like a made-up thing that humans came up with. At the end of the day, it's all of its quantum fields. There isn't anything over and above quantum fields that exists. It's just quantum fields and what they do. Is what most mereological nihilists.
Well, hang on, guys. Andrew, being a mereological nihilist, provide some input to Tony.
Yeah, that is definitely not my take on here. This is a question more directly on the concept of identity. Not that it's a question of parts. Parts itself.
Well, that is how mereological nihilism is defined in the literature. The belief that objects do not possess proper parts.
Well,
that's
okay. There's
in a metaphysics textbook. That is how it is defined.
Okay, I have another contextualization that might give you the understanding from where I'm coming from. They fit together, but the phrasing changes the outlook a little bit. Okay, more on the idea where everything that we grant identity to is because we grant identity to it. The idea of calling a part is us once again asserting a contextualization and granting identity to that within a scope. Is this functional for you so far as a start? I just want to make sure this is in.
But there's a fundamental distinction between how humans think, conceptualize things, and what things are, right? We have conceptualizations of things that's different from what they actually are, isn't it?
Well, there's a question about what we perceive yes, but it's a question of what we grant identity to. Same sort of thing, like you're walking up a mountain, you kick something really hard.
You've given this example before, but yes. I was using the word conceptualize, right? Yeah. So yeah. It's not just a matter of what we perceive; it's a matter of conceptualization. So the way we put things together, the way we view things, the way we conceive of things.
Can I answer a quick question from the chat?
Yep.
Brenta asks, "What is a proper part?" In the literature, the proper part of something is what you need to make the thing up, but it's not itself independently identical to the thing. A handle might be a proper part of a mug because you need a handle to have a mug, but the handle is not identical to mugness, so to speak. So it's a proper part of the mug. And a mereological nihilist would say, no, that's not true. There's just like quantum fields, and that's just elementary particles arranged mugwise or something like that is generally what.
So we've rather sort of drifted, I think. What is the problem with Doxax? So JL was saying that you can't choose to believe stuff. Bob Joe, do you agree with that statement or do you disagree with that statement?
I would say it's about half true. I think we can choose certain things to believe, but other things perhaps not. I mean, can I choose to believe that my thoughts are real? Like, probably not. Maybe. I don't know. Like, there are certain things that like are so basic to me that they're effectively like brute, just expressions of my thought. Like I can't choose to not use language. You know what I mean? Like there are certain things I don't think you can choose to believe, but there are certain other things that I can choose to believe.
Clarifying question: do you believe you have free will, or do you believe?
Yeah. I do think we have free will.
But isn't that inconsistent with the physical materialist way you were conceiving of brains? Right, if you're conceding that the way your brain functions is due to the behavior of fundamental particles, which are in turn dictated by the boundary conditions and physical forces applied to them, in what sense do you have free will?
Well, for two things. One, the notion of free will needs to be very carefully defined. But also, we can use some intuition. That's fine. Most people mean a kind of basic sort of libertarian free will. I'm sort of neutral on the question, and I don't want to drag that down. But I'm not a materialist. That's what it boils down to, basically.
So do you believe you can choose whether or not an electron goes left or right in your brain?
Nope.
Or is that something that happens independent of your consciousness, and you just have to live with the consequences?
That does happen independent of my consciousness.
Yeah. Okay. Do you believe you can choose the brain chemistry that's operating in your brain, or is this something that just happens and you have to live with the consequences?
I can't choose the brain chemistry now.
Okay. So in the sense that your brain is a physical process, you don't really have control over the way it operates, over what conclusions it reaches.
I think like there's a little bit of clarifying here. Like I think that what we see in the neurological processes, what we see in the evolution of the wave function of the brain, if we're gonna let's just say it's sort of possible to model the brain as a gigantic system of differential equations. Like the specific chaotic movements of the brain as it evolves over time, it's not that we choose where the pendulum goes, so to speak. It's that the movement of the pendulum is part of our choices. That my choices are what you see. So when you see, a specific flow of, phonons through my brain, right? Those are the choices that I'm making. You're seeing the choices happen. And so that's that you could say that the brain, those neurons are sort of the
Yeah, but we
that
can
it's the
see
it's the
we
it's
can
the
see the
form,
experiment.
it's the substance of the brain, right? And so the
But
axis of move.
experimentally, we can see that happens before you're aware of it. So
Uh,
your brain makes a decision before you know it.
yeah, but I mean, we just said a second ago that like the brain, we don't have the boundary conditions for the brain, right? So when you see a specific, electrical event, I mean, that's what we're talking about is EKGs, right? EKGs and MRI data, right? And that's really all we have, which are, I mean, as I'm sure anyone who studies, anyone who wants to talk about the brain, are very crude instruments to actually investigate the physics of
So
what's going on.
just a modest correction. It's EEG.
EEG, I'm
EKGs
sorry.
of the heart.
And functional MRIs have confirmed, and
fMRI.
there's been a mountain of like empirical data on this, on how the active like decision making process of the brain, that process actually takes place before you're consciously aware of it. So whenever you're faced with a decision to like say go left or right, your brain has already made that decision before you are consciously aware of it. So that part of your brain is catching up to the decision making process of your brain, and it takes about, I think it's like I can't remember this. I think it's like it's less than a second. But nonetheless,
it's a few milliseconds.
So, but that all that stuff is happening automatically, and it's going through background processes that are constantly going in your brain that you're just simply not consciously aware of. That's why I'm saying that as far as like being convinced of things, and there's this great dude he's got a book coming out here pretty soon called Unconvinced. His name is John Cohen, and he worked with a battery of neurophysiologists and neurosurgeons and neuroscientists in order to understand the mechanism behind belief and where beliefs are processed in the brain as opposed to like knowledge statements, and how evidence is evaluated in the brain and through the entire process by which we develop these things. And it is the consensus in, like, I would say in neurology, in just like in the field of studying the brain, that beliefs are not positions that are actively chosen. Like you don't just like, are you like, I'm presented a new proposition, I'm going to choose to believe that to be true. No.
So
That
can I make an effort to bridge the divide here, JL?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think that you and Bob Joe perhaps have different levels in the process at which you insert the identification of I. I think Bob Joe only considers himself to be invoked after he is conscious of something. So he says, I make decisions on stuff that I'm aware of and that I am consciously considering. He doesn't consider stuff that happens below that to be his decision making. So the fact that he doesn't have control over that doesn't change his perception that he makes choices. He considers that essentially an external factor, and he's only invoked at the conscious level. You, on the other hand, you say, look, those unconscious things, those things that are happening automatically, that's me, and I don't have any, and I don't have any control over that. If either of you disagrees with my characterization, please correct me, but I feel like that might be the incompatibility here.
I feel like that's a pretty decent explanation.
I feel like maybe that tracks, yeah.
Maybe I can clarify a little bit. Like the notion of me of identity, since we were talking about neurological nihilism a second ago, like the notion of identity for me is in terms of, like, ultimately boils down the terms of a metaphysical notion of a substance, that what I am is the human being that is called, my name. And so in a sense, I think it's perfectly fine to say that those unconscious processes are part of me in a certain respect. But the conscious elements, like the things that are actually conscious, like those are the conscious elements of me. You know what I mean? Like I perfectly accept an unconscious element to human thought and human interaction. I mean, I don't choose if I'm sitting down to do a physics exam, like I'm not like I don't choose to come up with, if I'm I don't know, I'm trying to think of some random example, like I want to remember what the gamma function of pi over 2 is or something, right? I don't remember what the gamma function of pi over 2 is, but like say I memorized it, right? And like the retrieval of that memory, of that active recall, is not like I didn't choose that exactly, or at least it doesn't seem like I chose it. Maybe, but there seems to me an element that when I'm thinking about memory, that it has a certain aspect of the will, right? So it's like I don't want to bog it down too much, but that's a pretty, what you said, Tony, is a relatively fair, I think, explanation of what I'm talking about.
I would agree. I would agree with that. I would view that everything that is going on, both voluntary and involuntary, if it pertains to my body, is like, so it is like that's all me. The brain, the mind, they're all, it's all the physicality is I impose the identity of JL upon that. So while I am not actively choosing to beat my heart, that is still JL's heart is beating. Is that there are certain things that I don't have direct control over, certain like voluntary things and certain involuntary things, and the process of belief of like why I am convinced of a thing is largely dependent upon a whole host of factors, but I am not in control of whether or not I am ultimately convinced of a thing. I can set the foundation for how likely I am to be convinced of a thing with the amount of information I have, like my priors, by the experiences I've had, by the data I have access to, and by keeping myself open-minded to take in new information and not reject it dogmatically. And to go through a methodology of evaluation to see where this data lies in respect to all the prior data that I have. And so, but that's just the way I build myself. That's just the way I have conditioned myself to approach new propositions. And so, but the data is there, and for all intents and purposes, obviously we're not talking about like, extreme absolutes in this, but the experimental data is there, the predictions are there, that belief positions are not things that we actively will, and that the only control we have is what information we allow ourselves to have access to, and who we allow ourselves to listen to, how much, like, if you take someone like Kent Hovind, okay, you could stick Kent Hovind in the same room with Francis S. Collins, who is a devout Christian, but the guy, but obviously knows genetics and knows evolution like few people do. And Kent Hovind will never be convinced by him, ever.
Well, of course, I'm not going to be convinced that dogs can turn into mosquitoes.
Right. Okay. So because he has been convinced of a complete straw man of what the straw man he operates with regarding evolution is, that's what he thinks is true. And no one is going to convince him other than that. At least we've never found anyone that he gives enough authority to, other than like his God, who's ever going to convince him otherwise. Reality itself will not convince him that he is wrong. So that just goes to show you,
Yeah. I guess maybe this was. I think this direction is a little bit my fault. I wanted to sort of drill down into the like fundamental implications of what you were talking about, because it seems to me, as a matter of intuition, what you're saying, I think, leads to certain skeptical conclusions, because it seems, and we can go to a different topic after this.
Actually, can you multiple times you've said that. Like, can you give me an example of what skeptical conclusion it could arrive at?
Well, it seems to, if we're bottoming out in just, well, what's going on is the, dynamics of the molecules in my brain, well, those dynamics make no reference to thoughts. And so I think it leads to implications like my thoughts are not real. So,
no. See, this is that contextualization. You see, well, if my mug is just, a whole bunch of atoms, does that mean it's not a mug? No, that's a contextualization to an arrangement of things going on. We're talking about a thought. A thought is a process that is taking place. That's a description we can give for activities taking place in the state of affairs.
Right,
that's basically describing that. So basically, the existence depends on the modality. One can talk about an arrangement as an existence. For instance, hold on, I will just apply this.
You fucked up, Bob Joe. The mereological nihilist is out of the box. Or should I say he's out of the thing that is made of particles arranged box-wise?
So here we have arrangement. So once again, barring the idea of proper parts, we won't go into that. You're welcome. We'll concede for the sake of conversation, mug.
He's so passive aggressive.
But if I tilt this a few more degrees, we're going to get something that has a different kind of ontology, and it'll be called pour as it goes all over my desk. So yes, thought would be a description of a series of interactions that we have contextualized and granted identity to, and put a word on it.
Can I say
your thoughts are
before you respond, Bob Joe, I just wanted to say, and Leophilius can probably back me up, that this entire discussion is incredibly fertile ground. You know, whether or not you choose to be hungry, whether or not you choose to be tired, whether or not you choose
whether or not you choose to feel pain if you stick your hand in a fire.
There's a lot of philosophical literature, but I just wanted to say, look, I came on, I didn't even yell at anybody, and I facilitated some communication. I win.
You did very well. You did very well. You did very well, Tony. We are proud.
And I have a reputation, Bob Joe, for just yelling at people and exploding. So, and it's well earned. I'm a very short-tempered man. But I'm going to go now and leave the experts to the philosophical discussion, because I know nothing about philosophy. So,
well, it was good talking to you again.
Appreciate it, Tony. Thank you.
JL, you were laughing.
It is never just yelling. It's also yelling.
Also yelling.
It comes bundled with the software.
Say what, Leo?
Did you? You were laughing. Did you hear the second part of my joke there?
What was it?
After I said, "Oh no, Bob Joe, you've let the mereological nihilist out of the box." Or should I say collection of particles arranged box-wise?
Box-wise. Yes,
no.
I did hear that. I was just the minute Andrew came on, I was like, it was so like, it's not disparaging you, Andrew. It's just like, it was so passive aggressive. It was like, but nonetheless, where were we? We were Bob and Andrew. Andrew was explaining something to you. I'll let Andrew take it.
Yes, this just came down to the idea of whether or not you wanted to try to say that, well, if it just breaks down to, say, some sort of fundamental particle, even that I don't grant a bottom to. See, bottom is just, where we got ourselves to in terms of our ability to contextualize anything. Who's to say you think quantum's here? Like, oh, that's nowhere in the scale. That's just where we got to. So here, that's where we are in our modeling. But see, we grant identity to every little piece, including processes. Processes is what a thought is. It's not like, oh, here's a thought. It's sitting on my shelf. It doesn't have that kind of ontology. It's a description of a process that actually plays out. Like, where does the driving go when you pull the key out of your ignition?
But I mean, can I respond to a certain about like?
Yeah.
That a thought of that my thoughts are real, or my hands exist, or I'm sitting here, or reality is not an illusion. These thoughts I have are contextualizations of processes that are going on in the brain. I mean, the issue is that, like, what exactly do we mean by contextualizations, right? Because if it quote bottoms out, i.e. that it's simply explained by the physics, well, I mean, the physics makes no reference to contextualizations or thoughts or reality or truth or anything. There is just the calculus.
That's where the failure is.
I can't do calculus. I can't do calculus on contextualizations.
No, you're like going, well, where's the car inside of the carbon atom? That's where
I think this may come down to like the way I view. If you're saying that an entailment of this is that we wouldn't be able to say that anything is true.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
But I think that comes along to what you are saying truth is, because for me, in my worldview, truth is a property of propositions, and the way we determine whether or not a proposition has that property, we have a methodology to do that, and so. And then, of course,
the implication of this is that propositions don't exist either.
They're abstracts. So they're
abstracts don't exist.
Well, yeah, they do. Well, not in a.
Nothing exists. That's sort of the problem. There's just.
Well, I mean, but that's only if you're a nominalist. If you're not a nominalist, you got abstract.
I just covered this. I literally just covered this. By the same token, is if I turn this a few more degrees, you're going to get a process called pour. Proposition is a thought. The thought is a process. So if you want to talk existence, I can start pouring.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the appeal to the foot, right? Like, just because I pour the hot coffee on myself and it hurts, therefore. But it's like, I mean, the issue is that I agree that that I don't agree with the skeptical conclusion that nothing is real. But the problem is that the implications of your own worldview seem to imply that nothing is real. What
worldview is this that makes this
your problem is real. Your use of that word is the problem. See,
let me
ontology. I could look at ontology as a static or as a process of change, right? If it's sitting in this mug, where's the pour?
All right, wait, is that a
same, right? All the atoms are the same. I'm tilting my mug. When do those atoms become pour? This is where you're skirting around, and it is very useless. Once we see the state of affairs and the traveling, like had location in space-time. Space-time, another observation. I'm perceiving time. I'm seeing a change of location.
Well,
identity pour, identity thought. Same thing.
I mean, ultimately, what this has to mean is that the notion of pour or thoughts or reality or anything, like any of our thoughts, they have to be like explainable. Like they have to be in the calculus, because that's all that fundamentally speaking is what's going on. The description is the calculus. So ultimately speaking, pour, et cetera, just is the physics, right? But I mean,
pour describes the changes in the state of affairs, the process as described.
Well, but the process, like pattern, all that, like it just, all of these concepts, intentionality, any words that we have, it just is the physics.
I mean, to kind of go off of this, I think like I said, this may come down to the various axioms that we hold. So, but the entailment would be that these things don't apparently have the weight that they apparently have for you in my worldview. Like, for example, I just consider like truth to be a property of propositions, and that there is a methodology that we use to determine whether or not whether or not a proposition is true or it has the property of truth or the property of being false, and so or the property of being indeterminate. I'm failing. Is there an issue with why, if that is the case? It's entirely possible that that is as far as it goes. That is how we determine truth. That is we interact with the world. We develop these things, and it doesn't go any further than that. Is there a problem with that being the case?
Yeah, I do think there's a problem with it being the case.
What would that be?
I mean, well, for one reason, it would mean that, so the notions, any notion that we have of truth, you want to be a correspondence theory, you want to be a coherentist theory, that notion, those objects, those ideas you have are just physics, right? And so this would imply, I mean, the atoms in your brain are constantly, the wave function is always evolving, right? You can't stop it from evolving, right? And so that would mean that the concepts of truth are constantly changing in your head all the time, right? So any notion we have of correspondence with reality, any notion of complex objects or anything like that, it just constantly evolves. I don't think it does.
Hang on, Andrew. Hang on. I don't think what is true is it has that kind of dynamic, and I think Leo earlier explained why it doesn't.
I'm sorry.
I have a simpler example for you, because you seem to have a problem with the idea of truth being fluid. Your wife is faithful to you, and then you walk in and find her banging the mailman. You're right. Truth is very fluid. In fact, sometimes it passes one body into the other. So yeah, truth does kind of change like that.
What does that have to do with the concept of truth?
Well, okay, like I said, to provide there, truth being a property of proposition. The proposition being, and to use this, I know that the example was kind of like gross, but you have all the information you have tells you that the proposition, your wife is faithful. I'm not saying that, but say your spouse is faithful. All of the information you have tells you that proposition has the property of truth. It by all the evidence you have, it corresponds with reality. It's logically consistent with other things that correspond with reality, and you've never seen her cheat. Okay, so it has all the properties of that until you're provided a sudden evidence that shows you that your conclusion that it was true actually was not, and so it can, depending upon the amount of information you have. And I acknowledge that there can be information out there that I may not possess that could change my position on a proposition, that a proposition that was deemed, by all intents and purposes, 99.9%, that proposition is true. And tomorrow, all of a sudden, we blow the door wide open on a theory and nope, we were completely wrong. Okay. But that doesn't, but that's what we acknowledge. We work within the scope of that. The methodology acknowledges that possibility. It's rare, like exceptionally rare, but we acknowledge that it's still possible because there's no contradiction in it happening. So we could, but we work within that paradigm. We factor it in to when we make statements, which I don't see as being problematic. It may not get us to kind of like bring this full circle. That position may not be as emotionally or psychologically fulfilling because it leaves a lot open. It kind of like acknowledges like how ignorant we sometimes are, or how ignorant we may not know that we are. And sure, it may divest us of some kind of like of a level of a degree of free will. But I don't see that as being problematic. I see them as simply being features of the universe, especially a universe that has no intention for us, that we are products of that system, which would confirm, it'd be like, that's exactly what we would expect. If human beings are a product of the system and there's no intention for our existence, there's no teleology, it's like we are how we evolved. This is just how we evolved. Then this is kind of what we would expect to see, a universe that is under no obligation to factor our feelings into the mix or even try to make sense to us at all levels. So I don't see that as problematic. I see that as a challenge for us to constantly strive towards understanding. So I see it as a motivator, but I don't see it as a problem as far as when it comes to the nature of humanity.
So there's like 37 things that you said. So I just perhaps I don't know. I don't want to continue to push the conversation perhaps in a direction that's not fruitful. I don't know, but maybe let me ask one observation that I seemed to had earlier. Right? I mean, you said. Yeah. So you said that truth is a property of propositions.
Right.
Okay. Is that universally true?
What do you let me get clarification. Like, what do you mean by universally? Because it's kind of like language is the tool that we use, or I think Leah Fields would say that's the schema that we use to describe and quantify the reality that we observe. And so as far as the axioms of language, so we kind of hold it that way, but this is all like what we've invented. So if we're going to say that a thing is true, that the term just refers to a description being accurate or like accurately corresponding with reality and being logically consistent and so on and so forth. So
yeah, I'm sorry.
As far as the language goes, yes, it's true, but I'm not saying that it's true like in a vacuum of the cosmos.
So can I say, does it correspond? Does the statement truth is a property of propositions? I'm sorry. Did you say truth is a proposition? Truth is a property of propositions?
Yeah,
is that what you said earlier?
Truth being a property of propositions would be a feature of linguistics.
Right. So is the statement truth is a property of propositions? Does that correspond with reality?
Yes, it maps to the processes that we're doing.
Yeah, I was trying to think of a way to articulate to make sure I understood the question. So
this is definitional. This is down to the idea.
Yeah, it's true by like it's an analytical truth. It's how we define what it is, but it's a property of our language, of like how we convey things to like in between agents. Like if I was to tell Leo the crossing the railroad crossing sign in the back is yellow with white on the front.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the way I'm conveying it. But if Leo to say, actually, you're wrong, JL, it's white with yellow things that are painted on top of the white, and so.
Yeah, Bob, I got an essential question for you. See this here?
Yeah, I see it.
Make a proposition for me about this.
Let me think about it.
I'll give you a closer look while you're at it here, like just in case that helps you any. I'm gift wrapping this.
There is an object of my experience.
Now, if you didn't make that statement, is this not what this is?
If I didn't make that statement,
does the existence of whatever this is that you were going to make a statement about, is that dependent upon your statement?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Is this thing's existence impacted in any way by your having made a statement about your perception of it?
No, it is not. I don't think so.
Yeah, so this is why that idea of truth, you see, imagine the idea, so with truth being a property of a proposition, imagine we're the last two people in existence, last two minds, and I ask you the same question about this. And then right as you open your mouth, I pull out a Glock before you can utter a word. This continues being whatever this is. This does not need a proposition about it. So the idea of truth being something special and magical, this does not need a mind to be whatever this is. Whatever bacteria also may be existing on this mug don't need me making propositions about them. Reality doesn't need us making truths.
Yeah.
Truth is people sniffing their own farts.
it's one way.
Every time
we know what we're doing when we say truth. That's what we need to take that scope. Take that scope.
Yeah.
And deal with it.
Yeah, Leo, what were you saying?
I mean,
every time people talk about smelling their own farts, I just go to that one episode.
And just to address the side chat, yes, Brenda, this is the argument from Glock. I'm also the argument from baseball bat, but we're not in that conversation yet.
That's why I view truth that way, is because truth is literally us describing things. Is like we determine whether or not a proposition that we make. So I can make a proposition about anything. The question then becomes, well, is that proposition true or false? Then we determine, we have a way to, like, per our linguistics. And so we have a way of determining whether it is true, but it is not something that exists in like a vacuum. And so it's a feature of linguistics. It's a feature of a way we convey information to one another. If all humans died tomorrow, there would be no minds to make propositions about anything. Therefore, no propositions would exist. Therefore, truth would not be a thing that it wouldn't exist, because propositions wouldn't exist for them to have the property of propositions. So they're features of this, but there's no like truth like hovering out there like as a fundamental feature of the universe in and of itself. I don't hold that to be the case. I hold it to merely be that we are agents that interact with the world. So, but sorry, go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, needs to be made about this clip for this clip to be this clip.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, well, there's like multiple different things to respond to, I suppose. I'm not sure which one to respond to. Well, first of all, I mean, I'm not a Platonist exactly, so I don't think like concepts like float out in the universe or exist in a third realm. So that in a sense doesn't apply to what I think. But also,
I went the Platonist route instead of just invoking like, you know, a mind, like an eternal, like an ultimate mind that dictates what truth ought be. I didn't go in that route, but I don't hold it that such a thing exists anyway. So yeah.
I guess I should. My whole purpose with invoking this whole aspect of truth, it really does seem really does seem that the notion of all of this is identical to a physical process leads to certain skeptical conclusions. I mean, I agree. I agree that like things exist outside of our mind and reality exists outside of my mind. Of course, I'm not an idealist, right?
Sure.
But like my point is that when if that's the case, right? I mean, I agree that that's the case. You don't have to, but I don't have to hold. In order to believe that reality is outside of my mind, I don't have to hold to mereological nihilism or
No,
physicalism.
I agree. I agree with that. I think that hang on a second. I think when you bring up that there are problematic, that when you say that there are, I guess you said things that are problematic, it leads to problematically skeptical conclusions. When you bring that up, I don't see them as problems. Hang on, Andrew. Hang on. I'm going down the line here. I don't see them as problems. So then I would have to ask, why are they problematic for you and they're not problematic for me?
Well, they seem to be problematic for me because it stops making, for me, it stops making like thoughts. Like it seems to be that thoughts become unintelligible if we have that, right? Like I don't know how we can have, I don't know even like meaning itself or any kind of contextualization or coherent idea or correspondence. Like I don't know what that means if it's just identical with the calculus. Like calculus makes no reference to meaning or truth or
I don't think a physicalist
or
would say it's identical to calculus.
Well, but
I don't even know if they would invoke identity.
Are you talking about like an overarching metaphysical purpose, or just the purposes that we assign to things?
Well, I don't know how to like it just doesn't for me it just stops making sense. Like I don't know if ultimately reality is just whatever physics refers to, and that the only information that we have about the world comes from the calculus. Is what maybe I should have said that, is that information
I get what you're meaning when you're kind of lumping it all together. I understand it. Yeah,
understand where you're going with it. But like if that's the case, and since that doesn't make any reference to like where is the thoughts in the calculus?
It's in the Heddle area.
You mean the
Heddle area?
As far as like I just view it. If you're thinking more along the lines of like the hard problem of consciousness or something to that degree, I kind of fall into the Dennett field on that in like cognitive science. I don't hold that. I hold that like the hard problem of consciousness is just a result of asking a question that doesn't need to be asked. It's kind of like an irrelevant question, that it's just us asking questions about things simply because we have the ability to ask questions about stuff. I think that there's enough neurological data that if we had the technology, we could show how these things are fundamentally intrinsically linked, that we could see the causal effect of the matter and how it results in the what we refer to as like mental phenomena, the umbrella of mental phenomena we call consciousness. And these are just products of our brains. That what we call consciousness is an emergent property, no different than digestion is an emergent property of our gastrointestinal system. So it's just that's what the brain does. And so where you could say that if your body is digesting, because it's an emergent property of your working gastrointestinal system, and that the gurgling that the digestion process is making, I could simply equate that to your brain, that your functioning brain, results in the emergent property of your consciousness, and thoughts are the gurgling.
Well,
in that respect. So
maybe I should say like
point out just before.
Well,
yeah.
Just to launch, of course, JL was circling around the hard problem of digestion. Now, this is a bit of a diversion on that sense, but I see a thing that may be problematic for you. It takes all those things that you like to call transcendentals, and it removes the magic from them. It stops having truth being something magical, thought being something magical.
I mean, this is just an assertion.
No, this is what I see as potentially as maybe in the back of something here. This is what it looks like. If the process is doing what the process is doing, like you tried to refer to like truth as if it's a thing. Like,
Andrew, before before jumping to the conclusion, I never wanted to operate with the assumption that, yes, I can understand how coming at it from this perspective can kind of take some of the what we call magic, but it kind of like makes things less special. And to put like a kind of I think there's a lack like the language kind of fails here. It's just that it kind of takes a lot of the specialness out of being human, and I can understand why some people may have an issue with that they want to elevate our experience above because there's nothing else like us on the planet. I get that, at least nothing that survived. There used to be things like us, but not anymore. I just don't. That's why I don't see it as being problematic, because I don't have these notions going forward. I'm not convinced of these notions that would elevate us to a particular level where we should consider these things that we do to be enormously special in the scope of the cosmos. And now I never wanted to assume that is what you were operating with, Bob, and didn't want to do that. But I can't ignore the possibility that may factor in to the reasoning process.
Maybe like I'm not. I don't want to say something wrong about physics. I'm a mere humble undergraduate, and I mean I do want to go to graduate school, but I just want to. I do know certain things about boundary conditions and differential equations, etc. And it's like the brain is not a closed system, right? So when you say things like the general my head, the thoughts are in my head, well, it's like what we really mean is that the information, right? Because you're making an emergentist like theory, right? That or you have to anyway, that thoughts are processes that emerge out of the underlying quantum mechanics of the brain, right? I mean, but sort of the issue is that the brain, from a physics perspective, like it isn't a object, right? Like, or at least for when we're talking about physics, like the brain, just when you're talking about the boundary conditions of the brain, we have no idea how to even approach that question. Like, we don't know. Because if the brain states, if the wave functions in my head are being affected by other states of things in the world, well, then that means that the differential equations, the differential equation that would describe what's going on in my head and your head, have to, this is, you have to account for all the different brain states that's going on everywhere. Right, and so that means that the physics of my phone is affected by the physics of going on through, the internet, and the physics that's going on in your head, and the physics of everybody everywhere. And so you end up, in order to describe what's going on, in order to describe my thoughts being emergent from the underlying physics, you end up exploding that answer out into, you end up having to explain the physics of the entire universe, right? Because
I would say,
I don't see how that follows.
Yeah,
like I could do geology without having to know anything about cosmology.
I would also say that we do know how we could do it. It just, at this stage of the game, it's not ethical, and we have no ethical way to do it because it requires like live experimentation on live brains. To go down that route, to start answering these questions. So there is a way we could. We just choose not to.
I should push back. Like, it's not just that, like, oh, it would be difficult. I'm saying there isn't enough material in the universe to make it computationally possible. Like, it takes.
What are you trying to compute?
You're trying to compute the emergent. If the claim is that the underlying physics is the processes are contributing to thoughts, I'm telling you that the underlying physics, that problem requires more computational power than the entire material universe provides.
I mean, if you're trying to like calculate the quantum physics of how the brain works, nobody would
do
that.
The quantum physics necessitate, like, you have to do that because the brain.
Wait, then how do we put rockets into orbit? We don't do the quantum mechanics of that,
right? But
we don't need to. This is ignoring the concept of scale completely.
But
there are scales where we just don't need to give a fuck about quantum mechanics. Like when we send rockets into space, we don't need to do quantum mechanics to do that. The same is true for geology. You do not need to do quantum mechanics to understand the movement of tectonic plates. You do not need to do quantum mechanics to understand the neurochemistry of the brain.
Yeah, I mean, it could literally. I mean, it is entirely possible that if we were to be able to dig down into the brain with living brains, we could find the answer in the neurochemistry. I mean, we could find the answer there. Well, neurochemistry and the physical needs of the brain.
This just isn't like there are. The claim that, for example, we don't, in order to know the emergence of thoughts, we can just treat the brain as a classical system. I mean, there are two different problems with this, right? So, first of all, the only way, like I would say, that this even modeling the brain as a classical system is a computational problem that is unsolvable, but at least by any theory that exists.
Who's doing the computing here? What are you trying to compute?
If you're saying that thoughts emerge from the physics of the brain, right? That means you have to do simulations on this.
No, Bob, from the neurochemistry of the brain.
How much?
The neurochemistry relies on like mathematical dynamics, right? The neurochemistry.
So does tectonic movement.
Right. Yeah. Well, hang on a second. The underlying physics is the same across the board for multiple fields. We don't need to go that far. We understand the physics in and of themselves, but like I said, the physics is the same for plate tectonics as it is for neurochemistry. But the neurochemistry is obviously involving different material than plate tectonics is.
No, so, I'm telling you the underlying
chemistry.
The neurochemistry that's going on we're talking about nonlinear dynamics, right? That is the mathematical theory that makes any of this work at all. We're talking about nonlinear dynamics, right? And like one of the issues is that you're assuming in order to assume that the brain is a classical system and that it relies entirely on classical laws. Well, I mean, first we could just start there, right? I mean, the probability space of trying to calculate the brain as a classical system is computationally impossible.
What do you mean?
Well, it is for a lot of things.
This is no. You're trying to shove everything. Calculate the brain like it's an entirety. No, you're taking this to a useless scale. So here's a thought for you. Since we're talking about parts before, if we're wondering where the thoughts are, we can start chopping body parts off, one piece at a time. A finger. How's the thought process going? Yep, thought's still happening. Chop a hand off, thought's still happening. Oop, there goes the elbow. Oh, yep, thought's still happening. And one ice pick separating those lobes of yours, and you ain't you. You are trying to break this down like I have to calculate all of reality.
That is the implication of your worldview.
No, it's not.
I don't think it is.
That is not an implication of physicalism. Not at all.
If you want, for example, to be able to describe without just saying that it is, in which case we're having a metaphysical discussion, that's fine. We can have a metaphysical discussion. But like if the claim is that I want to be able to demonstrate that it is the case from the physics without just saying that it is, right? This is a computational, in order to demonstrate it from the physics, right? Because you're making the claim that there is only the physics. In order to actually demonstrate that, you cannot do that with physics. It is computationally impossible.
JL, do you still have that? JL, do you still have that video handy? That valuable Canadian minute of mine? I can fetch it for you again.
Not readily, but I mean,
yes, we're down to Wilder Penfield. Okay, like famous Canadian neurosurgeon, one who basically did open brain surgery on a person who was having seizures, who basically right before they blacked out said they smelled burnt toast and tossed over. They're up on the surgery room with their brain open because that's where they regained some level of consciousness, was in the room while they're still doing surgery, and the doctor's working on their brain, and the doctor's poking around and he's poking and prodding, and all of a sudden, doctor, I smell burnt toast. Now you could go, correlation, not causation, but there comes a point where it just looks like obstinance. It's like when I can give somebody a nice big lobotomy and we know that we'll totally destroy their personality and who they are goes out the door.
Why does this demonstrate physicalism?
At what point do you not look obstinate when you can stab someone and all of a sudden, hey, where are all these memories getting triggered from?
Well, hang on a minute. Like, I don't even like an idealist wouldn't even idealist, like a hard idealist like Berkeley, wouldn't deny that if I smashed your brain, you would be dead. You would stop thinking, or that if I lobotomized you, you would stop thinking.
Where did the thought come from?
Where
did the thought come from when I poked your brain?
The thought is not material.
Oh, it doesn't play out in material when I poked it and made it happen?
No, the implication being that the brain is a form, right? So like if I smash the neurons in your brain, like that is not, you're not the thoughts, like you don't have the ability to think, right? The causal powers that are in your mind, like you don't have the ability to express that in the world. That's the whole point.
I'm sure you do. The ice pick lobotomy, you're still alive at that.
Of course, you're still alive, but that the causal power you have to be able to express your thoughts has been frustrated. That's sort of the whole point.
This is where it sounds like you're trying to make the mind being a magical thing, as if the brain is just some sort of antenna, and you're trying to make kind of a
something.
I mean that would be a Cartesian view. I'm not a Cartesian.
Hang on a second. So to kind of, it seems to be. Now, we've already explained, because I don't want us to get like too off in the weeds here, but so we don't see it as problematic, and we don't hold that you have to go that deep in order to understand these things. But let's just say, like, hypothetically, if say it was the case, we would never get to what is in fact the case, like absolutely, or like it's to like this extreme degree of truth, that we wouldn't get there unless we were able to get down to that point. And let's say that we never were able to. We would still be able to calculate, we still would be able to determine what is most likely true to an extremely probabilistic degree. It wouldn't be as probabilistically true as it could be, but we could still determine truth to a reasonable degree that would facilitate our survival and our ability to interact with one another successfully and do all the things that we do today. It could still be the thing. This feels very much like the God concept becomes a way to not have to deal with the possibility that we may not have the access we wish we had, or it may like solve this potential problem that we don't even really see as a problem. Is like, but you may see it as a problem. But the God concept definitionally answers that problem. In fact, it effectively removes it. It means it's not a problem at all, because everything just terminates in the God. But if we don't have that, it could be that it's turtles all the way down, and we may never get to the bottom turtle, because there is no bottom turtle. Maybe, but right. That's still not problematic.
I mean, like, but okay. So let's say we take the hypothetical, and you accept that computationally you would never be able to demonstrate from the physics, like the emergence of thoughts. You could never predict a thought from the physics. Right. That's just computationally impossible.
The entailment would be that things.
And so I would agree. And so that the question remains: we have to be able to demonstrate physicalism from metaphysical grounds.
Well, no. The entailment of that would be that state, like take truth for example. That truth would simply not be as probable. That the truth statement would simply not be as probabilistically true as it potentially could be. But it's still true, meaning that we've confirmed it to say a 97% chance that this is true, as opposed to a 99.9.
How are you constructing your probability space?
To reflect the number of variables that we know exist but don't have access to, which would be all the turtles below the ones that we can get, which would be all the turtles below the ones that we can actually access, like all those computational issues. Say we could compute up to a certain degree, but we can't compute all. We don't have enough energy to compute all of the quantum stuff, so we have to leave all the quantum stuff out. We can only compute up to a certain point. We can still derive truth from that, but we know we can't do all the quantum stuff. We can't do all that stuff. It doesn't matter. That will only improve just how true it is. So it'd be the difference between 95% truth and 99% truth.
Well, why? Okay, so let's start with that I mean, so you're saying that as the physics improves, our notion of truth improves as physics improves, etc. I mean, let's just start.
I think it's more that the accuracy of our conclusions.
Yeah, I would say the
increases.
accuracy would be the better term.
I've got an overarching question here because I see the problem. See, as soon as we give any extra level of depth, I'm seeing you about to be asking us for the next level deeper, because this is an endless rabbit hole. So I guess there's a question of finding out what additional you're looking for, because you're not satisfied with the idea, for instance, like of ice pick lobotomy, poking the brain, causing a thought, doing the thing, having a mug, going, that I could throw this at someone and get some feedback, especially when it hits the head area. I get some great feedback from that. What are you proposing that is more, and what can you justify it with? You seem to be leaving it. You're looking for a gap. What are you plugging the gap with? What are we missing?
I'm not looking for a gap. I mean, I just part of the issue is that I guess it was my fault that we went down this rabbit hole. I was simply, it seems, it's not that I'm not looking for some kind of like gap in your worldview exactly. It's just
not in our worldview. This is not enough. This apparently is not enough.
Well, I mean, you're being very tangentious, so I'm trying to use my words very carefully. For me, it just doesn't make sense. That's what it just doesn't make sense. That's why I was asking all these particular questions. What item
makes sense in yours, and how does that work?
I'm sorry. What did you ask?
Okay, what different? I'm trying to what differentiate? Like, what about it doesn't make sense?
Well, no, it's more. Not so much that. What makes more sense?
Well, but by him being able to identify what doesn't make sense, then we can identify the thing and see how it makes sense in his worldview, how he sorts it up.
I want to know if it even does. I don't even.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we're getting to.
Show me the thing. But
just like for him to say it doesn't make sense, I'm curious as to what specifically doesn't make sense about it.
Wait. Which question do you want me to answer?
You said like it doesn't make sense, like to come at it from this perspective. What about it is not tracking? What about it doesn't make sense to you?
It doesn't make sense because it seems that like it becomes for me, it just intuitively just becomes unintelligible to me. Like if our thoughts are if thoughts itself or anything that's going on in reality, like if our own intellect, all of the concepts that we have, etc., are the physics, like that would mean that any concept that we have of you were saying earlier, Andrew, a contextualization, the very notion of contextualization is a fluid concept, right? It's not just that things are happening fluidly, it's that the very concept of fluidity is changing, right? And so that it seems to lead to skeptical conclusions, because then I could say, like, look, it would seem to lead to skeptical conclusions, because it would mean that, for example, that all the physical processes that are going in your head are very chaotic, right? Chaos theory has a very specific meaning, right? It's not that it's random. It's that very small changes in initial conditions lead to wildly different outcomes. And so,
butterfly in Nepal, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, or the butterfly in a hurricane or whatever.
I don't see where's the problem attached to this?
Well, the problem is that then, for example, that would imply that your notion of even mereological nihilism can just contradict itself in the near future, right? That all it would take was a certain amount of time, and then maybe 5 minutes from now you wouldn't be a mereological nihilist, or maybe 10 minutes from now you would be a theist, and then another 15 minutes you would be an atheist, and then another 20 minutes you would be a Pyrrhonian skeptic, right?
Yeah, but hang on a second, but Bob, we've already acknowledged that with the advent of new information, with the advent of new evidence, that our positions can change. That's just being intellectually honest. Sure,
right, but the very notion of evidence itself becomes subject to change too.
No, the conclusions we thought we had. See, also the same way that you open that door and you find your wife banging the mailman. So again, 5 seconds later, you're right. On the most basic human level, she's banging the mailman. She's not faithful. You're right. Look at that truth changing in a second.
I think there's a problem here that we're running into.
Go ahead, Leo. What's up?
So I think the problem here is that what's being proposed is this notion of tensed facts. like you might say it is true that Donald Trump is the president of the United States, but that's not going to be true in 2032. So, because the truth of that statement can change, that somehow bears on what truth is supposed to be or the legitimacy of truth, which I just think isn't true. I mean, there's a whole discussion that could be had about the notion of tensed facts and whether there are such things, but that's ultimately neither here nor there. One can grant that there are tensed facts, things that are true, like for some time or in some moment of time, but then not true in others. And that doesn't bear on the legitimacy of truth as a concept or of the truth of any particular proposition. Not that anybody's claiming that it is, just to sort of clear up, because it seems that you guys are bringing up all these examples of where something could be true now, but then at some point in the future, it's not true.
Well, I mean,
okay, there are tensed facts.
I'll say this. I don't mean tensed facts. I should say this, and then maybe perhaps like we fit kind of rock bottom here. Or we should talk about something else. One, because I have to go in a little bit here.
Like I said, we got a great momentum going on here, and I want this to continue on over as long as you're willing to come on and engage with us.
Yeah.
I think it's been real. I so far think it's been really productive. So whatever, say what you want to say regarding what Leo said.
We can talk to somebody that can put coherent sentences together.
Yeah, I take it that most of these call-in shows people don't read books, so it's
my friend,
there's a lot that don't.
I talked to an apologist today, and I asked him point blank, what rational justification can you provide that would allow us to believe that these theological claims you're making are true? And he immediately responded with, "Are you making an internal or external critique?" This is what I usually. That's like the par for the course, man. You're a fucking eagle, on this bad boy. So I got this is what I prefer to have. So,
anyway, I guess it seems to me that like it's not. I'll just say this, and then maybe we should talk about something else.
Okay.
It just seems to me that when we acknowledge, I mean, this is kind of like Heraclitus's problem, right? The notion of like flux, and it's like if we accept a kind of radical like flux to all of our thoughts and concepts, etc., that would have to mean that truth itself. Not like the individual truth of a thing, like the individual truth of something happen and how that changes over time, the truth of, the ship of Theseus or whatever, but like the actual like concept true itself, the actual concept, the thought of true itself, that is subject to change. And I think that leads to strange skeptical conclusions.
I think that's something most epistemologists would probably grant, is that the concept of truth not just can change, has changed throughout history, and that there might be different conceptions of truth that you use in different contexts. I think that's something that at least a very large minority, if not a majority of epistemologists would readily grant.
I gave a very poignant example of this earlier with the argument from Glock with the last two minds in existence, and I suddenly pop a cap in the other one asking to make a statement about this, and before they can. So apparently, the idea of truth even being a concept. When a giant piece of space rock impacts this planet in just the wrong way, maybe there is no more.
Or just the right way. I mean, we are talking about perspective.
You're right. I made a terrible Thanos did nothing wrong. Thanos did nothing wrong.
Oh, Lord.
Down with Earth. It's like total flyover. I'm writing the worst Yelp review for this place ever, I swear. So, thought, that's not a worry. See, it's descriptive. Everything I've put on the table here is descriptive of what we do. And no thought in my mind changes whatever ontology is. I'm just a contextualizer for my own sake of interaction.
Yeah, I guess this just runs up to certain kind of intuitions that I have. I don't know. I'd have to like, we'd have to like syllogize stuff and I think that's probably gonna like be very long and dry.
Personally, I'm okay with doing that, but yeah, I think I agree with you that we'd probably lose a lot of the audience. I don't think they like that sort of.
Yeah, that's probably not. It's probably not a good idea to be like doing like quantifiers.
Heavy analysis,
and
metaphysically. People are here for the drama. They don't want the heavy.
What do we like, Theo? What do we like, Leo? We like him to be metaphysically thick.
Metaphysically
thick.
Thick with 3 C's. You know what I'm talking about?
3 C's. Well, I mean, Bob Joe, we've been going for a pretty good clip. We're going for almost 2.5 hours. I think maybe like almost 2 hours now. And if this is a good point, if you are going to have to go, then I don't want to hold you up. And you're always, like I said, you're always welcome to come back, and we can continue it from there. I only have one question, one kind of like line I would go down to would be examining faith, because I know it's such an integral part of the believer's worldview. I don't view it as a tool for epistemology, and I have some reasons as to why. So that's why there is no faith in my worldview. I don't utilize it. I don't rely upon it. And so
you are what Aaron Ra has dubbed an apistivist.
So that's one line of reasoning, but I mean you can see where how long this conversation could go, and I don't want to hold you up if you do have things in real life you need to get to.
I mean, I do want to. This is very. I like this. This is great. It's hard to have conversation. Like I like having conversations with people who can, like when the only thing you have are books and then thinking about yourself, it's a little bit, it can be hard. And so
I know that.
I do want to talk about at least one other thing before I go. Maybe I can give another like 20 minutes, 30 minutes or something like that. And then
I'm kind of curious what it is Bob wants to bring up, honestly.
Ditto. I am myself. What is it? If you want to get to the hint.
Well, I don't know. I get there's just like 45 things that we talked. Man. I mean there's the notion of faith, of course. I have a lot of respect for Leo, who's the author of Reformed Epistemology. I forgot his name now. Plantinga, was it? Yeah, Plantinga. Yeah. Because like Plantinga does like take faith to be like a really like integrated part of like epistemology itself. I don't know. I haven't really smashed my head against it, right?
I'm sorry. Plantinga. I'm sorry. This is me. It's my position. Plantinga is a fucking quack. I can't stand him. Every time I see his image, I want to punch my monitor.
It's wrong for me to say that I maybe not quite as strongly as JL feels about Plantinga, but I have similar feelings towards Michael Humer. There are some things that he says that are like fucking just base to shit. But then there's a lot he says. I'm just like, dude, where the fuck did you get your PhD from? Do you and Kent Hovind in the same class? Is that what's going on?
I had the same thought with Plantinga and Plantinga's response to the logical problem of evil, and I was like, what? I was like, this is a PhD? I don't even have a bachelor's in fucking philosophy, and I understand why this is wrong and and the problems of what he's doing is. I'm sorry. You brought up Plantinga, and I was just like, it's like an involuntary response. I just want to
with a cringe.
I've read very little about Plantinga. I just know that he, for one, there's a famous video of him talking to a news reporter about his AC on YouTube that you should all watch. It's very interesting. And literally someone's like, oh, it's the free chill defense because he's talking about his AC, which is really funny. It's like a legendary clip on YouTube. You should look it up.
It was Andrew and Leo are very familiar with my position on Plantinga, so they were laughing at me because I was sitting there going like this, and they're like,
I am JL's raging bile duct. When I explode, I kill JL.
There was a few weeks ago, Bob, we did a review of a video done by a guy named Dr. Derek. You might be familiar with him. He's a Catholic.
Dr.
Yeah, he's got
Derek.
a smaller YouTube. Yeah, he's got a smaller YouTube channel. Well, I want to say like what 8-9K subs, something like that. He's I believe a Catholic. Yeah. And he does like Christian theology, a little bit of Christian philosophy, stuff like that on YouTube. And we were responding to a video on the problem of evil that he.
Derek McAllister is his name. PhD philosophy. Anyway, so his video was the logical problem of evil has a fatal flaw, and I was like, well, this is fascinating. I've never heard someone bring it up in all the stuff that I've read and all the people that I've listened to. So let's see what he's got. So Andrew's like, yeah, let's watch this video. It's fantastic. And then I wanted to
that far.
So we watched this. So we did a review of the video, and it literally descended into Planninga. And I knew it was going to be bad because he put up a whole bunch of
a Catholic like descending into planet. That seems interesting.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that would happen. Like you would think that kind of like.
And then I shit you not, he literally drops the bomb like towards the end, and his conclusion was, "Don't ask questions." Was essentially what his position was. Just don't fucking ask. Because you have no right to, because it's God. He can do whatever he wants. I'm like, and I just wanted to punch.
He also talked about skeptical theism a little bit, which I think is just not a bad. It's just a bad objection.
Well, one of the things about the Catholic Church is that it's 2,000 years old, and so you get strange people that emerge. So,
are you Catholic yourself, or are you?
Oh yes, I'm very ultra super Catholic.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question.
Do you recognize the current Pope?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I think Sedevacantism.
So you're not a Sedevacantist, or Sedevacantist at least.
Yeah, that's the other thing is that online. If you're an online Catholic, if you're an online Catholic who likes Thomas Aquinas, you're like it's like 90% of the time you're a Sedevacantist, which is just really weird. And I don't. I'm not a Sedevacantist. I think they're kooky.
Yeah, I was a Catholic back when I was a theist. I also had I held to at least one heretical view. I can say that much, and that's that I was a modalist rather than a Trinitarian. Trinitarianism has not once ever made sense to me. Don't get it.
I am kind of curious. Being a Catholic, where's your stance on the efforts of the Catholics and the Orthodox reunifying, the efforts of reunification?
This is. It's interesting because there's sort of been a shift of what's going on since let's say I would say like the reunification effort has been happening has been accelerated over the last couple centuries, because anytime you want to talk about anything going on in the church, you have to think in centuries, right? And so what's been going on, I think, since the 1800s is that there's been still two different approaches to reunification. The first approach was we're basically going to, for lack of a better phrase, pick off individual Orthodox bishops and bring them in communion with Rome. So like individual churches, you might call them, the derogatory term is uniat churches, and they come in communion with Rome. But then since Vatican II, there's been a sort of change in the approach, where now, okay, we don't want to be antagonistic to try and like attack individual bishops and bring them over, etc. We want to go to their patriarchs and have their whole churches convert. So I'm going to talk to the Greek Orthodox patriarch. I want to talk to the Russian Orthodox patriarch, etc., and bring them in communion with Rome. I think there has been a lot of progress, especially since Pope St. John Paul II. There's been a lot of progress in certain areas. So yeah, I think there are fundamental theological disagreements about certain kinds of things, but a lot of effort has been made. I think it was really good that the excommunications of 1054 were lifted. And so there's lots of value, lots of good things that have been going on, I think.
You think Leo and Bartholomew can bring it home?
I don't know.
Or you think it'll take more time?
Yeah, Ukraine. I think the Ukraine war threw a wrench in like everything.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, like the Russian Orthodox patriarch, I think literally had like went kooky, like bananas. It's crazy. Like he's literally saying that like they're very, very pro Putin and like pro Ukraine war. It's very, very weird. So like it's an odd, it's a difficult situation.
Gotcha. All right. Well, before we have some good subjects that we can address the next time you happen to be up on stage. Really quick, I want to address these really fast before you do go. We got some super chats that were in. Hermeneutics for $2 says, you didn't consider hard solipsism, therefore God. Yeah, we've heard those before.
Why would anyone consider hard solipsism? That's the question.
He's making a joke is what he's doing. Thank you, Hermeneutics, for the $2. Tim Davidson for $5 says, you can choose what information you are exposed to dump. You can choose what information you are exposed to. Dump as much information in your brain you want. Until the brain state of convinced occurs, it don't matter. Wait.
Can you bring that back up just once real quick?
Yeah.
Tim Davidson, 8191. My friend, commas are great.
Commas.
You should get to know them.
Thank you, Tim Davidson, for that super chat. Tim Davidson for another $5 says, you're proving the point. Your brain state has not reached convinced. Therefore, you cannot accept the proposition. You're the example. And where
that was much better with the ellipses.
Ellipses
should be commas, but
it could be commas.
I'm giving Tim a little bit of shit because I do agree with what he's saying with respect to sort of what's known as like, well, within these epistemological discussions of doxastic voluntarism versus involuntarism, there's this sort of this notion of directness and indirectness with respect to our volition. I hold to an indirect view where, of course, you can't choose what you believe, but you can choose what kind of information you're going to pursue, what you expose yourself to, which things you choose to think about, which can indirectly influence what it is you end up believing. So I think some people have like colloquially referred to it as hard doxastic involuntarism, where like there is literally no belief that you have or doxastic state that you have any volitional control over, and then soft doxastic involuntarism, which is the idea that you have at least some, whether direct or indirect, control over at least some doxastic states that you happen to hold.
To go off of that, if I acknowledge that our doxastic states can be informed by the amount of information we allow ourselves to have access to, would that be a soft doxastic position?
Yes, that would be a form of soft. I would call that a form of soft doxastic involuntarism.
Okay, there we go. Tim Davidson for another $5 says, the graviton is a hypothetical particle that carries the information of gravity. I propose it's antiparticle, the take me on.
Take me on.
I'm going to say something very like it's controversial. It's that sword meme from that one cartoon or whatever, that one movie, and the swords are going to be like 70% of physicists on the planet. Gravitons are not real. Gravity is not quantum.
And Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist for $5 Australian, says, why is our guest pulling from the Frank Turek bag of wordplay tricks and snappy retorts?
Sorry.
I get it, Jessica. I think there was a lot of bits and pieces in there. But I wouldn't say he was trying to be as tricksy as Frank Turek is.
I don't think he was really trying to be tricksy at all.
Yeah, I don't think at all. But I think I wouldn't equate the two, because Frank Turek is a bag of cats when it comes to like what the shit that he pulls. Tim Davidson, 8191 for $5 says, if sim theory is correct, most realities are sim. If sims are created by evolved creatures, most sims are prawn. We are not in prawn. The theory disproven.
Beautiful argument. Yep.
Dig it. Hayden Walton for 10 Australian says, one's mind certainly has inputs and outputs, but one's individual consciousness is closed. Bob Joe seems to be implying that our consciousness is plugged into his God.
That'd be like a pantheism. That'd be kind of crazy. I mean, like my mind is unified with God. Like my mind is part of God. That's kind of would
it be more of like a panentheism?
No.
I mean, it sounds to me like a
neither. It's none of those things, because you're still implying a level of separation. While there may be a connection, they are not co-identical in that sense.
Okay, yeah, it's the co-identity, right? Okay,
yeah. Yep. Like a Hindu would believe like all of us are like emanations of Brahma, and so we're in a sense like there are no like everything, like you, me, everybody is God, and so but this would mean that like my mind my mind is like plugged into God, and so yeah, I know that'd be kind of crazy.
Okay.
Jessica,
Jessica,
panentheism is the idea that the universe is in some way, shape, or form sort of contained within God
contained
or
within,
something like that.
the
Or
yoke
like
within,
a part of God or something like that.
My money's on the colon.
it's a part of God, but God supersedes it, so it's kind of like the yolk within an egg.
Like somebody once described Michael Jones' view as sort of like an idealistic panentheism, and Michael Jones himself was like, he didn't. I don't think he would say he is a panentheist, but if I remember, he said that's not like a completely inaccurate way to describe the view, because he thinks that the universe is sort of kind of like this idealistic thought within God's head. That's a bit simplistic.
Well, I mean, like Origen had this particular view. I can never pronounce it from the Greek. Apostasis, APOK, stasis, something like that.
Yeah, I think I'm familiar with that.
Epoxtasis?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. But that the souls pre-exist creation and pre-exist like our bodies and everything, and so in a sense, like our souls pre-exist in God's mind, and so they're infused into us, and so in a certain aspect, we are like unified with God's mind. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think it's apokatastasis.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, and I think where Origin was getting it was deeply rooted in Hellenistic and Platonic thought.
Oh yeah. All those guys were trained in the Greek schools. Saint Justin Martyr, he kept his philosopher's palm after he converted. He wore that around. A lot of them were very, very influenced by the Platonic schools, which always drives me crazy when people are like, the church fathers were all like anti-academic, like they none of them ever read anything. They're all just like fundamentalists. Like I don't even know. Like it's just that's crazy to me. I don't know. Like it's like literally Justin Martyr converted because he had an argument about Platonism with a Platonist.
I guess that he was convinced.
I think
he was convinced about Platonism. Yeah, I guess.
I think that a lot of particularly Protestants have a lot of misconceptions about the early church fathers.
I'm guessing that was a serious.
Now, I do think that like Catholics and Orthodox, some of them do, but oftentimes I find it being something much, much more prevalent amongst Protestants.
I guess that was a very, very persuasive Platonist. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist for 5 Australian says, depending on your definition and criteria, the Earth has 1 moon, 2 moons, 0 moons, and thousands of moons. No, there must be only one truth. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate that. Tim Davidson
I like the point that she's
Tim Davidson for another 5 says the Trinity is easy. It's algoritmo and the Trinity of like, comment, and subscribe. And thank you so much, Tim. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe here on this one. If you like it, hit the like button. If you dislike it, hit the dislike. It definitely leave a comment. That helps to drive the algorithm. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. I'm like literally just above 15,000 right now. I think so. Let's push. The push now is on to 25. So let's do it.
Push.
And Tim Davidson for this final for another 5 says you'll get punctuation when a $5 super chat is over 150 characters.
I get it. I get it. I've done it too. I have to like remove a comma or a period because I'm one fucking character off the limit. It pisses me off.
So because this is very fun for me, I do want to talk about at least one other thing. I feel like you guys must have. I have the notebook of all the things like we talk about, which is a lot actually. It's kind of incredible. Is there something in particular that you've been wanting to ask me? Because I mean I am like people. The way I talk to people, they get kind of confused when I reveal it. The fact that like I'm like a dogmatic like completely Orthodox Catholic. Like I believe like everything the church says is true. You know, like Jesus Christ rose from the dead. Like all of the things, like all of it. You know, like I pray, I do novenas, I receive the Eucharist, I go to confession once a week, I pray novenas, I pray intercessions of the saints, I do all the things. I believe I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. Like, and yet people get surprised because, I can talk about stuff and not be crazy. I don't know. So I feel like you all must have particular interesting questions that you would like to ask me about the things that I believe. So
regarding the rituals, I understand them, and I understand what utility that they can have for a person, and both individually and societally. Like the society being it being around believers, I understand the psychological support structure and the emotional support structure that being a part of a religion provides people. I understand all those implicitly. The only places I go, let me actually preface it with this. What I typically try to go for is intellectual honesty. The one of my primary goals is never. I'm not trying to dissuade people from what they believe, but I want them to be able to critically examine why they believe certain things. Like, for example, from my position, it'd be like, I have somebody, like, there's a position that I believe. Why do I believe it? Do I believe it simply because the person who told it to me was really persuasive? Is it because the person who told it to me, I elevate them as an authority? Is that the only reason why? And I explore these things because I think that an institution that has it as a fundamental tenet to never ask questions or to stop asking questions at a certain point is a red flag. It is literally the signal that asking questions and challenging it is exactly what you need to be doing, because the truth has no fear from inquiry. And I'm cool with people acknowledging that they believe things because they're convinced of them. They engage in certain rituals for whatever utility they have. I have no problem with that. I draw the line when it comes to individuals going out into the world and proclaiming that the things that they're convinced of are true of reality and other people need to accept it. Because that's when I got to say we have a split here. And that's when we need to challenge these things and look at why we believe them. So that's where I try to go.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like, there's a lot of things that when somebody claims, see, this is the interesting thing. This gets into notions of politics. I talk with a lot of communists a lot. I have I'm friendly with people who are communists. I'm not a communist, but like I know, I read their books, so I know how to talk to them. And like there's always a notion that we can't. Marx said this thing. You can't crouch outside of the world. That we always have a particular like point of view. We always have a particular place and a particular ethic and a particular assumption and understanding about the world. And all of us are whether we like it or not, we're enacting the real politics of that behavior, right? We are affecting the world. We are part of the political system that we hold to be true. And so in a sense, I don't think like to say that I don't think it's particularly strange to be able to say like, oh well, because like I'm like a Catholic, I want other people to be a Catholic, I act like that, I want everybody to believe in Jesus Christ. But the what you're saying is that you have a certain skepticism towards people who go out proclaiming that everybody should believe in the thing that you believe. Well, I mean, the issue is that I don't think you can ever operate without the assumption that like what you hold to be true like is true. You know what I mean? That you have a particular stance about the world, and the real politics of that stance actually is affecting the real politics of the world. And so you're never not enacting the consequences of your worldview in the world. Is that you understand what I'm saying? Did I explain myself?
As a Marxist, yes, I absolutely understand what you're saying.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Really quick, Chaotic Truth.
I would not call myself a communist. I'm more of a socialist, but I just used the word Marxist.
Chaotic Truth Live, I see you in the back there. I sent you a message in the private chat just to make sure the audio is coming through, just make sure we don't have any issues. Just let me know if you can hear the audio okay. We're going to bring you up here in just a moment. Awesome. Great. He can hear us. Cool. I just want to make sure StreamYard didn't bug or anything like that. So
I will say for just. Otherwise, I'll never leave. I will leave at the 3-hour mark, and then I will leave. So that's I have to. Otherwise, I once had a conversation with a friend that lasted like 8 hours, and it was just we just sat there and we kept talking, and then it was like the sun was rising, and I was like, oh no.
But aren't those some of the best fucking discussions
They
you
are.
ever
Not
had
that
in your
one.
life?
Not that one. That one was
shit.
horrible.
I spent a tremendous amount of my late teens and early 20s in IHOPs and Denny's with a collection of my friends drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes, and hashing out shit just like this. So yeah. Back when you could smoke in Denny's and IHOP because they had smoking sections. So
A lot of mine have been on the
They had
internet.
smoking sections in Denny's, huh?
Yeah, I remember when they had smoking sections in restaurants. Actually, I am old enough to remember.
Yeah,
that.
you know what? Actually, I do remember that.
There
That
you
was
go,
the
yeah.
thing, wasn't it?
we would occupy like the entire circle booth, or we would like put like tables together and make a big thing and sit all around it. We'd have our coffees, we'd have all our creamer and all our stuff. Sometimes I'd get a moons over my hammy and cigarettes just going all night. We'd be there for 8, 9, 10 hours just hashing out.
We need to bring this
shit.
back. They literally used to have rooms in saloons and on steamships and stuff, like lounges where maybe there might be food served at a particular mealtime, but usually, you could smoke cigars, drink whiskey, what have you, and you just talked. You just had conversations. I really want to bring that back. Now, I do. There have reasons why I think our society is not like that anymore, or at least not for most of society. But we're not going to get into that right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have obviously we're gonna have a lot on the table, a lot to get to. I think we have some solid starting points for the next time you're up, Bob. I do have Chaotic Truth in the back, so I want to make sure I get him up, dude. I thank you so much for coming up again, and I can't wait for a part 3 to this.
I hope that I am demonstrating like you're talking about intellectual honesty. I mean, I hope that I am showing that. I am intellectually honest about that. Like, I certainly think that I'm intellectually honest about
this.
Yeah,
absolutely. And get the word out that you can have conversations with non-believers, and it doesn't have to turn into a shit show.
But one of the things that I think we have here with Bob that you don't get with a lot of other people is I think he's actually interested in trying to understand how it is we see the world and then compare that with how he sees the world. He's not in here to get wins or clips to post to his channel for clout on the internet. He's not trying to posture. He wants to actually talk to people. And people that are actually interested in the conversation tend to approach them much more honestly.
Right.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't make any sense. Like if I'm preaching the gospel, which I think is like ultimately bound up in our vocation in my baptism, right? We're baptized priest, prophet, and king, right? And it's like it doesn't make any sense as an apostle of Christ to be like, I'm going to go beat over the head people and like farm clips. Like, it literally makes no sense, right? I want all people to come to a knowledge of the truth, and I want to share the fact that I have a friend in Jesus Christ, and he's a really cool guy, and I love him, and he's my friend, and I want everybody to like meet my friend, and then like, how crazy that would be? It's like, hey, I want you to meet my friend, and now I'm gonna yell and scream at you, and like, how does that make any sense at all? Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, I do thank
you. A couple other things really quickly, if I may. To Solitary Core, MJ2MR in the chat. So bring back steamships. Gotcha. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Bring them back. And to Bob Joe, another thing. Well, actually, yes, there technically are. To you, Bob. I really, really appreciate your patience. I think I certainly hope you think that myself, Andrew, and JL have been gracious. I know it's 3 against 1 up here. Normally, when JL and Andrew have a thing going, I kind of just chime in here and there.
Yeah.
But I really do appreciate your patience, because I know that the 3 of us sometimes can be a little bit overwhelming to handle for one person. So, and we're not trying to do it purposefully.
No, it's good. It's good. It's not the Inquisition. You're not here to make sure that my stigmata is fake, and you're just trying to scrub the stigmata off of my feet. So
good to go. All right, have a great one, Bob. We're going to catch on the next, and we're going to bring up Chaotic Truth. Okay?
Yeah, great. It's great talking to you guys. Have a great night.
You too, Bob. Take care. I love having
Let you guys
conversations with
launch as I
him.
grab my coffee.
All right. Bringing him up. Chaotic Truth Live.
You guys are a bunch of godless heathens, and you will burn in hell. Salute to you guys, man. Positivity is coming your way. I've been listening for a couple of minutes. I've been in and out.
Okay.
I think it's very unique. I rarely have ever seen an atheist channel that allows call-ins, and I think this is a very unique thing that you're doing. Here goes the thing, man. This is what I really believe. Nobody really knows what the hell is going on, to be completely honest with you, right? And the universe, from what I can see, is incredibly vast, and there's no words to describe the sheer size of it. And that's assuming it's only one universe, maybe a multiverse, right? So obviously religion is faith. It's a lot of it's more or less institution, right? I grew up in a Baptist church, Black Baptist church, and it was god awful. I used to get my ass beat for asking questions, man. And I've always wondered, well, why is my Sunday school teacher slapping me for asking questions about our reality? And that's when I really started to ask existential questions, man. For a time period, I would have called myself an atheist or a more or less agnostic. And lately, I've been going to mass. You know, I've been going to the Catholic Church. It's all faith, right? It's all faith. But I do have to agree for a large part with the atheist. I don't think nobody really knows what's going on, man. You know, had I been born in India, I would be a Buddhist or a Hindi, whatever.
It's possible. There's a geographic bias to there because geographic component to it, right?
Had I been born 10,000 years ago in Greece, I probably would worship Poseidon. You know, so it's really geography, right? For all we know, the story. Let's use Jesus, right? For all we know, Jesus could have been an alien, you know, or an individual who possessed an incredible amount of intelligence. And, you know, let's be honest about it. Most people today are pretty stupid. Could you imagine 3,000, 2,000 years ago how stupid people really were? So Jesus may have been a super intelligent human being. And, you know, and the story changed over time. And he became this figure of, you know, walking on water, or he could turn bread and feed thousands of people. You know, it became an over exaggerated story. Who knows, man? So, you know, I don't think anybody can come up here and prove to you that their religion is the correct one and you're wrong. I mean, to a degree, you could always say, well, show me a miracle now. You know, I think that's the beauty of these types of discussions, to be honest with you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. But go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
No, just as of now, are you a believer? Do you belong to a particular faith, or?
I believe that anything is possible, right? The idea of God is so complex that I don't think little apes could even comprehend it, right? You know, I think that's arrogance, it's hubris to believe that us little apes running around on the planet with our little click-clack language, we just know everything about the universe. The universe has been around here for billions of years, probably trillions. I think that's arrogant. So I would argue that if there is a God, the idea of God is so complex that the best thing I can do is to have faith, because I could never truly understand it. You know,
there's an issue there though.
Yeah,
because if a God existed, if a God type entity existed, it would only be as complex to human beings as it wanted to be.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it wouldn't matter about its nature, because it's the way it presents itself to humans. So the complexity of it wouldn't really factor into it, because if it's literally, if it's keeping itself in a place where human beings don't deliberately don't have access to it, and we have no empirical way of determining if it exists, and there's no way to determine how it's interacting with anything, then there's no rational reason to believe that it does, because everything about it becomes unfalsifiable. But if the God wanted to interact with human beings, if it wants to have a relationship with people, if it wants us to know that it exists so we can make informed decisions about our relationship with it, if it wants to respect our free will, if it wants to respect our autonomy, then the God would behave in a different way if the God were a good God. If the God is not a good God, then none of that would follow. So it really, from my perspective, the God is only complex as humans want the concept to be. If the God exists, it's only as complex as it chooses to be.
Yeah.
There's also another thing to add to that. Now, differing theists will differ on this, but there is at least a subset of Christians, a relatively large one, that think that God is. It's a notion you may have heard of it before, called divine simplicity. It's the idea that God has no parts. There is nothing that is a part of what God is. God is not constituted or composed of anything. And if that's the case, I don't know what it would mean to say that God is complex. What does complexity mean in this instance then?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah.
I think the way I approach the way I approach it is, Andrew will definitely approach it. I'm not going to put words in Andrew's mouth, but he would approach it from a linguistic aspect. Is what even is the God? What are we talking about? Because the God concept is really only defined by however much you're willing to put into that concept. Because for some people, the sun is a God. For some people, something else is a God. If I wanted to, I could say that this little pink vape is the God, but because it just depends on how you define it. So linguistically, it kind of loses any weight. But if we're talking about a particular institution, a particular religion, then we have to examine those gods on their merits. I would ask, is it rational to believe that such a thing actually exists? Is it to believe to say that this thing exists and it stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself, and it loves us and blah, 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 and all this stuff? It's not a thing that we obviously can know. We can't know it to be true. There's no one who's been able to demonstrate the truth of this proposition, because none of the arguments do that. So my question then becomes, why believe? Why take a positive position on the belief when we can't know? What's the rational justification for that? And there isn't, which is why all of the argumentation comes down to how it makes you feel, what personal problems it seems to solve, and how it alleviates people of having to deconstruct their worldviews and think in a logically consistent and critical fashion. Because sometimes when you think critically, you come to conclusions that you may not like, but those are the right conclusions. But if you have a God entity that's constantly on your side, that's defined as literally supporting everything you believe, you don't have to do any of that work.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. All right.
Mm-hmm. Shoot.
Would you have the Sistine Chapel? Would you have St. Peter's Basilica? Would you have Renaissance art? Would you have Baroque? Would you have all of these incredible works of art if there were no Christianity? You ever thought about that?
Can I take this one first, since it's actually quite a nuanced question?
Yeah, go for it, Leo.
So
I have to go use the little atheist room. I will be right back. Andrew, you've got the reins.
The thing with a question like this is, I think the deeper question is, can humans create these wondrous works of art if certain aspects of their culture were different?
Yeah.
And if that's the question being asked, then of course they could. Now, I think that certain cultures or certain parts of human culture have influenced the way that humans actually did develop. And Christianity certainly did influence a lot of things throughout at least a particular span of human history. But if it weren't Christianity, it would have just been something else. Now, I might not be able to say specifically what that is. It could be some other form of religion or something that's non-religious, but it's still some deeply entrenched cultural practice of some kind. But broadly, yes, you can still get things like that without Christianity. But with respect to the way human society actually is, Christianity clearly played a pivotal role in a variety of aspects of the development of human society from about 400 CE to about, I'd say, maybe 1900 CE.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
I mean, probably a good 1,500 years that Christianity was very, very dominant in Western culture in human society.
Pick any culture, pick any art. There's lots around the planet. Take a look at Middle Eastern instruments that don't use the same scale system that we're used to in Western systems. You know, where they have notes that you won't find on a piano. So, yeah, apparently art is universal. And like religion and beliefs can be a source of inspiration, and an expression can be used in relation to that and then transmitted to someone as sort of like interpretive dance. And it's like, now I have an association of a sound with a message, and then that gets passed down culturally. So when you're talking about, like, for instance, the Christian influence on Baroque, sure. Would we have Baroque? No. We just have other stuff. And we do have other stuff because all the stuff's happening simultaneously. Middle Eastern music exists. Indian music exists. All kinds, all over. Pick an art form. It's everywhere.
Do you think...
And...
Oh, go ahead, buddy.
I do say that with some experience.
There we have it. Do you think the Catholic Church, right, feeds millions of people on a every single day, right? Now, in terms of the philanthropy with the Catholic Church, Muslims, you know, they're philanthropic to a degree. I don't know too much about Hindus or Buddhist or any other religion, but to argue the point of religion and or deities or a deity, would you argue that there is a level of some sort of divine nature with philanthropy, goodwill, with feeding people? No. Okay, go ahead.
It comes down to what the word divine means.
Yeah.
That's the issue. It's literally what that word says.
Okay.
Now, is it a positive thing? Yes. If we're talking about how we value things, yeah, it can represent a value. And values can be shared in certain, you know, across different groups. Like I value X, you value X. Oh, okay. I value Y with a 1 in front of it, but you value Y with a 2 in front of it. Okay, we got differences now. So there's commonalities and there's differences. So yeah, values are values, but divine, no. That's attribution.
Do you think let's so you guys identify as atheists? Do you think atheists?
I don't.
Oh, you don't. What do you?
That gets far more complicated than you're probably
okay
for right now. So we don't need to get into that.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think let's stick with Christianity, right? Harvard, the Ivies, all these great institutions in America were founded by religious people. Do you think that non-religious people or godless people would have found these great institutions?
Yeah,
those ones? No, not those ones, because those are the people at the time in the place. Right. The same sort of thing as saying, hey, you know, when you've got a culture that literally conquered all sorts of other people, especially when we want to take a look at the Catholics. I live in a place where they ran through and even up until my lifetime, let's just say they've done unspeakable things to the indigenous peoples where I'm at.
Really quick. Sorry, I'm just jumping in here. I'm sorry to interrupt. I do have to go address this. Point Relative for $20. Thank you so much for that. Super chat point. Big W's in the chat for Point Relative says, thank you, Andrew O. I cannot hear your AC. I will not ask questions. I offer you this W for your sacrifice. So thank you, Point Relative. Big W's for Point Relative in the live chat. Interruption over. So continue on, please.
If you're talking about those specific institutions, they were created by a culture that just happened to be predominantly of a particular way. Now, keep in mind, they slaughtered the indigenous peoples of North America to get there. So how do we get here? As long as you're not worried about the bodies left behind, I suppose. But yeah, the institutions we have are a product of the society we, progressed through being.
Okay.
And take a look at any other culture, and they got schools, they got art, they got music, they got all sorts of things and totally different beliefs, and some where those beliefs were not so prevalent that you'd give them credit for those things. Credit is the big thing.
But you could also argue those other societies, they still have a spiritual
some, and
system.
In some degree. Take a look at how outwardly religious, say, Scandinavia is looking these days.
It's not.
They're still doing stuff. And
They are?
continue doing stuff. So yeah, don't worry about the rabbit hole. Everybody does stuff.
Where do you think Scandinavia would be in a few hundred years?
I don't go there. Who knows?
Okay.
I mean,
Frankly, I'm worried about the guy just south of the border who starts trade wars on a whim. He has access to the football. Yeah. I don't make predictions, okay?
Yeah.
Not until that guy's out of office. Not until that guy is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Football. I'm confused.
The nuclear football.
Yes, that's the one.
The nuclear.
Well,
Yes,
actually,
I went there.
Actually, no. Like, let's get real. No, the president does not. I can tell you who does, and it's probably the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Now, in any instance where the Joint Chiefs of Staff thinks that it's justified to do it, it's going to happen. But if they didn't, and the president's like, oh, the nuke, they're just going to be like, no. And it's not going to happen. So, everybody talks about the nuclear codes, the president's gotten.
So do you guys
not really? No.
Do you guys, JL? You look like a Trekkie. Are you a Trekkie?
Yeah, I'm more of a Trekkie than a Star Wars fan, right?
Do you feel as though mankind will?
Nobody's into a Song of Ice and Fire. It's fucking blows. Fuck all you people.
Do you feel like mankind will be like the human beings in the Star Trek universe?
I think if philosophically speaking, I do subscribe to the idea to Nietzsche's idea that human beings can overcome these ancient concepts, and we can put a lot of this tribalistic stuff back. We can leave a lot of this tribalistic stuff in the past, and we can advance forward with collective knowledge and exploration and curiosity being our driving forces. Yes, I do think it's possible. Unlike Nietzsche, I am not so cynical as to think that we will never achieve it. I do think that it is possible. Are there some enormous hurdles there? Yeah. Will we have to undergo what you could poetically describe as some trials by fire? Sure. Would be likely another world war or something extreme. Something will have to show up to unite us all in favor of that. Sure, I can see that. But yeah, I definitely think it is possible. I think we could achieve that if we wanted to. If collectively as a species we wanted to do that, we certainly could.
Let me say this real quick. So I'm pretty sure, like you guys, you probably have traveled around America, right? And JL, there are places in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like new developments, right? The buildings look like cardboard boxes. Our cars look like toasters. It seems like when people were more religious in America, there was beauty in America, and of course, this is all superficial stuff, right? like cars and buildings and yada,
It's
yada,
aesthetic.
yada,
It's aesthetics.
It's aesthetics, right?
Yeah.
You know, I was just speaking with Andrew, and he did a good job at covering this. But JL, when I'm in a downtown area and I see a new construction site for a building and it's glass, I just want to scream. I'm not going to scream, but to me, when people were, at least, you know, you can argue that there was more people who were religious in America, you know, I don't know, maybe in the 30s, 40s, 50s. I don't know. You had beautiful buildings. You know, you had Art Deco. You had, what was another good style? You had, you know, whatever. Let's say Gothic revival, whatever, you know. To me, it is a level of, okay, whether it's real or not, the faith, and to me, the faith inspires something. You know, the faith in particularly Christianity, it to me, it seems like it inspires the brain to do works of art, to do works that are far greater than your own, I guess, human potential, right?
Well,
like the fact that somebody can think about Baroque and actually carve, like you've seen the what is it, the Pieta? Are you familiar with the Pieta? Am I saying it right? I think I'm saying it the wrong way, but the Pieta. Man, you can't get anybody to do that shit right now, man. You probably could, but
here's the thing.
Go ahead.
There's a differentiation. So one, aesthetics is subjective. So what? Because I actually happen to be a fan of brutalism. Is myself. I mean, that's just me. Brutalism just speaks to me, but it doesn't speak to a lot of people. It's kind of in the minority.
There's no way you're being fucking serious. You just want everything to be gray and drab and have absolutely no fucking color to it whatsoever.
Brutalism just speaks to me, man. I don't know what
I
to
don't
tell
get
you.
that.
You like brutalism?
I don't understand. Make everything a gray square with like
Leo, I'm not going to get into
fuck?
an argument where we're trying to defend my aesthetics to you. Come on, dude. It's entirely
what aesthetics? What aesthetics?
The aesthetic is a lack of aesthetics. That's the aesthetic. So nonetheless, so that, like I said, it's subjective. But the number one thing that you're pointing at that I think is not as a result of people like getting out of faith or people or like religion becoming passé or anything of that nature. If anything, in parts of the country, religion is more extreme, and that's because from a conversational standpoint, I would say from a dialectical standpoint, like religion has been pushed to its limits as far as how valid it is in society. I think it doesn't come down to faith; it comes down to money. Is that our country and by an extension, large parts of the world are pushing more to try and do as little as possible for as little money, as to basically meet the bare minimum standards for as little money as possible. And so when that becomes the overarching, when capitalism, maintaining as much, increasing profit margins and decreasing expenditure becomes the driving force behind the survival of your institution, you're not going to get the level of labor that is required to build those things. Okay, the things in Rome, the things in ancient Greece, the things in during the Enlightenment age. These things, if you imagine the amount of labor that went into them at the time. Okay, when Michelangelo did his sculptures, that guy didn't have to worry about having his bills paid. He didn't have to worry about where his food was coming from. His patronage was already secured. That dude could spend all freaking day long working on a sculpture. People would bring him food as he needed. People would bring him water as he needed. He could take breaks whenever he wanted. His stuff was secured. That doesn't exist today. Okay? The amount of labor, the amount of labor he put into that, I mean, that doesn't truck with today's society. Not for the vast majority of today's society. To get that level of commitment, that level of artistry being commissioned by someone, no, I mean, it's just not the way the world works anymore. The world and how its socioeconomic systems operate today, is not conducive to having that level of labor and that level of artistry on a grand scale like it did in the past. You're just not going to find it. You're going to find it from artisans who have the skills to do it and have been lucky enough to find themselves in a position where they can cover all of their basic necessities and still be able to commit themselves to their art without having to distract themselves by anything else. And that is a rare luxury.
That's how somebody like Michelangelo was as talented as he was at like 23 years old, because he spent every waking fucking moment of his childhood and his teenage years doing nothing but eating, sleeping, and breathing paintings or sculptures or whatever it is that Michelangelo did. People can't do that today. They got to wake up at 6:30 in the morning so that they can get their kids up, so that they can get their kids to school, so that they can go to work for 8 hours, to come home at 4:30, and then I still got to go to soccer practice, and then we go home from soccer practice, got to help with homework, and we got to cook dinner, and then by then it's 9:30 at night, and I still got to take a shower. Nobody has the time. Why? Because they have to work. That's the primary reason. People like Michelangelo, the great, the intelligent people throughout history, these people were able to do what they did. People like Isaac Newton did what he did at like 22 years old. Why? Because he didn't have to work for his money. He had all the time in the world, all the leisure time he needed to invest himself in the things that he was interested in, and that's what it led to. This leads me to a quote from Stephen Jay Gould, who was an anthropologist, and it's going to be more of a paraphrasing because I'm not going to get it 100% correct. But he said something like, I am less interested in the convolutions of Einstein's brain than I am in the near certain fact that people of equal talent have lived and died in the fields. Also, with respect to like Art Deco and stuff like that, most of that came about as a result of the technological changes that were going on in the early 1900s. It didn't really have anything to do with Christianity.
So I think
the reason that you're seeing like a lot of brutalist architecture come back, like you look at what a Pizza Hut used to look like, what a McDonald's used to look like, especially if you're a millennial. You remember what Arby's, what these restaurants used to look like with the places and the color. The reason that they don't look like that anymore, or even like a Walmart with the big blue and all that stuff, is because suppose that property owners or what have you want to sell that property off.
Right. They can see that.
How much harder is it going to be to sell the property to a furniture, like somebody who wants to move in and start a furniture store when it looks like a giant fucking McDonald's, or when it's got the signature red Pizza Hut roof? That's why they moved to this real generic square box gray concrete style, because it's more valuable to the investors or the property owners when they want to go sell the property, that property isn't continuing to be associated with somebody other than the business that's currently in it, which can make it difficult to sell the property.
That's funny that you bring that up, because where I live, they're like where downtown is. I live extremely rurally. Where my downtown is about half an hour away. There used to be a Pizza Hut with the classic red roof and the way you'd expect a Pizza Hut. They closed down. They sold to this chicken and fish place. Family, I don't know. They're not like a chain, but this chicken and fish place that had to like deal with the fact that the place still looks like a freaking Pizza Hut inside and out. And now they've had to spend all the money to reconfigure things so that it doesn't have that Pizza Hut vibe. And you still can't escape it. You see that thatched roof in that particular style when you're driving up, you're like, oh, it's not a Pizza Hut. So, it happens. But I get that completely. There's a lot of things at play. I don't think it's a matter of religion. Religion can play into it as far as like an inspiration goes. But I see there are people out there who have faith, who still make art, who still make art. They just can't dedicate their lives to it anymore because, yay, capitalism. And
I mean, rich people can.
Right. And Jessica Transmetal Alchemist for 5 Australian says, all the achievements of the Enlightenment and Industrial Revolution go to religion. All the failures of late-stage capitalism go to secularism. Thank you, Jessica. And Jessica again for 5 Australian.
It's funny because the Enlightenment was notably a very much secular movement.
And Jessica for 5 Australian says, do all the magnificent achievements of Japanese culture, novels, art, music, architecture, fashion prove that Shintoism is true? Not to mention all the technological advancements as well. If you're talking about gunpowder, if you're talking about paper money.
That was Chinese.
Oh, yeah, the Chinese, sorry. But Chinese mysticism, is that the case? Because they came up with these things because they were inspired to do this. I think that there's overlap, but I don't think reducing one reduces the other one. I think if you removed all religion, we'd still have scientific advancement out the wazoo. So,
J.O., you are the title is of your show, Atheism is More Rational, prove us wrong. Well, that's a cheat code for you. I mean, obviously, atheism is far more rational, right? I mean, the thing about religion, and you know this, and everybody knows this, there's no reason or logic for things that are unexplainable, right? There's no fucking possible way you could explain how somebody can walk on water without. There has to be something, right? You just can't explain that, right? And I think, this is where a lot of people who try to argue religion, they make the problem with a lot of people who argue religion with people like you. They try to make a rational argument where clearly walking on water, it's not a rational thing. If somebody started walking on water right now, you'd wonder, how are they doing that?
I'd wonder what the composition of the water was.
Yeah, you start to really think so. And the problem is with a lot of religious people, I don't think they can comprehend a conversation without emotion. It's faith. It's faith. It all of it is faith. Like a man being in a well, somebody talking to a serpent or a snake. That's not logical. If somebody were to tell you right now, my cousin talked to a snake last night or a burning bush, you say, what are you talking about, right? And I feel like religious people, and this is what I say, probably shouldn't debate with atheists, because an atheist, in terms of a rational debate, because the atheist is going to win by default. Because if you were to tell somebody right now, hey man, I was talking to a burning bush the other day, they think you're crazy, because only one person could talk to a burning bush. That was Moses, right? According to their logic. But if you think about it, why not? Why don't I see that repeatedly? And that's the difference between somebody who's religious, super religious, right? Where all logic goes out the window. And then somebody who is actually using logic and reasoning will repeat it, repeat the process. And I think that's the fault of a lot of religious people. If religious people just, hey, this is my faith, I don't want to debate, I'm fine. But I think the problem is, I'm more of a guy in between, right? I see the atheists for what they are. These people are just prove it, logic, prove it, just prove it. How do where is, like, for example, I came on and said, you guys are godless heathens, you're gonna go to hell. Now, of course, I was joking. But you know why I used to get slapped in Sunday school? I used to ask questions. Well, where is hell, Sunday school teacher? Hell is it's in a place nobody could ever explain it. Everybody had their own interpretation. Well, everybody can have an interpretation. But if hell really exists, there has to be a single location for it. Well, where is it at? Where is it at in the universe? Or is it even in the universe? Is it in a different dimension? So the atheist wins on the rationale part, because the atheist is going to ask, well, where is it at? Where is it located? What are the coordinates? These things are real. How do you measure it? What's speaking of measurement, what is the temperature in hell? So this is why I say, man, there's, in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with faith, but you have to prove a lot.
We depart on that because faith is not a tool for epistemology, and I think that employing faith as a primary epistemic tool in one's worldview leads to a lot of problems. That's how you get to old ladies giving their cancer medication to their seed doctrine preachers, and giving the money for their cancer medication to seed doctrine preachers. That's how you get to,
or taking hydroxychloroquine to
taking hydroxychloroquine for COVID, or flying planes into buildings. That's where faith gets you.
I did want to say one thing. There is one other place besides a church where you can get yelled at and slapped in the face for asking questions.
Where?
And that
your mama's kitchen.
Nope. I mean, maybe that's one other one, but it is at a university in a quantum mechanics course. But Mr. Professor, why is it that we don't observe wave functions? Shut the fuck up! You shut the fuck up and calculate, you stupid fuck. You just get the shit beat out of you. That's what it's like. Yeah.
Why did you just remind me of Rick and Morty? What is my purpose? You calculate the shit I give you. Oh my God. Yeah, get in line, bitch. And thank you so much, Jessica Transmit Alchemist, for 10 Australians. Says chaotic truth. Christianity is true because of the specific contributions it has made to society. Also, chaotic truth. Christianity's truth cannot be rationally argued for. It's faith in the unknown. To kind of like that, I think it was chaotic. You were bringing up the kind of utility that these things have in society, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And not noting that their utility entails the truth of them in reality, just that we see utility within society because of them.
Exactly. The functionality of it all. Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't necessarily make it true, but yeah.
Faith is I have a big issue with that because I have a big issue with how intellectually dishonest a lot of believers are when it comes to faith and the employment of faith. Because if you look at the biggest issue being there is no position that cannot be held on faith alone. You can hold any position you want just by employing faith. It doesn't matter if it's God's existing. It doesn't matter if it's Loch Ness Monster existing. It doesn't matter if there's teapots in orbit of Jupiter. It doesn't matter. Like whatever the position is, if you're employing faith by itself, you can hold it. You can just literally rest it on those laurels. But faith is what I interpret faith to be, and why it differentiates from confidence and trust, which are evidence-based metrics. That faith is what allows people to jump from Islam to Christianity, from Christianity to Judaism, from Judaism to Buddhism, from Buddhism to Islam, to becoming an atheist, to jumping all around with no rational justification for why they're doing it beyond how the position makes them feel. I see faith as a way of validating one's emotions instead of dealing with the truth of how things are, or why things are, or what things are. Because sometimes truth is not pleasant. And we don't want to deal with it. We shield ourselves from the truth of things. We cover dead bodies. Okay? Because we don't want to look at it. We don't want to be reminded of these things. So sometimes the truth is abhorrent, but it is the truth. And the quicker we can accept that, especially when we're younger, and the quicker we can be taught that not knowing is a position of strength and not a position of weakness, which was a hard lesson that I had to learn because it was something my dad kind of ingrained in me, was that not knowing was weakness. And which was hell on my fucking childhood.
I've got something to share, if I may.
What's up?
Just sort of with what you said with respect to like truth and all that. Mm-hmm. I absolutely love this.
Is this going to get is this going to get my stream dinged?
No, I wouldn't do that. Come on. I absolutely love this game.
Lies are soft and squishy. They can be whatever shape you want. They're convenient. The truth is hard and spiky, hard to embrace, worth embracing. I like that.
This is just the greatest fucking thing ever. Absolutely love it.
I like that very, very much. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, you took it away.
I did.
Killing.
Jo, when I do my panels, we have a lot of religious conversations, and I've even came up with theories, right? What if Jesus had a replicator? What if he had a replicator? That's what
do you mean?
Like in Star Trek,
Trek,
he did the multiplying the food.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, I've always wondered. I don't necessarily think that these stories are entirely wrong in the Bible. I think that maybe they could be explained to a degree. Maybe Christ was using some sort of technology, some sort of technological device to walk on water. Maybe he was from the future. anything is really possible when you sit back and think about it, man. Like
him being from the future is not possible.
I said maybe. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Maybe. What I'm saying is that we live in an infinite universe, right? Supposedly, maybe there's infinite possibilities. And the thing is that I don't entirely think anybody is wrong, and I don't entirely think anybody is right. The only thing that I can say is true is mathematics, right? But who's to say that the Muslims aren't wrong? Who's to say that the Buddhists?
I'll say it. All of them are wrong.
We can to a degree say that certain people are wrong. We know that logical contradictions can't exist. So, like a square circle can't exist. A thing cannot be both definitionally a square and a circle simultaneously.
Sure.
If a religion comes along and the God at the center of its theology is definitionally a contradiction, then that God can't exist. It's not that we can say it doesn't exist because it can't exist. Therefore, if that God doesn't exist, then the theology just falls apart. It's just mythology. It's just myth that they've made up. So we can do that to an extent, depending upon with Christianity. If you take Christianity, like classical Christianity at its core, that faith is false because the God itself cannot.
I can disprove it in 3 sentences.
Yeah. What you got, Leo?
Premise 1, if God exists, then evil does not exist. Premise 2, evil exists. Therefore, God does not exist.
Conclude.
JL, let me ask you this: What if
I had a red button and said, "We got him"? We got him.
What if God is a Q-like figure? Are you familiar with the Kardashev scale?
Yes.
So obviously, there's the what I think it goes up to type 4, but there have been people who have given the Kardashev scale more stages, right? I've even seen like 10 stages, right? Like the 10th is man evolves to be pretty much a Q-like figure. But what if God is just a Q-like figure and we view this deity as a God, right? So you know what the Q-like figure is. You know what Q is.
Yeah.
What if mankind evolves to the point where
I don't know what this Q figure is. What the fuck is that?
Oh, well, you have to explain the Q.
Q is a character. I'm sorry. Q is a character that showed up in Star Trek. Q is an alien who is a member of what is called the Q Continuum. Their origins are kind of mysterious, but the Q Continuum, the Q, which is what they're referred to, like each individual are Q. The Q are entities that have what appear to be like nigh godlike powers. They can do whatever they want. It's within the realm of logical possibility and nomological possibility. They can adjust physics if they wanted to. They have like control of like power to that degree. They can move it back and forth, do whatever they want.
Well, this
they
is
can
easy.
Even, well, hold up. They can even do it like locally instead of like on mass scales. They have incredible power,
I get
but
it.
they are not omniscient.
Yeah,
right. But they can also move through time.
If they can manipulate the physical world in ways like, then they should just be able to be like, ooh.
But that's
just like make weird shit happen.
The purpose of the
Q,
here
we are.
Yeah, the ultimate purpose of the Q is unknown to human beings in Star Trek. At best, we can determine from the relationship between Q and Picard. At best, we can say that the Q they're either one of two things. They're either guides that facilitate intelligent species, that help to facilitate but not ensure intelligent species move along a particular track of evolution. And they help them along, but they don't make decisions for them. They've got to do it themselves. But they're helpful guides, or they are future humans who are, in a sense, helping along, kind of in a bootstrap thing, kind of helping along their own evolution. It's hard to say. A lot of it is left to mystery, but it's effectively the most godlike entity in all of Star Trek. This kind of goes to a linguistic thing. Picard never called Q God. Or said he was like godlike.
He even laughed when and said, "You're not God." You remember that one? Yeah.
And even Worf, who was deeply spiritual, never referred to Q as a god, and it's simply because it is recognized in that universe the linguistic problem that labeling things arbitrarily as gods doesn't really say anything about them beyond just designating what position they have for a particular society. And so that's where they kind of operate from. But if there were like Q out there, then there wouldn't be much we could do about it. You know, we could ask questions. What's up, Leo?
Do you know who is objectively and non-arbitrarily a god?
What?
Emilia Clarke. It's not up for debate.
Wouldn't that be goddess?
Sorry.
Shouldn't you be conjugating properly?
Nope. God is a gender-neutral term.
Okay.
I'm not neutral to her gender.
Okay.
All right, you Khaleesi lover.
Not yet.
No.
Not
No.
yet. That's
No. That's disgusting. What the fuck is wrong with you? No, I'm not attracted to like a 17-year-old girl.
Like Emilia Clarke in my life.
I am attracted to the almost 40-year-old actress, though. I will say that.
Leo, you know damn well that if you know damn well in an intimate setting, you would call her Khaleesi. You know damn well you would.
No, I don't think I would. I've never really been.
You'd say my son. What was it? My like what do you call it? My son in stars or like this or whatever you call it.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah. But yeah, I think thought experimentation is always fun. Seeing what questions we can ask and going down
just
those
real
lines.
quick, to Sir Equinox. Oh man, oh that sucks. That sucks to be you. That sounds like an issue and not an ish me.
To trick it. Wait, I don't know what you're responding to. Oh, I'm not impressed by Emilia Clarke. Oh, okay. So is anything else for us, Chaotic, or did you have a particular topic you wanted to touch on, or?
I don't know, man. Like I said before, man, you know, there's you guys could be correct, man. You know, to be honest with you, so I probably am. I don't really have anything to even. I mean, if you could tell, I don't really debate. I just really just ask questions because at the end of the day, bro, and I've always said this on even my own channel, I'm just an ape living on a floating rock in infinity. I don't know anything, you know. So
you do accept evolutionary theory as well?
Oh, absolutely, evolution exists. Oh, without it,
I can say this: if I drop these down, you have no problem with any one of these statements.
Well, maybe he might have a problem with God does not exist. It seems like
maybe God does not exist, right? Yeah, because at the end of the day, I would at the end of the day, the Bible for damn sure is not a science book. At the end of the day, we do exist, right? We at least can confirm. Andrew, from my perspective, he looks real. You look real, JL. Leo looks real. We have all these things around us.
Just remember, my friend, looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, we have all these things around us. I mean, you know, these things come from raw earth materials.
Right.
I can see stars. I can see our star, the sun. I can. It to me, there had to have been some sort of starting point, and I've done an heroic dose of shrooms before, 7 grams. I had a terrifying thought under 7 grams of shrooms. What if our reality was everlasting, like it never was a starting point, and we just can't comprehend?
You see,
that,
what if?
Here's the problem with that.
Okay, go ahead.
Don't. I think that oftentimes people I believe that there is a medicinal value to psychedelics. I think that there is a therapeutic value to psychedelics.
Without a doubt.
I think that people who engage in heroic doses, they're putting they're to a degree putting the cart before the horse. When you do that, there are certain physiological phenomena that occur in your
neurophysiological
phenomena that occur within your brain, and we understand what is happening. We know why when someone takes a heroic dose, they lose the sense of, or they achieve what they call the sense of oneness with everything. The kind of like dissolution of the barriers between self and everything else. Mm-hmm. We know physiologically why that happens.
You ever done shrooms, JL?
Shrooms, no. I've not done like shrooms, but other psychedelics, pharmaceutical wise, yes. And
would you do shrooms?
Sure, why not?
Fuck yeah.
They've I just always
You
felt
better.
weird.
If you don't want to do shrooms, don't ever hope to fucking God we meet.
But ridiculous amounts of acid. I can say that.
Okay.
And ayahuasca, DMT, shit like that. But
I've loved DMT.
What I found is that people oftentimes put a little too much value into these effects. If we understand that the brain operates kind of like at a base level, that people's brains operate at a base level, and that there is a physiological effect on the neurochemistry of the brain that these drugs have, and how the structures of the brain interact with one another. And then once you've metabolized the drug, that these base rates go back, and that we can affect neural pathways through therapy, which is why I think there's a therapeutic value to these things. But that takes time, like microdosing and constant behavioral therapy and doing exercises and practice. But taking a heroic dose and saying, like, my mind is open, like my third eye and my pineal gland is decalcified, and all of a sudden I can see the Akashic record shit, that's all nonsense. There is nothing there to that. That is imagination stuff from people in the ancient past who were eating plants and getting wicked high off of them, because controlled doses were not a thing that were really around in our ancient periods. So I would say to take these things with a grain of salt.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
But what I was more or less saying is, I had a thought. It was a terrifying thought that our reality may just have been everlasting, which to me is incomprehensible, right? But let's assume that there was a beginning. The question would be, where did that beginning come from? And so one of the things on your list is God does not exist. You could argue that God does exist to a degree, or something created this. Because where did all this shit come from? Like, it came from somewhere.
Well, the energy didn't come from anywhere. The energy is just, for lack of this is where the kind of like language fails, but the energy has always been there. And that stuff, matter, like physical matter, is just a result of energy. That's what it is.
But
and
where did the energy come from?
It's always been there.
And that's what I got under shrooms one time.
It doesn't come from anywhere. So
but energy is not really even a thing.
Yeah. We just need to realize the nature of what you're proposing there. See, we need to say creator, and then we have to ask, well, why is the God there at all?
That's just monkeys giving it a name.
I know, but that's the whole thing. Is you're not answering anything. You're still left with just as big a mystery about why does a God exist? And you just go, well, it has to. Well, something has to. So we haven't really solved anything.
But here goes the thing, Andrew.
You just want a beginning for this stuff. You're
sure.
Down the road. Why is there a God thing there at all?
Sure. Here goes the thing. Science has proved how planets form, right? We know that the moon just didn't come out of nowhere. It was it may have been a larger piece of a planet, or it may have been. The
hypothesis is a result of a collision with the planet.
Yeah, it's like collisions, right? Yeah. And then you get right. Okay, I can see that, right?
Yep.
But where did this shit? I mean, I get it.
Well, okay. So if you're asking the question, where did matter come from? Matter in itself is so matter is a result of work being done. That's what matter is. So when work is being done, so essentially during the inflation, well, technically we're still expanding. So the universe is still expanding, but at the initial moments, after the universe began to cool, then nuclei, just by virtue of gravity, began to be able to form. And so from there we get the first elements, which would be hydrogen and helium.
Right.
Okay.
The things that the universe
from there,
abundant with.
From there we can get stars. And from stars, we get all the other heavier elements. And so through stellar nucleosynthesis. All right. So the matter in the universe, the matter that we all physically see right now, is a result of what we call work being done. And so which is an expression of energy. So
let me ask you this.
That's where the matter comes from.
So you're a Big Bang guy, right?
Well, the Big Bang describes the expansion of the universe. So yes.
Okay. It took energy for the Big Bang to occur.
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
I got a rephrasing on that.
Okay.
See, Big Bang is a description of a process starting to play out.
Yeah.
Expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Energy was there. Energy, apparently, in every state that we've ever modeled anything, energy is always there. It just happens to be going through a series of motion we've labeled Big Bang.
See, now this is where my little ape chimpanzee brain stops computing. Energy is definitely something, right?
Yep.
Energy is something.
It is.
It's not something the way that like matter is something.
Right, of course, it's not the way that matter is, but
I would say
where
it's-
did
Energy is something more the way that like temperature is something.
Right there. Over there.
What? You just point out a wall.
You wanted to know where? It's over
Where?
there. Do you know where it was before that?
Everywhere.
Over there.
So it's kind of like this. I have my fist and I have my hand. Right now at these 2 points, my fist has potential energy, my hand has potential energy. If I strike my fist into my hand like this, okay, the energy is the amount that was transferred from my moving fist into my hand.
Energy into kinetic energy.
So what we measure, the amount of force, the amount of force, and then of course the amount of absorption, and of course all that. The thing we're measuring there is energy. That's what we're measuring.
These are good questions, man. I can tell you that. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, because these questions will keep you up at night, man. I'm telling you, these questions will keep you up at night.
You just reminded me of 1 second. There was a commentary on this. And this monologue, it was Liv Schreiber. Okay, so everyone's scared of love. You'll learn that in your 20s. It takes a very rare, powerful figure to be terrified of happiness. You're dumb. That's why you're not scared to be happy. The smarter you are, the more you know. Happiness is a trap. It can't last forever. Let's say you meet the love of your life. Well, it's gonna end. It's inevitable, whether by the slow pull of a disease or the shock of loose footing on a hiking trail, whether it be the corrosion of two personalities that reshape each other until they're incompatible, or maybe the old stranger in a bar who says the things that need to be said to that person that night. The point is, happiness always ends. Best case scenario, think about this. Best case is that you die at the same time. Yikes.
Really quickly, Tony Regime said, what if before the Big Bang there was no matter, only energy? But that's exactly what it was. There was no matter during inflation. There was only energy. That energy then so inflation ends and then reheating begins. That's typically what cosmologists refer to as the hot Big Bang phase of the universe's evolution, and matter sort of condensates from the energy that is still there.
You guys are godless heathens, by the way.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So to a degree, I agree with you. That ignorance can be bliss. That not knowing, that awareness, and if you want to go really hardcore, you can take the kind of like Rust Cole version of this. In that, from True Detective, that awareness is just a death sentence. Because being aware of the things that we are to the degree that we experience existential dread, then you get into things like the existential elk problem, which was posited by there was a Swedish philosopher, Zapffe, who talked about that, the notion that our evolution, that our consciousness for human beings is akin to the antlers of the Irish elk. The Irish elk was one of the dominant deer in Ireland at a certain point, but because it was uncontested and its antlers were sexually selected for, then their antlers got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger over time until eventually the point that the Irish elk could no longer survive because its sexual selection mechanism made it impossible for it to actually survive. It couldn't run from predators. It could barely see around itself. It had difficulty eating because its antlers were so enormous. So the way we've evolved, our awareness.
I hope that doesn't happen to humans, if you know what I mean.
Our capacity for the capacity of our consciousness, our ability to be aware of these things, we experience existential dread because of it. We experience all of these, we would say, negative social phenomena because of our awareness of these things, because of the questions that we ask, because we're smart enough and aware enough to ask them. That right there creates a small but potentially expandable selection pressure against our species, because we can always come up with excuses as to why not to do something, why not to engage, why not to be happy, why to always question the positive things we have, because we can always go beyond that. We can say, we can always downplay our own successes because we are so aware. And invariably, this could be a stumbling block for the evolution of our species. Maybe. It's just, like I said, it's a thought experiment that was posited, called the existential elk, and I find it fascinating. So
before I leave, let me ask you a question, JL. You seem like you probably have thought about what I'm about to ask you. Why didn't, let's say, for example, an elephant, why didn't the elephant evolve in the same direction to become what we became from little apes?
Different selection pressures.
Think about that. You ever thought about that? Like, why didn't any other animal, like a horse?
Yeah.
Like, how come there's anybody ever thought
different
about
selection
that?
pressures? Yeah, it's easy to answer. There's different selection pressures as a result of different environments informing different changes to the genome.
Reverse the
And what gets selected out is survivability, not intelligence.
Okay.
We are intelligent in virtue of our survivability, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Now take that question and reverse the two items.
Okay,
Why didn't we just evolve to be like elephants are?
that's a good question.
See, you're automatically putting us on the pedestal there. See,
You don't think that we are at the pedestal?
Why? No, ask yourself. Eagles can fly at an altitude of 20,000 feet and shit on you. So ask yourself who's winning, really.
The idea is that if you look at human beings, the number one thing we have going for our species is our ability to cooperate in large groups. And that's because we can communicate amongst each other and make talky word noises. But if you're talking about one human being, like one single human, for all their intelligence, one single human being against nature is outclassed in damn near every single respect. It's not humans solo. It's humans as a species is what we're able to do. If you take one human, if I took you and I literally took you out of that room and dropped you with a knife in the middle of the Pacific Northwest, that's going to be the end of you.
Yeah.
Because
or the Amazon. Yeah.
Can you compete with the things that are there? I mean, are
Probably
you able
not.
to do that? And those organisms that live there can. And the reason they can is because of the different survival, because of those different mechanisms. The selection pressures that acted on our species was, one, made us a social species, so we operate in large groups, and then facilitated our survival by our ability to communicate with one another and our ability to cooperate. That becomes the ability to develop tools to make to accomplish tasks more efficiently and defend ourselves more effectively, and be able to accomplish tasks like finding food and finding water and protecting our territory, have kids, and to protect those children from dying. All of this is just piece by piece is where we went. You take one human and you got nothing against the survivability of one single elephant out on the savannah. True. That nothing's fucking with that elephant, but things will fuck with you all day long. So, and that's where I see it. We are solid in one aspect, in a few major aspects, just like every other species out there in their environment.
Are we liquid in some others, and then maybe gas and even more?
Just as every other species out there is solid in whatever they have. Elephants got size, they've got mass, they've got strength. Cheetahs got speed. Lions, they operate in prides. Jaguars are crazy strong.
And they got some crazy fucking mitts on them. You know what I'm talking
about? The peregrine falcon can see farther than any human, can fly at a speed of 200 miles per hour, and literally uses its body to take out its prey before it eats it. I mean, it just depends upon the selection pressures upon that organism, going all the way back. We just happen to be where we are, and the only reason our genus and the genuses of the other primates exist today the way we exist today is because the number one competitors all got wiped out, which were the dinosaurs before us. Because when the dinosaurs died as a result of the climactic changes from the Chicxulub, impact event, the Chicxulub impactor, when they all died off as a result of those effects, there was nothing to compete. That's how an ecological niche opens up, and we can all start moving up.
All the little rodents were like, we can fly.
And on that note, guys, I would definitely. How often do you go live, JL?
2 times a week, Sundays and Wednesdays, 6 p.m. and we go as long as
6 p.m.
I have to check you out.
Central Time, 6 p.m.
Let's do a Star Trek show together one day, man. I'm a big Trekkie, buddy.
Then we have to settle this right now. Favorite Trek?
DS9.
Fuck yes.
Yeah, DS9.
JL's like, yeah, show. It's in the books. Pencil that in there.
Generation was too episodic, and there wasn't anything dark about it. You know, DS9, man. Whoo, that was some goddamn good character development. Every character was good.
Dude, in the Pale Moonlight, come on.
Great.
That you don't get right. Okay. What I loved about it is like all of the brilliant positive stuff about TNG and the idealistic notions of TNG. You know, striving forward, pushing forward, and that were revisited in Picard. He was, oh yeah, I love that stuff. But I love that DS9 was willing to re-examine and show that every great society, every great advancement is built upon the blood of somebody. Yeah. Sacrifices must be made, and the presence to challenge the paradigm, Roddenberry's paradigm, by bringing in Section 31 was quite brilliant. And then exploring the idea of like a spacefaring exploratory species that focuses all their attention on just the accumulation of knowledge and understanding. Yeah. That's what we want to do. Suddenly thrust into a war that we have tried everything in our power to get the fuck away from, and now we have to do it again. The struggles of that and trying to combine those paradigms. Yeah. And then we see what happens in Picard post Dominion War, when Picard now lives in a society that is a blend of the darkness of DS9 and a society desperately trying to hang on to the ideals of the old Starfleet, but recognizing these don't work. You've got to take both sides of it. It can't be, the golden cornucopia all day long. Yeah. It's just not going to happen. The realities of I loved how DS9 changed the paradigm of Trek. Yeah. So
Garrick is probably the best character in DS9, man. Along with Quark, and it was so goddamn good. And you're right, man. It did, man. The fact that they wrote Section 31 in to show you that it's not this beautiful utopia that was presented in the earlier series, man. That there are actual entities or outside agencies that would love to destroy this federation, and you can't use these little bullshit nice philosophies here, like that you saw in TNG, that you might have to do subversion and covert operations and actually carry out certain acts that go against the Prime Directive or go against whatever orders that they had. It wasn't not the Prime Directive. It was what did they have in it was like a directive, not the Prime Directive, right?
There's several. The Prime Directive is not to not to interfere with burgeoning species, right?
Yeah.
Like that, you find a burgeoning species, let's give them a replicator. No, that's going to be really, really bad if you do that. Like they have to come to it on their own. Yeah, I really.
Picard would never have poisoned an entire planet. That's all what I'm saying. Cisco poisoned an entire planet.
You betrayed your uniform.
Yeah.
Picard never punched me. I'm not.
That's
to
right.
Bring in,
you punched me.
To bring in
Leo. That's a Q thing. Q showed up because Q bothers all the captains. Q showed up and was pestering Cisco, and so he's like, and then he puts him in a boxing match, like, you know, Queensbury rules.
Is Q a hive mind or something?
No, just hyper intelligent, you know, godlike entity. But he comes
and
along
it's
and
just one entity.
No, there are many Q.
Yeah,
all a part of the
continuum. Then it's like a hive mind.
Individual.
No, it's not a hive mind. No, they're separate.
They're not connected like that. They are separate. They are separate entities.
So it's like one species.
Yes,
they're not really. Are they a species? Or?
They're a species.
I'm just using the word species in like the general sense, like some sort of classification.
Yeah, they're a species, and where they exist, they don't technically exist on a planet. They exist in a kind of like temporal space called the Q continuum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Real quick before I leave JO.
So like an interdimensional race of hyper intelligence,
something like that.
What was it? Insurrection. Was it?
Yeah.
Insurrection. To me, that was one of the most racist Star Trek movies I've ever seen, and you know where I'm going. 300 white people said that they didn't want to be displaced off of this planet that would have benefited billions of people, but 300 white folks. Oh, you can't move us. We've been here for 100 years now. Or was it 200 years? I don't know if anybody ever caught on to that, you know. And then Picard, you know, Picard removed the Indians, the Native Americans, off of a planet that was that the Cardassians took over, right? He didn't move them white folks. I don't know if
Insurrection should have been an episode. That was like they took an episode and they expanded into a feature. It was not great, but First Contact, good shit.
First Contact was really good, and you know, occasionally I'll watch First Contact. I can't believe that was made 30-something years ago. The way that it looks like it was made now. You know, so yeah, great conversation, guys. I'll see you the next show. Salute to you, JL, Andrew.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you guys so much, man.
Take it easy, Truth. Definitely sounds like you and JL are going to be doing a Star Trek show, though.
Oh man, without a doubt. Yeah.
All right, Chief. Have a great one. We'll see you on the next one. You're always welcome.
Absolutely.
So
take it easy.
Take care. All right, and I do have.
I just want you to know, JL, two things.
The
number one, when you get to TikTok, you are going to get a lot more people.
Okay.
Number two. Fucking none of them will be like either of the two people we've had tonight. Not even close. I just want you to know those two things.
You mean they're going to be like the apologist I talked to earlier today?
Did you talk to who? Where?
Okay, do you know who Flatzoid is?
Facatzoid? Yeah, I know who Facatzoid is.
Yeah. So Flatzoid is he's doing apologetics now. And he has a live stream that he does on TikTok that he streams to YouTube where he talks to people on TikTok, and he basically he's as bad, if not worse, at theology and apologetics as he is at science. And I asked him a question. Can you provide me a rational justification for accepting the theological claims that you're making as true? A rational justification for believing that these claims are true. His immediate response to me was, are you doing an internal or an external critique?
Some people just say things because they think it sounds smart.
Because they think it sounds smart.
I said Facatzoid. Do you know about that joke?
I do not.
Where he was someplace and he misspelled his name instead of Flatzoid. He put a K. And so everybody calls him Facatzoid instead of Flatzoid.
Well, thank you, Jessica Transwell Alchemist, for 2 Australians. Says, Jesus, a gauntlet of wine. Earl Grey, hot. Love it. Thank you, Jessica. And Jessica Transwell Alchemist for 5 Australians says, if someone wants to start a cult around the worshiping of Jeffrey Combs, Nana Visitor, or Jerry Ryan, I'd happily join it. I would join the cult of Jeffrey Combs and Barbara. How am I forgetting her last name? I'm so annoyed. Sorry about that. Barbara Crampton. If you want to start a cult of Jeffrey Combs and Barbara Crampton, I'm all over that. So thank you for those.
I would never join a cult of any kind.
Thank you for those, Jessica. And we have misinterpretations up. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Howdy.
Going good.
Hey, Leo, how's it going?
It's going well.
I can just see you sweating with some of the comments tonight and some of the science that's going on here. So
That happens.
yeah. So So you asked me up earlier, and I was getting a pizza out of the oven, but I just wanted to say hi.
Priorities. Am I right?
Right. Hot pizza.
What kind of pizza was it?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
It's not good pizza, Leo. I'm so sorry.
As long as pineapple's not involved, apparently.
No.
We hit highly contentious territory.
No, Leo, pizza is fine. The pizza designated.
No, I'm not criticizing this. I just wanted to know if it was like a pepperoni or a cheese or. Is it the one with everything on it? The anchovies, the meatballs, the mushrooms,
not
like what
all
kind
that.
of?
Just like some veggies and a little and pepperoni and sausage. Like
With-
a yeah.
This is good. It's good
Thin
because
crust.
pizza is the staff of life. Without pizza and other fine Italian foods,
I
there
would
would be
not
no
be alive.
happiness.
I
There would
would
be
not
no
be alive.
happiness.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I mean, I think I could probably do pretty good on
This pizza
like
though.
beef and potatoes because you
Not
can
that
do so
great.
much
Not great?
with either of those.
that's
No.
sad when the
No,
pizza
it's
is
the
not
kind that
satisfying.
my dad wants me to buy, and it's like Jack's pizza is like $8 from the or less or something. Anyway, it's really it's fine though. It's fine. It's pizza. It's very hard to ruin pizza unless you want to put the anchovies on it.
Unless you're Chicago and you decided to turn it into a casserole.
I almost choked on pizza in Chicago because the cheese, so much cheese. Like
If I can't eat it with my hands, it's not pizza. It's a fucking. You're serving me lasagna or something like that. This isn't fucking
it was
pizza.
scary.
Hey, if you can't eat lasagna with your hands, okay, that's on you.
I mean, if you go,
Man,
And
so
everything else, apparently.
Not since I sat in
Butterfingers.
high chairs.
you go to New York, they say if you can't fold it, it's not pizza. Either way. But I mean, I personally, my favorite is Santa Fe. Or my,
you
my favorite
keep
is
it
St.
up with
Louis.
that bullshit, buddy. I'm gonna fold your sister. What's up? How you done? I'm so sorry. I
Say hi to you.
shouldn't make
Say hi to
jokes like
your mother for me.
Tell her I said how you done.
My favorite is St. Louis style. I love St. Louis style.
Yeah, 100%. Emo's pizza.
Is that what kind of pizza is that? I'm sorry.
St. Louis style
Thin
is
crust.
yeah, and it's the type of cheese that they use. And you pronounced it correct, Leo. What is it?
Oh, Provel.
Provel.
But sometimes you might see like a Provel provolone mix or like a Provel mozzarella mix, but Provel is a big one that they use.
Okay.
I just Provel.
Shut up.
I was gonna ask if it had chocolate on it, but then I thought, no, that's Cincinnati with their chili.
Well, nobody goes to Cincinnati for pizza, am I right?
No, but they do for chili, right? It's a Sky chili, right? That's from Cincinnati.
Well, nobody does chili like the Midwest.
That's like going to Florida for a Philly cheese. You just don't do it. You don't do it.
It's like going to Florida. You just don't.
You
just don't
do
do it. You just don't do it for any reason whatsoever.
I've got friends from Germany coming next week to visit.
Oh,
and
yeah, das ist gut.
I know
Yeah.
it is. I'm very excited. And the father's been here a couple of times, but he was trying to figure out a way to maybe go to Florida, and I'm like, why? And nobody goes to Florida in August, and nobody should go to Florida anyway. So that was what that reminded me of.
My province does. So I mean, there's that.
Yeah,
I got the message from AJ.
Yeah.
Just wanted to connect the two of us, and we kind of did that. So I saw you pop up in the chat, and figured this would be an opportunity for you to kind of test the waters to see if I'm someone that you really want on your channel.
I don't have to tell. I've been lurking for a while. I've watched a lot of your content. No, that's and I have a very specific topic that I would love to chat with you about as well.
Sure.
So,
I'm kind of curious.
Yes, I know, right? I would like to talk about the resurrection of evil.
The resurrection of evil?
Mm-hmm. And I don't want to watch horror movies. And you know all about the horror movies, and and you know a lot about ancient stuff as well. So anyway, I thought maybe you would be interested in talking with me about that.
Yeah, I mean, I would dig on that.
Okay.
As far as the subject goes, just like any particular, or you just wanted to like dive into the subject, or is there anything in particular?
Well, because let me just give you a quick little background about the kind of content that that I have on my channel. The edited content focuses on the Greek romances and Greco-Roman literature, and because it was written around the same time as the New Testament, and so it's basically, like Shakespeare's comedies, but the Greek romances, Daphnis and Chloe, Leucippe and Cleitophon. There's like 5 main ones, and basically what I do, I'm reviewing those and making comparisons with the culture that shows up in the Greek romances with what we see in the New Testament. So there's a lot of themes and tropes and that kind of thing that are in both. So when I studied that when I was doing a graduate degree, I started thinking about, so the way that who the hero is of these stories is that they apparently die at some point. At least one of the heroes will apparently die, and there's empty tombs and all kinds of things in these stories. So I was thinking of that, and at the same time, Harry Potter was really huge, right? And this is before the the end of Harry Potter, and I basically predicted the ending of Harry Potter because of all the different themes that were going on in Lord of the Rings and that kind of thing. So anyway, the point is, there was a switch from focusing on the resurrection of the hero. I mean, it still happens though, like Steven Seagal movies and that kind of, like the
Steven
right?
Saboom Boom.
Die Hard, he's got to be dead, right? And then, like coming in a blaze of fire and ready to kill him. So anyway, that's one of the ways that who the hero is. But
Right.
yeah, and so the thing I think one of the things about the Harry Potter films, right, is the you can't kill Voldemort, right? He just keeps resurrecting, right? But that's like Michael Myers, and right. So and vampires, and right. So I would like to talk about, like, I haven't found any ancient examples of the resurrection of evil, except maybe Medusa. But yeah, so like, when did that become? I think it just really came out with the expansion of horror.
I would agree to an extent. I would say probably, if you were looking to pinpoint as far as media goes with these particular ideas, taking the horror genre all the way back. If you go back to like when it was just you could go back to when it was just in print, when we were just telling the stories and writing them down. There were persistent tropes that were passed along through the generations, and then those translated to the first screen films. So you would see stories of like the original stuff of like Frankenstein or Dracula, or these common tropes that explored certain I would say existential ideas within society at the time, or explored certain societal issues. Frankenstein examined like Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. The modern Prometheus examined man's relationship with nature and with God. Dracula was an examination of the almost bloodletting relationship, or the parasitic relationship between the aristocracy and the peasantry, and them living off of that, and then the complete disconnect between the two of them, and their inability to humanize with the peasantry that made their estates work and stuff like that. You had the Wolfman, which was the duality of man, the duality of our nature, our ability to do beautiful things and do terrible things. And then these continue on. A Creature from the Black Lagoon, exploration of the unknown. And then The Invisible Man, the exploration of divesting ourselves from the limitations of societal awareness, and so on and so forth. So these were explorations of the human condition. And we saw these again with the Universal horror films, which just were reimaginings of those. And then you saw them in the Hammer horror series, which was just more, I would say, more explosive, in color versions of those things. But real explorations of human evil really, I would say, began to come along in the late 1950s, when the transition, because you see this interesting transition in film where it branched off from monsters to where the monsters are external of us to the monsters are ourselves. Mm-hmm. And the monsters are ourselves began with the examination of human beings as our own destructors, whether or not we are poisoning the planet, whether or not we are using our misuse of science to create giant monsters that storm around and kill us, or big spiders or big praying mantises and shit like that. Yeah. So you had the big monster era, you had all these kinds of explorations of that until it really began to become well known as information began to travel that real human monsters lived amongst us. The idea of like the killer, the unseen killer, the stalker, or the slasher, was barely touched on back in the 1930s, 1940s. Lon Chaney had one, which was London After Midnight, was an interesting one, but it's a lost film. So they were kind of touched on because they were inspired by the likes of the Jack the Ripper and Ma Bell and stuff like that, like real killers. Yeah. But nobody really wanted to talk about this darkness of society. They didn't want to be reminded of that. They wanted distractions away from the various things going on until our media became so entwined, and the passage of information, and the big turn, the way I see it, was when it went from a local thing to a major national thing, was Ed Gein. Oh. When the crimes of Ed Gein in Plainsview became known, they became known almost instantaneously because they were reported on from coast to coast. That information went everywhere. Now it's entered the zeitgeist. And so now we have to address it. And that was done in two major ways. That was first, there was a movie called Peeping Tom, which came out in 1960, which explored the idea of the stalker, the unrelenting stalker. And then you had what happened with Gein came out. And then that was explored in two different ways, explored in both medium, in both film and in books. In books, it was done with Psycho. And then in medium, and then it was translated to film as well. So with that going on, that kind of brought in the enduring idea that humans are the monsters. And so the idea of the resurrecting evil, of how evil always comes back, it's the expression of that as long as there are people, there's always going to be an evil to overcome, which is why nowadays, contemporarily speaking, in like things like The Walking Dead or in zombie pictures, you look at these zombie films. Zombie films of the past used to be the zombies were the bad guys. It was George Romero in 1978 or 1968 who first pointed out that it's not the zombies you need to be afraid of. It's your fellow people you need to be afraid of. Right. The ones who will hide the fact that they were bitten. The ones who will kill you because they are too scared to figure out that they're shooting at a person. Those are the people you need to be scared of. And you look at The Walking Dead, you look at Fear the Walking Dead, you look at all the expansions, it's always other people. So it goes into this kind of like Sartre view where hell is other people. Yeah. You know, this kind of like existentialist drama where we can't escape each other. We have to deal with each other. And that's why individuals like Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees and Freddy Krueger and all of them and all of the major icons, they represent aspects of ourselves that are enduring, that will never go away. With Jason, it's literally it's the internal security that you do not feel, the constant prejudice, the constant infiltration of the other into one's own existence when all one wants to be is safe. Right. And so and with Freddy, it's the expression of that. And these are all aspects of ourselves, these enduring darknesses that we have, that we exhibit on an everyday level, but obviously amplified through the commercial machine to represent. That's what the slasher is. The slasher is literally our darkest aspects come back to haunt us, and how it is only through virtue can we overcome them, which is what gave rise to the final girl in Black Christmas. First saw it in Black Christmas, and then in 1974, and then we saw it in Texas Chainsaw Massacre as well. The one most virtuous person is the one who will overcome the evil, or at least survive the evil. That gave rise to that trope. And so that's how we see these things build. But it's always about, I think that's where the resurrection of evil came from. It's not something you can defeat by putting a stake through its heart, or like zapping it with lightning, or like throwing it into the sea where you can be rid of something forever. It's always about us, and how as long as there are people around, there will always be a driving force
definitely sounds like another show JL's going to do.
See, this is what I'm saying. So now you can. You would you like to come on my channel and talk about
sure,
this?
yeah, it'd be fantastic.
You would be the right person to talk about it because I have lots more questions. And,
I love the genre. The genre is the horror genre has always been with us. And it's because going back to our most primal days when we were just huddled around fires, trying to avoid the dark. And horror is not only a way that we survived by using stories to teach our children not to like wander off in the darkness and not to avoid the unknown, the existential threat of the unknown. But nowadays, horror has become a barometer for what ails society. If you look at what's going on in the world, look at what the primary issues are, horror films will always be in swift lockstep right behind it to capitalize on that and then put something out in the medium.
It's a way of articulating our fears.
It's a way, it's how we deal with them. You can go to a movie and deal with the darkest shit imaginable, and you can internalize it. You can compartmentalize it. You can deal with it on your own terms without you don't have to be in the room with Leatherface to figure out what the hell you're going to do or what, like this. You can watch it happening and you can be like, I can now get past this. Yeah. I'm not paralyzed in fear at this moment. It's going to be different if it happened in reality, but you're aware of it. And because you're aware of it, it can't control you to an extreme degree,
Yeah, I again, like, we'll have lots of. I didn't mean to derail your show, but I really wanted
it's all good.
You to be able to talk about this, but there is a caveat, that you need to know, and that is, like I said, I don't watch horror movies. I can't watch them.
Oh, that's good. I mean, I can tell you that the stuff I've seen.
I know lots of the stories and everything, but the gore, I can't take. It took me a long time to actually sit down and start watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and I mean, I've done that. Right, I watched all of that and love it. But I mean, like, yeah.
Oh,
so
the stuff I have watched. The different and not even from America can come up with some interesting stuff, but it's not even in America. This country doesn't hold a candle to the stuff that's come out of like France, it's come out of Germany, it's come out of Japan, Indonesia. Other countries don't, and I factor this into the longevity of our to how long we've been kind of how long our country's been around. If you think of the dynasties that existed long before us, you think of the cultures that are so much long. We're only 250 years old. You look at the other countries around, they can deal with this shit. They've been dealing with it a lot longer than we have as a culture. And so they're not afraid to put this extreme shit on screen. They're just, they're not worried about it. You think of a country that went through the French Revolution, there's a reason why French New Wave exists. And we have some of the extreme, I'm talking extreme horror films that have come out of France. Because they've been down that rabbit hole. They're aware of how dark it can get. Here in America, we're still all puritanical in our shit, man. We're all the violence you want.
I'm happy there. I'm happy there. No,
all the violence you want, but don't show a nipple. Don't show boobies.
Oh yeah,
the weird relationships we have. It will change over time. Like you watch. I watch stuff from the UK, like regular television. They're dropping F-bombs. They're showing boobies, and I'm like, what is wrong with us? What is wrong with us as a country that we can't even do this? Is because we have some serious hangups about this stuff. Very puritanical.
I mean, what, Britain sent all their Puritans here, so that's probably why. So, yeah. Well, yeah. So I think we have a whole lot to talk about. So I was looking for a way to contact you. That's why I asked AJ, because I didn't see an email and I'm not on Blue Sky. So
AJ,
if you
really?
She does, yeah.
AJ Ruley.
AJ Ruley.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
If you think about it, and I love this. This stuff was so prevalent and it's so important and it's such a benchmark in the way that we think about things. It resulted in the UK the video nasty ban, like there was a point in time when the UK went on this extreme banning of various movies because of what they were depicting, because of the stories they were telling, and it was called the video nasties. The video nasties were anything that were just showed it, like extreme violence, extreme sexuality, any of this stuff. It's stuff that's commonplace today, stuff that you will find on like cable TV. you know, and not just in theaters, but they would ban films outright, like ban straight. There was one horror film I saw about an alien that's come down to Earth to find a new food source for its species. It takes the image of a human male, and then falls into a relationship with, and then it like stumbles through the woods onto a cabin where two lesbians are. And then where two lesbians are like living, hiding out from society. And then like his presence like completely disrupts the dynamic, turns into a love triangle, violence ensues. It's just, the messaging there is horrifying. But that was a video nasty where it was banned for some time because we just can't have these conversations. We don't want to think about this shit. You know, we need to cover our dead so we're not reminded of our own mortality, that kind of stuff. It's fascinating, our relationship with these concepts.
Yeah. It is fascinating, and I would, so.
Yeah, stop talking, Jay, or you're going to ruin the show.
I know, you have to say everything all over again.
This is the preamble.
Yeah,
I like what Cethella says. JL, show boobies.
Show boobies.
Come on, show boobies.
What's wrong with that? Show more. But I would love to. I'd love to. Anytime you're free, just
Okay.
Are you on Discord?
I usually go live on Tuesday evenings, so it would be 8 Central Time, most on a Tuesday. So
I'll tell you what. You see the private chat in StreamYard?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Give me your email or Discord or something.
You can email me right there.
Okay. Excellent. So I'll do that.
And we'll set something up. Yeah, I'm totally free. Just do this. I do this Sundays and Wednesdays. Do the live stream. So yeah, I'm free whenever you want.
All right. Well, Leo, you can tell them how much fun it is to come on my show.
Oh yeah, it's a blast.
Yeah, just
a lot of good people in there.
Two movies I was thinking about through the genre you were kind of going into there, talking about Resurrecting Evil. Fallen comes to mind, which is a big favorite of mine. Denzel Washington.
Denzel, that was a good one.
That may be stomachable as far as.
Did you say falling or fallen?
Fallen. Fallen. And
it is a great film.
It's really fantastic.
And looking at the inversion, for instance, for zombies, I Am Legend.
Okay.
As far as role reversal as to who the monsters are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, those.
And as much as recommending anything with Will Smith is just.
You could say you could say I Am Legend, but if you really want to go, you go with the Charlton Heston, which was the Omega Man, or you could just go to the Richard Matheson book and just read the Omega Man, the book, because the book was fantastic. But definitely flipping the trope of who is the monster on its head, which was pretty brilliant, and how legends are made, which I found really fascinating. But yeah, there's probably references I can make. I ran a horror film podcast for 5 years with my filmmaking buddies, and it was once a week, every week for 5 years. We talked about a minimum of 4 films every episode. So, and the movies I've watched, the stuff I've seen from all around the world, I guess I'm a repository of useless bullshit is what
I came to the right place to answer my questions about this. So yeah. So yeah. That's how I knew to.
I'm fascinated by it. So
yeah, and I want to know about it, but I don't want to watch the movies. So I'm just a very visual person, I still can replay the you remember the fat guy and it's the Meaning of Life that exploded
not even if it is I felt thin. No,
I can't even take that. And it's imprinted in my brain.
Not even if it's wafa thin. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be I think it would be a lot of fun. Really good.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Well, I'll step down so y'all can maybe find some other folks to challenge or chat with. But so
I do appreciate it. Thank you very much for the invite. I'll look forward to hanging out and seeing what we can come up with. And
you. See y'all later.
Take care. You're always welcome anytime. So.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Always. And Jinju brings up the TP9000 has been rebuilt so many times. The Pratt's company just ships everything straight to JL. The parts company ships everything to JL. That's true. The TP9000 was the machine we used because I know you know, like Leo, Andrew, you probably never watched Week in Horror. We obviously different. We come at it differently. As a critic or someone who watches films, I typically tend to look for the silver lining in every film, like the redeeming qualities of every film I watch. There's in the history of all the horror films I've ever seen, I've only found a handful that have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. That is complete, like a film that is complete dog shit. Like, how was this possibly made? And so it began. The inside joke was that I had the TP 9000. It takes shitty movies and it puts them in there and it cleans them up and makes them presentable. That was the TP 9000. So, but I can usually find redeeming qualities in any film. It's rare. It's rare the film that is that shitty. I remember a handful. The Butcher was bad.
I've got 2 in that book, which was The Arrival 2. So the one which is the
continuation of the Charlie Sheen one.
Yeah, the sequel. Yeah. They couldn't afford Charlie Sheen. That one and Starship Troopers 2, which was direct to video. Both of those movies, within the first 10 minutes, made me want to pluck my eyes out with a rusty spork. And the true horror was realizing that it was going to be longer than 10 minutes. And it just dragged. It's like I paid Blockbuster rental for this. And I have to commit.
Okay.
Like, this is now an act of pure masochism and dedication. This is the epitome of sunk cost fallacy. And we're only 10 minutes in.
So Tony Regime brings up, thank you, Tony Regime says, jail, Track of the Moon Beast has no redeeming features. Okay, so I oftentimes will give a one redeeming feature to the fact that they got the fucking thing in the can, that they finished filming, because that's an accomplishment in and of itself. Just to be able to shoot a movie, get it edited, get it in the can. That right there is the first hurdle. Fucking finishing the damn thing. It's a bitch, and the fact that they did it, I will give them that credit. Track of the Moon. I give a redeeming feature of Track of the Moon Beast for its ambition, because it wasn't lazy filmmaking. They did the best they could with what they had, with the tools that they had available. There was heart in that movie. Okay, but if you take a movie I see some redeeming qualities in Track of the Moon Beast, despite how fucking bad that movie is. I see heart at the center of that thing. Filmmakers are really trying to do something. They just failed at doing it. Unlike a movie like Silent Hill Revelation, for a more modern one, the only film I have ever fallen asleep to in the theater. Like I was like watching, okay, and I dozed off. That doesn't happen. I don't fall asleep during movies, especially ones I've never seen before. That movie was so boring. Or if you take like The Butcher, which nothing worked in that film. It was the laziest piece of shit I've ever seen, like ever made. And that fucking thing had Alan Ritchson in it. Reacher was in that movie. So it just depends, coming down to it. But that's just me. Like Johnny O, there's nothing that Johnny O likes. He hates fucking everything. Let's see who we got in this. Christian R says, talking about something separate or on the topic. We are on the topic. We just took a little break to have a conversation with someone new. But we do have these topics on the screen, which are available for you. If you have something you want to ask us, or you want to address the actual, question, the actual title of the stage, Atheism is More Rational. Prove us wrong. But you're more than welcome. We took a little break from the standard stuff. But yes, if you are a believer and you have a conversation you want to have, if there's a question you have for us, if you want to address one of the topics, the link is pinned in the side chat. You're more than welcome to come up anytime. And we're always happy to engage. So we've had some good conversations so far. Pretty decent. I like it when they're back to back like this, and it keeps us engaged. So Juggernaut Jared Reed, that picture was fantastic. As a matter of fact, I will share it because it is amazing. And I got to save it real quick. Jesus Yummy is what I will save that image as. And then I will do this. Jared Reed's shared this picture with me. Application. Jesus Yummy. I know, Essie Andrew's face.
No, I was like just waiting for it to zoom up. Yeah, no, like I like like the way I've got my screen, multiple screens split 10 ways from Tuesday. Yeah, everything was like postage stamp size, but yep, that is that's zombie Jesus for you.
Yep, there you go. That's why I like it. There, I showed it. There you go, Jared Reed. I love it. I'm saving it. It's
one of the ones that I still remember when I first saw it. I'm pretty sure I was still a Catholic when I first saw it, and I still thought it was the funniest fucking thing ever. I don't think you can find it anymore on the internet, because so many people got offended by it.
Yes, Christian. Yeah, Christian, you can join. The link to join the StreamYard link is pinned in the side chat. Just click that; it'll bring you right up on stage. So you can still join. So yeah.
So the meme. The caption was just Jesus fucking Christ. And the meme, well, I'm not gonna go into details, but it's fun.
I already know what it is, don't I?
Yeah, you do.
I like what C-Fellas
I believe I've seen that in other circles I happen to.
It's a meme of Jesus fucking Christ. Dude,
I
laughed so fucking hard when I first saw that.
I agree, C-Fellas. Screw transubstantiation. Go right to the source. I agree with that. Juggernaut says, true story. I got in so much trouble for that by my brother who was a minister. Ouch. And then wrote it in the last name, says, someone photoshopped Trump's FIFA photobomb into the Last Supper. That's hilarious. Good to see you, Kesplodicus. Thanks so much for being here, as well as make sure I know a bunch of people have probably been in and I've missed them. Tony Regime, Solitary Core, good to see you. Sithellus as well, and probably going back. MC Time, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Brenta, if I missed you before, Beam me a Bob, good to see you. Ooh, Schnitzel, that sounds good.
Schnitzel.
I love that movie. Hoodwinked.
Your favorite treat for the little boys and girls to eat. Schnitzel, man can serve them quick. Eats a schnitzel on a stick.
I've used the clip when she's singing and the birds pick her up and carry her over the river and the wolf's like, ugh, creepy. I've used that clip so many times. Whenever an apologist says something remotely creepy, it's like, ugh, creepy. But yes,
that is a good movie. That is a really good movie.
Hoodwinked is brilliant. Use the hood, Red. Use the hood. I love the goat. The mountain goat is my favorite.
The goat is
the mountain goat is
that is
fire.
a fucking riot.
Be prepared. Be prepared. But Christian, yes, just click the link that's pinned in the side chat. As a matter of fact, let me double check it. I'm going to go back to it and make sure that it's there. Should be. Yes. Got evidence, got an argument. Join the stage. It's pinned right there at the bottom. You can see it. You can do it. It sounds like there is a taser going off in Andrew's body.
I was literally about to say, who the fuck is getting their balls tased off?
And I think this is him. Chris, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Terrific. So, welcome to the Stage of Reason. What brings you up today?
I guess I'm just curious on the God not existing one.
Okay. Is there a particular God entity that you subscribe to, or?
I believe in the Christian God.
So by how the Christian God is defined, specifically the Abrahamic biblical Christian God, it is defined in a logically contradictory fashion, and therefore, has a lot of logical things that it does that are logically contradictory that depend upon it being defined a certain way that it results in it can't exist. That particular God concept can't exist any more than a square circle can exist. So it either needs to be redefined or just dropped entirely.
Can you give an example?
If we want to go with the omni attributes with the per classical theism, if you want to go with certain things that the god does, like existing external of time and space, yet created time, which is a logical contradiction. There's a number of ways. So how would you prefer to address it? My favorite is just examining, we could go like the logical problem of evil. If you happen to find your god as being all loving or omnibenevolent, we could go. That's one of the easiest that we could go down.
Yeah, I guess we can go down there. I guess I'm curious on the. I was lagging a little bit. I heard outside of time, so we can't.
There's
time,
there's some people. The idea is that there are people that will they'll avoid epistemic by having to deal with like their god in an empirical fashion by saying that it exists outside of space and time. So like literally like human beings don't have access to it. Like we can't show that it exists. We can't do anything of that nature because it's beyond our access. But then they will turn around and say that God created time. And there's an argument that has been put forward about this that kind of addresses how that's a logical contradiction. And I'm going to make sure that I say it correctly. Premise one, a timeless state does not change. So a timeless state lacks a before and after. So a timeless state doesn't change, premise one. Premise two, if a god created time, then the timeless state would change into a timed state. Change requires a before and an after. Conclusion, therefore, God did not create time. So you can't say that there's a before in a timeless state because it's logically contradictory. If there was a before time, like what does that even mean? Because a before is a temporal indicator. So if there's no before, because time doesn't exist, then you have a problem. If there's a before time, then you're invoking time to say a point before time, which is weird.
So I guess for me, I'm a programmer. Like that's my trade.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, I view it as I am outside the program, yet I made the program, like to put it in those terms.
You are still subject to the underlying laws that the program is also subject to, as far as like the features that you can't change. So like there is a before that, there's still a before, but you're still subject to that.
Well, I think that would fall into like for C++, right? Let's say I use Unreal Engine, right, to make a game, right? I'd be subject to the rules that the engine puts in place, right? But I still made what's programmed inside. So then that would kind of be the I guess if we're using it here, a right, god for the god, right? But
there's
there was something that was made, yeah.
There's a before the program, right?
Right.
You exist in that time, and you still exist prior to that. So, but the time there's a temporal change in between when you conceptualize the game, when you created the game, and after you've created the game. So time still exists. So it's kind of like if you imagine like World of Warcraft, all the characters within World of Warcraft are within their own realm, and their time operates differently than our time does.
Yeah,
but time still exists. It just exists. The programmers of World of Warcraft are still subject to time. They're just not subject to World of Warcraft time. Time is still a thing. There's no like before in that respect. Whereas with the God concept, they're saying that there was no time at all. That time didn't exist at all, and then there's a point where it did.
I would subscribe to the God being timeless. I think if in terms of programming, it's that in World of Warcraft, time is dictated by me. I am outside of the game's time that is set, right? So when World of Warcraft ends, I will still continue. Before World of Warcraft, I was here.
But you yourself,
if we're narrowing it down to that,
yeah. But you yourself, in relation to it, are still subject to temporal distinctions.
I'm a layman. Can you break that down?
There's still a before that is a temporal distinguisher as to your relationship to when the game started. So you're still subject to time. And so the God would necessarily have to be, because you can't. A timeless state doesn't have a before or after. To change a timeless state to a time state would require. I said it in the argument. So, give me one sec. I really should just commit it to memory. Premise 1: a timeless state does not change. Premise 2: if God created time, then a timeless state would change into a time state. But for there to be that change, the time would already have to exist. Therefore, God did not create time. God is still operating within time. It doesn't matter if it's a time, if like our time that we experience we're just experiencing it differently from God. Time still exists. It just exists for the God. It may exist differently for the God, but it's still time. So God cannot be outside of time and then do anything, because there's no before or after. There's no temporal distinctiveness.
So I think it's the time in World of Warcraft is programmed in, I think, to take that system and apply it to the programmer. It doesn't work like that, because even just like it taking like I think this is a
it does to be logically, it does to be coherent. Because if I say the statement before time, what am I saying there?
Before time. Well, if we were saying before time, it's before what we understand time to be.
But if there is no time, how can there be a before?
Well, if we're talking on the program level, so assuming we are programmed by God, right?
I'm talking about the programmer. How can there be a before if there is no time?
Yeah, I'm not applying the. So like for me as a programmer, I have a set time, but I think that's where the analogy fails. I think the applying time to something outside of time can't be done. I think trying to prescribe
it's a logical contradiction. But the problem is it's entailed I don't find it to be
a contradiction.
No, it is, because you can't have a before time. Before is a temporal indicator. How can you have a temporal indicator if there is no time?
Well, I guess what would eternal mean?
It would just mean for all time.
For all the time?
Yes.
Does eternal have a beginning?
No, technically by definition, no.
So if God's eternal, then I think that would be the best.
Still subject to time, which means God did not create time.
Well, how would that be? I guess so. We're when you say still subject to time, are you talking about beginning and end?
I'm talking about like having a coherent way to distinguish like before an action, during an action, and after an action. In order to distinguish these things, we have indicators to indicate at what point we are at. And so if you're saying that time like starts at a certain point, then you say, well, but there was a before time. No, you can't say that, because the term before is a temporal indicator, indicating an event prior to another event. But you can't have a prior if there is no time. There's nowhere to designate anything. So if something does occur before, then that thing occurs in time, because it's invoking time to say when it happens in respect to another thing.
Yeah, so I guess I'm curious. So if, let's say, time begins, right? So we have that point in time when I don't know. I guess things start being counted, right, towards time. I guess I'm struggling to connect.
Like how, I said, that's why,
because you're applying before time. We can't, like, that's a contradiction to time actually starting. But if you have something outside of time that is eternal, that is timeless, how we would describe it?
Then by extension, by logical extension, it would never be able to do anything.
But how would that?
Because if it's in a timeless state, there would be no after. There's no after, there's no during, there's no before. It's literally outside of that. It can't stand in causal relation to anything because there is no after. You can't invoke that because there's no time. So you can't invoke an after state.
If time is simply a concept to us.
Well, okay. How to best describe this?
Yeah. Time is physically real.
Yeah. So as kind of like an aspect of space in that respect, as like what's the word for that, Leo?
What?
Oh, son of a bitch! I don't know. Maybe
what are we looking for?
We're not getting into like the physical parameters of like what time is. What we're getting into is into the coherence of language. Is that you can't use, if you're going to say that there's a time, that there was it's kind of like saying there's a time when there was no time. Okay, that doesn't make sense. It's an incoherent statement. Okay, if you say that time starts at this point, but there were things that existed prior to that, when you say that a thing exists, okay, well, it automatically is to a degree invoking a temporal designation.
It has extension in space-time.
Yeah, it has extension. It has extension. So by extension, you're saying that it does occupy a point where it does exist. And if you say that it exists for all time, which is eternal, then it has always existed. Time is kind of the way it's a matter of coherency. You like just saying the term before time doesn't make any sense. And for a thing to be timeless in and of itself, it can't stand in causal relation to anything because it can't do anything because there are no after states. There's no after for that thing. So it can't like do anything. So if there's a God that exists and it does anything, it is literally, it's doing that in time. There are temporal states that are there in order to present these things in a coherent fashion. Otherwise, you're just saying logic doesn't apply because it's God, and therefore I don't have to think logically about it, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Well, I think to me, like I said, I'm approaching this as a programmer. I think.
Well, then the logic should follow because programming is all about logic.
Well, I think it's also I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I think what you're saying is that if something has no time, then we could never get to today, right?
Right. Because that's
malformed.
Well, it's malformed, but the
idea that I'm a layman, right?
The idea there is that there is no after. In a timeless state, there's no before, there is no after, there is no during. All of these things that are temporal designators, they don't exist for something in a timeless state. If they don't exist for that timeless state, if there is no possibility of an after because there is no time, then the thing can't do anything. Because if it does something, you have to designate that there's an after and there's a before and there's a during. There's a before it did it, a during the time when it is doing it, and an after it did it.
I just noticed that thing in your closet, bro. I was like, hey, someone's behind you, bro.
So that's one problem. I think it would be a little easier to go along if you go along with like the logical problem of evil. And
we can move in that direction. Yeah.
The Epicurean trilemma is a little easier to swallow. If God is willing to prevent evil but unable, he is not all powerful. If God is able to prevent evil but unwilling, he is not all good. If God is both willing and able, why does evil exist? That's the classic Epicurean trilemma. I approach
and if God is neither willing nor able, why call him God?
Why call it God? Yeah. I approach this a little bit differently. Evil outcomes and actions don't exist in a vacuum. They require the circumstances that make them possible, that make them logically possible, okay? That result in their possibility. They just don't like spontaneously occur, okay? There are conditions that facilitate these specific outcomes. So what I look at it is this: if the God exists, all right? So if you imagine the God, the God that you believe in.
Yeah.
The God doesn't, there's nothing that exists external of the God that acts as a reference for anything. Nothing tells the God what to do. Nothing tells the God how it must do anything.
Sure. Okay.
Nothing tells the God what it can't do beyond just pure logic in that respect. And nothing tells the God.
I can agree with you there.
And nothing tells the God when it has to do anything. So, in this state, the only thing we can infer from this is that the only reason God does anything is because it wants to do it. Not because it must. Not because there's some rule that constrains the God, but God does an action because God wants to do that action.
Sure.
That's it. Because if you think about it,
God.
God.
I guess before we go any deeper,
right.
just so we're on the same page,
Uh-huh.
because it is God, right? Because he is God. There is nothing outside of him that is making him do or reference, or there's no standard. God is the standard. He is the thing that sets the tone, right?
Yep.
So within that, anything that is allowed to take place, not specifically talking about his motivation, but what takes place, he allows, and I guess in whatever his motivation would be, wants to take place, right?
Yeah, any action that God takes, God does that action because it wants to do it, not because it has to, not because, and definitely not to facilitate another thing. If God has the capacity to actualize any logically possible state of affairs, God doesn't have to do A in order to get to B. There's no like prerequisite. If it's a logically possible state of affairs, God can simply actualize it. Okay, great. So, given this, in the system that we live, okay, let's say you're defining the God as all loving, okay? In the system that we live, there are actions and outcomes that are evil by your God's light. Actions and outcomes that it itself is defining as being evil, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But those actions and outcomes only occur because of the circumstances that allow for their possibility. They don't occur in a vacuum. They don't occur spontaneously. There are circumstances that allow for them to be possible.
Yeah.
Right. Why do those circumstances exist when nothing dictates to the God that they must exist?
So to say
now think about what we said previously. Anything that the God does, it does because it wants to do it. If the circumstances that allow for the logical possibility of evil actions and outcomes, evil by its own lights, if those circumstances exist, the only reason they exist is because the God wants them to exist.
Yeah.
How can an all-loving God desire evil actions and outcomes by its own lights?
Yeah. So if we're talking about wants, I guess I'll tackle this. So you in Scripture, you have a God who wants everyone to believe in him and have salvation. So to allow loyalty and love to take place, there requires free will. So if you have a God who desires for you to come to him, he would also have to allow free will to take place of the being who he desires to come to him.
Okay.
I think that's like the best way, like quick,
okay.
You know, like I don't want to go on a monologue.
You're familiar with what a post hoc rationalization is, right?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
No. Maybe if you describe it right.
The best way to describe this is that human beings, okay, have the capacity to make choices. And that when a human being has their autonomy taken away from them, we generally prefer not to have that happen. Human beings don't like to be imprisoned. Human beings don't like to be, chained up and controlled. We like to have our autonomy and our ability to freely choose things.
We talk about the majority.
Right.
Yeah.
The problem is that none of these things apply to the God. They are not rules of the universe that the God that control what the God does. The God doesn't have to make humans with free will. If God made you to simply be an agent that loves it eternally, if that's what God made you to be, would you ever complain about not having a choice in the matter?
I think a better way to cut at the free will objection is to just say that, look, if God desires for humans to have free will, and then it just what follows from that is that it's necessary that some evils occur in virtue of that, then it's just a case that those evils ought to occur, all things considered, and then at that point they just cease to be evil.
Yeah, so
I'll say there's a little bit more complex than where I was trying to get with this.
JL, I
I'm trying to
the way you structured it. Yeah,
because you said you're a layman. I'm trying. I'm trying to piecemeal my way there.
Yeah.
So going back to the question that I asked,
yeah,
if God made you as an agent to simply love God eternally, and that's how God made you, would you ever complain about not having a choice in the matter?
So to me,
remember, you're made solely to love God. That's all you do.
Solely love
That's your
God.
function. That's your function. Would you ever complain about having a choice?
Well, yeah. So I'll answer the question, but I'll add something, to kind of give you where I'm coming from. Right.
Okay.
It's real quick. So to answer your question, if God made me a being who just chooses him and loves him, I think that I would not have any qualms, right?
There'd be no reason to complain.
The
idea of choosing not to would never enter your head. You would just love God. That's it.
I think what's important to me, however, is that God chose not to go that route and instead went, here I am, you have your choice and pick. I think the act of him going, this is what I say is good. Here's the choice. Make the choice. I think that's important.
I understand. Okay, I'm getting that. But here's the problem with that. Is that a rule that the God has to follow?
No, sis, I think this is what makes it to me more.
But here's
more crazy, I guess. Is that
how is this not human beings simply using the God to backstop their own preferences?
Yeah, I think there is. I think what I find in human beings is that I think I would agree with you. I can't imagine you would disagree with this. Is that human beings, we all have our own preferences and desires, right? And I think a lot of when I look at those who wrote in scripture that died horrific deaths, claiming what they saw or what they believe, I think I find that at least that is evidence for me that they experienced something outside of themselves. So if then that thing that is outside of themselves is that a God who could make us into robots, who could do these things, but instead goes, hey, this is how I am, but instead I am opting to give you the choice, right? Instead, and I think we can both agree that it is. Well, we agree on the the premise that God does what He wants to do, right? I think.
Then why is there a hell?
Well, okay, so yeah, I'll answer that question. Before I do that, the fact that God wants to have us love Him genuinely and choose Him, I think that's.
But it's not but it's not actually. Why does a hell exist then?
Yeah, so hell to me, especially when you read scripture, is I think I prescribe to what little I read of C.S. Lewis says is that it is locked from the inside. I think that when scripture says that there is gnashing of teeth in hell, I think it's a rejection or not need of God.
Okay, but that's not a respect of our autonomy, of our ability to choose. That is a form hang on. That's a form of extortion. Nice soul you got here. Be ashamed if something were to happen to it. I'm giving you the ability to choose, but if you choose not to, here's a metaphysical gun to your head to help you make a decision that doesn't track with a loving God. Loving and respecting and being worthy of love and respect would be respecting the autonomy that was given to its agents. Okay? If there is no rational justification to believe that a God exists, which is in fact the case, there is no rational reason, if belief is a thing that you have, that beliefs are things you don't choose, but what you're convinced of, how is it logical that a loving entity would eternally torment or punish people for not being convinced of something because all the argumentation is crap?
Okay, I may not have caught everything, but to answer the things I did catch, first, I do think that there are rational reasons to believe in God. The hell, I find it to be the most respect you could have for autonomy. I think if you stand before God and you don't choose God, and God goes, "Now leave you to your own desires," which would be hell. It's apart from God. I think that is the most that can be respect for your autonomy. And I think too,
what if I don't want to be? What if I don't want to exist? What if I don't want to exist forever?
I don't know what takes place in hell. I think that
is it bad.
Well, in scripture, it's. I think there's like this idea that hell is like this fiery furnace, and
there's
and
a
you
lot of
burn.
misconceptions about
But
hell.
it's Christ describes it in various kind of ways. He even describes it as he's talking about possession. But I think hell is the absence of God.
Well, we're getting kind of off on a track here. The problem is that human beings are created like just by God. Just creates us in your worldview. We have the ability to choose. We perceive that we do, but there are caveats. We cannot express our free will, despite the fact that we were given it. If we are unconvinced that a God even exists, we are punished for it. We can act in a completely rational fashion, and that functions as a mark against us, which is ridiculous. The system that is created is inherently immoral. Okay, that we apparently this contradicts the idea of a loving God, because a loving God would not have any need for extortion, would have no need for coercion. I could simply go along these lines and say this. I could do the argument from divine hiddenness. If your God exists and it loves everybody and it wants to have a relationship with everyone, then it would behoove that God to make itself known so that people would be able to choose if that God merits having a relationship with it. But I've never seen that God has not presented itself to me in any rational fashion.
So I think this is more of a me thing. I think that because I believe that there is a reason to believe in God, I find that
well, there are reasons, they're just not rational.
Well, I think
I think they're rational. I don't think they're convincing for me.
I think to label it as such, Leo, I think you actually nailed something that I wanted to. What was going to mention is that I think that there is rational and reasonable reasons to believe in God. I think what takes place, and I think this is just us as humans, is that we do have a choice. And I think we try to pin the blame on God, whether we take that choice or not, versus us just not wanting to choose
it's
God.
Not pinning the blame on God. The God is defined as having created everything. The onus of whatever happens within that by the parameters that it made it, the onus is on it. There is no onus on us. Well, see, go back to the beginning. Do you believe in the Adam and Eve thing?
Like just this, like the story overall?
The story of the fall. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I believe in the story of the fall.
What rule said that the trees had to be in the garden?
What rule said that the trees had to be in the garden? Is this something like we can like both touch on, or like
yeah, it's like
I just answer you and then I can touch on it?
Yeah.
Or?
When God created the garden, was there a rule that said that the trees that he didn't want people to eat from, that those had to be in the garden as well?
Yeah. Okay. So, is there a rule beyond God? No.
Right. Okay. So why are the trees in the garden?
To give us choice.
No. Why are the trees in the garden?
To give us choice.
No. The trees are in the garden because God wants the trees in the garden.
Oh yeah. Well, okay. Yeah.
Very
So
simple, simplicity.
yeah.
We're
So
going-
God,
okay.
God. I'm
Was there a
not
rule-
denying that God
was there a
placed
rule
the
that
trees in the
yeah,
garden. Yeah.
Was there a rule that God had to make humans like able to be deceived?
Able.
Why
to-
would he
is-
make
is
humans
there-
able to be deceived?
Okay,
Right,
so
so-
okay. Before we step any further, I've really enjoyed my time here. I just want to make sure that I'll answer any question as long as I can touch on it, right? Like, am I give my side?
Yeah, but yeah. But,
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, I'll
it's-
touch
it's-
any.
it's
I'll
three-
touch
it's-
any
it's
part.
three
I'll
quick-
answer any questions.
It's three quick things.
Yeah.
The trees are in the garden because God
Yes.
wants them there.
Yes.
Humans, Adam and Eve, were
Yes.
deceived by the serpent, correct?
Yes.
Why did God have to make them in a way that they could be deceived?
I don't think it's God made them in a way that they could be deceived. I think God made them in a way in which they can make a choice, and they found that choice to be more.
They were deceived, though, right?
But
appealing.
why? Yeah, why did
Well,
Eve
okay,
make the
so when
choice
we-
that she made?
Yeah, when we say deceived, we're talking about that there is this that God is the right choice. They were tricked into making the wrong choice.
Okay,
But if we take a step back,
yes, but God
They go.
could
They
have
made the
them.
choice
No,
to.
but God
take
could
the
have made
serpent's
them,
advice.
but God could have made them in a way that they could not be tricked.
But God also made them in a way in which they could choose God over the serpent's
But that
advice.
wouldn't
Yeah,
be
but like
necess-
you can have an agent with both free will and perfectly rational
and
capacity,
rational
such
capacity.
that they would know I should listen to what God told me and just ignore the
Well, see,
serpent.
this
who's
is-
trying.
this is-
or even better,
So,
or even
why
better.
did
Hold on,
Eve-
guys.
Hold up, guys, or even better. Eve hears what the serpent has to say and then takes that information straight to God to get his input.
Well, guys, this is
No,
interesting
hold up.
because
No, hold up.
Eve
It does-
could
it
have done
doesn't-
all those
No,
things.
Chris, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
why
get any more-
didn't she?
No, Chris, it doesn't get any more
Yeah.
complicated than this. Eve was deceived because she found the serpent's words to be more compelling than that of God's.
Okay, let me.
That's the
can I-
only
can
way.
I-
In it, hold up. That's the only way a person can fall for that level of deception.
Can I
She
propose
found what the
something?
serpent said to be more compelling. That
Yeah.
only could happen if Eve was made that way.
Can I
If
propose
Eve was
something?
made, hold up. If Eve was
Yeah.
made to be able to be deceived,
Yeah.
why is it that way?
Okay.
The answer,
So-
we've already touched on it, because God wanted it that way.
Right. So I think this argument right here misses something fundamental about human beings. I think what you gave scratches over something.
It
In that
doesn't, because God made
Well, hold
us
on.
the way
I
it wanted to make
agree
us.
with you. I
No, no.
agree with
God
you.
made humans the way it wanted humans to be.
Okay, so I agree
Right?
with you. Yeah, I agree with
Okay.
you that God crafted us, right, to have free will. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I will 100% be like, yes, he gave us that. I think the thing that is, I think you've experienced this in your personal life, but I'll just use this analogy. Let's say, how long have you and Andrew known each other?
A couple of years now.
Years now, yeah.
Couple years. So, if let's say me and you, JL, let's say we build a rapport over a couple of years, and I tell you that me and Andrew have had private conversations, and I'm just letting you know that Andrew really doesn't jive with you like that.
Okay.
What would you do?
I'd go and talk to Andrew.
You go and talk to Andrew, but
Right.
could you take me at face value?
No,
You couldn't take me at face value.
no.
So you'd be
That-
locked
that-
in
but
this
that's
idea
just-
that
but-
anyone that walks up to you and presents information to you, right, or even has evidence,
I
right?
check everything.
You check everything,
Yes.
but you could not check everything, right? Like, not that you would, right? But you could.
No, I couldn't. If someone presents something to me, I check it. That's the habits that I've deliberately formed. That is the way my brain works, because
I'm
I've
saying-
repeated that.
Okay, how about this?
Maybe
Let's
at
say-
one. No, hold on.
let's-
Maybe at one point
yeah.
in my life, a long time ago,
Yeah.
I could have fallen for something like that.
Okay,
but
yeah,
not
so-
anymore. No.
I think that right there, that you saying
This okay. But
that
Chris,
some
this
point in
doesn't-
your life
but
you could have
Chris-
fallen for that, but
Chris,
now you
this
don't.
doesn't. This doesn't.
That
solve
right there
the problem.
talks about human nature.
It doesn't solve the problem. God made them in the way it wanted to make them. In my young state, in my young, naive, and ignorant state, I could be deceived by by the simplest things.
Yeah.
In my educated state, I cannot be. So, why didn't God make them so that they couldn't be deceived?
Yes, I guess let me ask you.
The answer's simple. We've already addressed it.
Well,
because God wanted them. Because
I-
God wanted them that way.
You're pinning this idea. This is where I'm fighting you on. I agree with you every step of the way that God made us with free will, made us with this. But where I disagree with you is this idea that even the most educated can't be deceived. Like that's where I disagree with you.
Hold up. No, you're missing the point. God made them so that they could be deceived. And then God allowed the serpent
be deceived.
So that it was possible. And then God allowed the serpent access to them to deceive them.
Would that be entailed in free will?
No, because none of this is required. There is no rule that the God must follow that free will requires anything. I'm not done. What you're doing is taking what you think is the best aspect of free will or what constitutes legitimate free will, and you're defining the God in a way that backstops your own preference. The things that you say, like free will is necessary, so evil is necessary for free will, for legitimate free will. Yeah. That is not a rule that the God must follow. You're taking your own experience. You're taking your own experience right now, and you are using the God to backstop your preference and to post hoc explain why the world is the way it is. But these things don't apply to the God. These relational dynamics. No rule exists that states that free will of any capacity requires evil.
I think
it's not a rule that God must follow.
If you were to
we are defining it that way because that's how we perceive the world to be.
Right. So I think it's important that if I think we can both agree that to make a relationship loving and healthy.
By whose metric?
No,
metric. I get where you're going with this.
Well, yeah. I'm asking.
But Chris,
I'm not even bringing God in. Let me move God out of the way.
You have to clarify: loving by your metric or loving by God's metric.
I'm taking God.
No.
I'm taking God and moving him out of the way.
Who says what true love is to God?
Who says what true love is to God?
Remember what you agreed to. That God doesn't reference anything for any kind of content, or anything whatsoever.
I can appreciate. I appreciate you asking who tells God what love is, but to me, when you're engaging, at least for me specifically, I can't talk for every single person, but when you're talking to me specifically, God to me personally, right, is the standard. So what I'm trying to do is I'm not reaching beyond God because God would be the thing that is beyond. I'm putting God aside for a second. I just want to ask you, for you. Oh, I'm lagging. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all froze for a second. For you, would a loving relationship be make them how you want them to be so that they love you, or that they love you for who you are?
If I defined a loving relationship as that, yes.
Yes. Okay,
no.
So
if I defined a loving relationship as I make agents that solely love me, then that's what a loving relationship is.
Why?
Because if I am God, I am the one who says what loving is. And loving, there is no rule that says that I have to do anything for there's no true love metric for me because I'm God. So loving is whatever I declare it to be.
Do we find that to be
and remember the terms of sufficient, terms like sufficient,
not forcing someone?
No, because terms like sufficient don't apply to the God. There is no metric for what is when it comes to the God concept, there's no metric for what is sufficient. So if you're saying that creating entities that simply love it is not sufficient, No, that's not sufficient by your metric.
I'm
There
asking,
is no
I'm
metric
asking,
of sufficiency for the God.
Yeah, I'm asking, not forcing. I'm specifically talking about love. Do we find in the world that not forcing one to love another, but instead have that other love the other person? Is that what we would describe as love?
That depends upon the person. Many people
Yeah,
would say,
wasn't there just a whole horror movie released this year about like
obsession? Yeah,
making wishes to force
Obsession.
people to
I
love
watched
you?
that. Yeah.
yeah. So it
That movie freaked me out, bro.
generally in society, yes, we would prefer to like people who choose to love us or people who fall in love with us. If you could even say it's really a choice, it's really just a matter of biology or like that. Yes, people who have the autonomy and people who have that freedom, we could say it does. Yeah, like we're forcing people to do it. There's a level of inauthentic. There's a level of it's not authentic. It's inauthentic. Okay, but that's because we're measuring it by our own metrics, by the things that we prefer. We, IJL, do not want to be forced to do anything beyond like that. So I wouldn't like it if I was forced to. Therefore, empathetically, I can understand why other people don't want to be forced to do anything. But these parameters of being a human, none of this shit applies to the God. There is no parameters for the God. There is nothing. So I can't take my preferences and then define the God as the thing that backstops them as being the standard. That doesn't make any sense. That God is not human. Human parameters don't apply to it. So I have to be careful to not say that God is defined in such a way as it validates my parameters as the way things ought to be.
Yeah,
That's
no,
silly.
I'm not making that argument going my preference ergo because God made it the way that's my preference. There's a lot of things actually as a believer where I'd go, man, I wish that isn't the case.
Right. So that's why I bring up the example. If God made you as an agent to simply love it eternally, you would have no problem with that whatsoever.
Well,
none whatsoever, because you would never question.
Well, here, how about
hold on,
yeah.
Hang on. Just think about that for a moment. You would never question your purpose.
Well,
you love God. That's it. Now you're going to say that God, if God did that, God would not be satisfied by that. By what external? But
no. I'm not. I would never. I'm not speaking for God. What I'm telling you is that if God made me to love Him unconditionally, if He made me to be that way, I would love Him unconditionally. I don't think we would have a choice.
Done.
But what I am saying is that in where we are, right, in which I can be like, hey, this is my actual take, is that if God made me that way, if God forced me to love Him, I personally would not find Him worthy to be worshipped.
You would. Yeah, but you would because He made you to.
Because He made you.
Hold on. In that reality, this is what I'm saying. I want to be very careful with this.
You can't. You cannot combine the two. You can't combine the two. No, because
what I'm saying is where I find myself now.
If you were made to solely love it, you would never have a problem with that.
Right.
The only reason you find the idea repellent now is because you personally right now can conceptualize what it would be like to be that.
Right, because God allowed it to be like that, where I could perceive a reality where I'm forced to love Him. That's my stance. Is that
but you would have no problems in that world if you were made that way. You would never complain.
If I was forced to love Him,
you would never
love Him. No, I wouldn't know. Right?
Exactly. You would have no problems. You would have no problems fulfilling that. That would. You
I
would
don't
be
disagree
happy.
with you.
Okay, so you can't take what you would have now and say that's the way God ought to do it, because there is nothing that tells God what it ought to do.
But this is what I stated. This is what I stated, like close to the beginning, is that what I find important, at least me personally. I don't know what you go through talking to like other people, but for me, it's that I find myself in a world where God desires for me to love Him and it be my choice.
How do you know that God desires that?
If I think about a world where, I'll answer that question. If I think about a world where He forced me to love him, then I would love him. But the world I find myself in, that he decided to go, I look at that and I go, that is not what love is. And if I had the choice,
wait, hold up. By whose metric?
I think it's probably a mix of both. I think the standard
it's your
would
metric.
Well, no,
it's
I
your
think
metric.
the standard. I think the standard is the Christian God.
No,
and then
hold up.
that
Listen.
standard.
No,
right?
It's your metric.
How so?
Your metric imposed on the God.
Well, okay, so
remember,
this is where
that metric doesn't exist for your God because there is nothing that informs.
But see, this is where I would push back. Is you talk as if the preference that I have defaults to the standard of my God. My preference does not default to the standard of my God.
How do you know when your preference lines up with God's and when it doesn't?
So the preference, I guess how I would know would be from Scripture. That's the answer to that question. But to posit that my personal preference, like what I would be like, oh, this is right, this is wrong. My personal preference does not align with my God. That's the thing I think needs to be separated. And I don't know. Again, I don't know how you. I don't know what other Christians when they come up here what they talk about. But for me specifically, it's that I do wrestle with the flesh. Right. That's what Scripture talks about. I do wrestle with that. My preference doesn't.
Loves a little bit of flesh wrestling.
my preference doesn't align with my God.
Okay, here's the problem with I gotta jump.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with this. You keep referencing the human experience as though it is relevant to anything that the God does or why the God does anything. It's not, because nothing sets these standards for the God.
Sorry,
in your worldview, I'm not done.
Go ahead.
In your worldview, humans are the way they are because God wants them to be that way.
Yes.
The things happen because the God wants them to happen.
Okay.
A loving God would be to have that attribute would contradict the desire to have actions and outcomes that were evil by its own lights. Those circumstances don't have to exist. They don't have to exist for humans to have free will. They don't. There's no rule, like cosmic rule, that says that that's the way God must operate. It's not like God is out there and being like, well, I want these guys to love me, but they have to have a choice. Dang, that's a rule I have to follow. So I got to give them free will. Damn it, but to give them free will, I got to make evil things. Damn it. Well, I guess I have to. That's not what God does.
I think it's just giving up on God's omnipotence.
That's not what Scripture depicts.
Okay, but no, Scripture is human beings trying to rationalize the way the world is with a God that they would prefer to exist.
It's more.
Okay, if a God exists, if a God exists, humans would prefer it. If a God exists,
these things to happen.
If God exists, if a God were to exist, human beings would want that God to love them, because an angry, vengeful God is scary. So they would want a God to love them. But if a God loves them, then why is the world the way it is? This is what we call theodicies. Human beings trying to rationalize the world and the state that it is in, because to rationalize it, to square it with a God that they would prefer. The notion of an all-loving God is actually relatively recent in human history. The vast majority of gods of the past were fucking evil as shit. They were mean, they were vengeful, they were spiteful, they were vindictive, they were cruel, they were capricious. But that's because human beings had tried to come up with it. It's very easy to square a malicious God with the way the world is. That's really easy to square. Trying to square an all-loving God with the state of the world, that doesn't jive. Especially when you say that the God is all powerful and all-knowing.
I think I would just, when I think of the various myths, I think I would disagree with it. It's easy to square God with the world we live in with what we would call mythological gods. Right. Maybe we obviously you would call one additional god mythology, like a myth.
You look at any other god concepts, whether it be the Greek pantheon, the Roman pantheon, the Egyptians. It doesn't matter.
It would be
you
fair
go through them
to
all.
Call them myths.
Those god concepts were capricious as shit. They did not bend to human desire.
Yeah. No,
they
I would agree
did
with
what they
that.
did,
Yeah.
and they didn't care. Now, that tracks in a world that is so completely antithetical, like in a world that strives so hard to kill everything that exists. The fact that death is a necessity for life to persist. The fact that that things have to eat each other to survive. The fact that diseases that we can't fight kill us en masse. The fact that natural disasters occur all over the planet, killing scores of human beings for no reason whatsoever, other than it's a natural process that happens.
The fact that big rocks hit the Earth and wipe out like 90-something% of the extant life on the surface of the planet.
The fact that like, I mean, you just look at nature in and of itself. If there was a God that existed, I could understand that God was a capricious piece of shit, or that God was completely amoral and didn't give a damn. It's like, I just create shit and I let nature take over. And the God just leaves. I can square classical deism. I can square distheism or maltheism. I can square these things because those track. A God that doesn't care will create a system that doesn't care about its creations. That makes sense because it has nothing that to drive any of that. But if the God is all loving, as we understand it, these things don't track because the God can make things any way it wants.
I guess my question would be, how do you know? Because you can say we live, and I would agree with you that we live in a rough world, right? My question would be to you, how do you know that this God does not care or does not interact with creation?
Because of the logical contradiction. Well, the all-loving God, the all-loving, all-powerful God. You can throw in omniscience if you want to do that as well. It doesn't matter. The all-loving, all-powerful God, that contradicts. I mean, we just go for the evidentiary problem of evil. We don't have to go to the logical problem of evil. Just the amount of gratuitous suffering that exists on this planet. I can simply go to the fact that a basic staple of life on this planet is that organisms consume other organisms, okay, to survive. Yeah. That means that there are organisms that have to endure being eaten alive for the survival of other organisms. If I were a god and I wanted to make things, I could just make all life on the planet just subsist through photosynthesis. Nobody has to eat anything.
If I'm all powerful, why am I making physical beings that have to eat?
Yeah, why am I doing that?
Particularly when I've already created a realm where beings can exist as these sort of like immaterial, disembodied essences that don't. I mean, do you think people have to like eat to survive in heaven? Maybe they eat for pleasure purposes, but do they need to eat to survive?
No.
And then why create the universe? Like, if God wants all these humans and maybe potentially other creatures to have free will and to love him and be in a relationship with him and communion with him, and he's created heaven and that's where he wants everybody to be, why didn't he just do that? Why not heaven now? Why did he create
the heaven now argument, right?
Why did he create a universe the way that he did it, where like life can't exist pretty much anywhere in it, where we can't, at least ourselves, apparently we're the whole reason for all of this. We can't even exist on 70+% of our planet. Why? And then we have to eat, we have diseases and death and suffering and rape and all this bad stuff. Like, why did he want this? And if not, then why is it there?
That's where my argument goes. I can say that the circumstances that allow for all the stuff that Leo just mentioned, the circumstances that allow for those possibilities to occur, evil by its own lights, those circumstances only exist because the God wants them to exist. If the God didn't want them to exist, then they wouldn't exist. Humans could still have free will. They just would have no need to ever do anything like that, because the circumstances that would facilitate those outcomes wouldn't exist. They could still make choices freely to choose to do one thing over another thing, but these things don't, like I said, these things don't happen in a vacuum. The only reason they happen is because the God wants them to happen. An all-loving God cannot simultaneously desire evil by its own lights. It can't happen. So either the God needs to be redefined, drop the all-loving attribute, or just drop it entirely, because the thing doesn't make sense.
I think argument that because God is all loving or all good, that his desires should, not that I disagree that they align with that, but that this idea that because that is the case, ergo he should make this the case. Versus
Well, I mean,
a God that is all loving.
Do you think God is perfectly rational?
Yeah.
Well, then it does follow. If God desires for X, and if God desires X and has the power to instantiate X, then it just follows that X is the case if God is all powerful and perfectly rational, because he's perfectly rational.
If God goes,
do you know what it means to be rational?
Well, hold on. If we're arguing in this realm, what is rational is playing with this idea is that love must be chosen.
That's not. That's not. No, that's not what rationality means
that's
here.
The word.
Rationality just refers.
Rationality
just refers to actions aligning with the stances which inform them.
So
if God is perfectly rational, all that is to say is that God only ever does what he, by his own lights, thinks he has most reason to do. If God, and that's to say, if God desires for X, and he's all powerful,
hold on,
then X just is the case.
So do we disagree that for love to be love, both parties must love each other?
Well, that has nothing to do. That's just not relevant to the objection that I'm raising.
See, this is the thing that I've been pointing. Is that y'all are trying to argue for something?
Why does God need love? Why does God need love?
Even laid out?
No. Why does God need love?
In my worldview.
Yeah, but Chris,
y'all are arguing for something that doesn't.
Why does God need love?
Who said he needs it?
Why does God want love?
Why does God want love?
Yeah. Why is it something that it wants?
Would you say love is good?
Depending upon who's defining it. But remember, there's nothing that exists that provides any kind of this content or context.
Think this is.
Hold up. Hang on. I'm not done. You got to stop interrupting. There is nothing that exists external of the God that supplies any content or context to the God. The God is supplying all of it. Why does an entity that is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipotent, why does it need love? It doesn't. It doesn't need love.
It doesn't need love. I would agree with you there.
Okay, and an omnipotent, omniscient entity wouldn't want anything either. It's perfect itself.
Or it just follows that anything it wants just is.
Yeah, so if it wants love, then it would just make things that love it. There is no rule.
Or it desires. Even if we go, and I'm not against it, is that God
why would
sets
a perfect
the
entity
stage.
Why would a perfect entity desire anything?
Could a perfect entity not desire something?
A perfect entity would have no need for desire. It wouldn't.
Why?
Because it is perfect itself.
And in any instance, anything it desired just would be.
So it being perfect in itself negates any desire that it could have.
Yes, because
not strictly, but what follows is that anything it desires just
okay,
is.
Leo, I'm trying to figure out this. I'm trying to figure out, is it strict that a perfect being cannot desire?
No, that's not. But
if a
being is all powerful, then anything that it desires just is.
Right.
So for
example, I wouldn't
even
disagree.
So for example,
what it desires
hold up. So Chris, for example, an all-powerful, all-loving, and omniscient entity that desires like entities that choose to love it, then it would simply basically make heaven now. And it would create human beings knowing everything that it wants them to know and understanding everything it wants them to understand.
This is assuming you know God's desire.
No. I'm saying that. No. I'm saying
God's desire is given by your worldview.
Right.
What is God's desire?
Actually,
let me structure this properly.
To have a loving relationship with human beings, right?
The Christian God's desire. What is his desire?
To have a relationship with humans, right?
So how does he do that?
Well, there wouldn't be a how he does it. It would just be the case. He's all powerful.
We can all agree that he sets the rules for the engagement, right?
There's no need for rules.
But he set rules regardless, right?
Why? Who said there had to be rules?
That's how he plays it out.
But
That's what he finds. That's what I'm
Chris,
saying.
hold up. No, Chris, hold up.
Y'all are
Those rules-
arguing for
no,
something
Chris,
as if well,
those
God
rules-
didn't
no,
do
Chris,
this. Then
those
you know.
rules stand in direct opposition to its goal
How?
because they literally make coming to that conclusion nigh impossible for a rational thinker.
Okay, so I guess walk me through this. I'm gonna go step by step. God is God. Nothing is beyond God. Can we agree there?
Sure.
Okay. God sets the rules for this specific one. God sets the rules for what love is. Can we agree there?
I'm not really sure what that's supposed to mean.
God says what love is. Can we agree there?
In your worldview, yeah.
Yeah, God
Well,
arbitrarily.
I think-
yes.
well,
God
if y'all are-
hold up. God
Yeah.
arbitrarily declares what love ought
Yes.
to be for human beings.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, I mean, God might have reasons, but I don't think we'd have access to them.
Well, yeah. Putting reasons aside, just that, like when God
its reason,
says,
its reason is because it wants it that way. That's the only
when
reason.
God, that's assuming you know what God's reasons.
That's
are.
the no. Because God wants it that way. Because if God doesn't
Okay.
want to do it, God doesn't do it. If God does it, it's because it wants to. There's
we-
nothing that says that God has to do anything.
Okay.
There's no rules that God must follow. So any rules that exist only exist because the God wants them to exist.
Okay. God sets the rules and declares how love is. Can we agree there?
No, it
Sure.
sets the rules. It arbitrarily established whatever rules it wants to declare what it wants love to ought to, or what it declares love ought to be between human beings. None of this is necessary. It's just the way God wants it to be.
Okay, so God created with this love rule in place.
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. So if God deems that the rule for love is that both parties must be willing to love each other, that's the rule.
Okay.
Okay.
Do y'all find something wrong with that?
No, what would follow
I
is,
do.
since God is both all powerful and perfectly rational, everything you outlined would just be the case. But clearly, it isn't.
It's
So,
not just the case. Will we all
there's a
disagree on
deficiency.
that?
There is
I'm
a
confused.
deficiency right at the start of this.
Yeah.
Because you see, what caused the fall?
Us.
Why?
Really? It was humans?
Yeah.
You want to rethink that?
No. More specifically,
Who made the fall possible?
we got that part.
Yeah.
I don't
Right.
disagree that I don't disagree God puts the pieces in place.
No. See, here's the question
Yeah.
for you. So you wanted the idea of free will, right?
Yeah.
So now, basically, God created handicapped people. Didn't have the knowledge of good and evil. So basically, you want them to have a free choice, but you've literally denied them function.
The ability to distinguish
Yeah,
between the
so
two.
this is
Yeah, it's like
is-
saying, "Hey, I'm gonna." It's like blaming. Like let's say you've got an intellectually challenged kid. So I'm gonna put them in, the snake pit, because that's not gonna end bad. It's like, but not just that. You made that child in that state, and then put them in a dangerous spot. See,
this
you literally
isn't-
took away something. See, they were gonna see. He also knew they were gonna get this ability later, but punish them for getting it. But see, that would be the thing that might have given them the chance to actually love. So it's like, I wonder why they made bad choices.
Well,
It's like, they didn't even know what the hell they were doing.
This isn't where I'm laming in because I take my faith seriously.
What kind of luck do you think you have?
The issue is
Kids.
that if you actually look, and this is even said by Christians, this is Jews, is that the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, isn't about some kind of knowledge that they lack. It's
it
wisdom.
sure was.
It's not. It's wisdom. Even the Jewish, like if you just look into it, the knowledge of good and evil isn't about knowledge that they lacked. It's that choosing wisdom of their own versus God. That's literally the whole representation.
No, it's not, because God could have made them with that. God could have made them with that wisdom.
But that's they already have that. That's the point.
They don't.
Y'all are.
They didn't.
It is.
They didn't, because did they
that's
gain
what the structure of the
did
story
they gain
is.
did they gain awareness when they ate?
You know, like they realized they were naked.
Right.
They realized they were.
They learned all sorts of ways that
it's a physical active choice of choosing wisdom beyond God.
It's not beyond.
So
God.
they were made. How about
Look?
let me structure this before you just
not beyond
think
God.
it's not the
When
case.
you make a statement,
This isn't even my structure.
When you make a statement patently incorrect, it is nothing is beyond the God. The God sets the parameters however it wants them to.
Right.
Yes.
God set the parameters.
And
they
it set the piece,
understood.
and it created the. So it's not just God set the pieces of the chessboard up, and then the pieces did whatever they wanted to do. No, God set up the pieces on the chessboard. God created the chessboard, set up the pieces, and then created the pieces to do exactly what it wanted them to do. It put them in a scenario. It essentially God took two children who had the reasoning of children and put them in a scenario in which it says, hey, it's be like kind of like this. If I took my kids and I brought them in the living room and I showed them on the table, there's this big plate of chocolates, this big plate of brownies sitting on the table, on the coffee table. And I told them, kids, whatever you do not eat those brownies whatsoever. Don't eat them. Okay? And they say, okay, we won't. And then I leave the room. And then I literally create a person to come in through the front door with the specific intention of convincing my kids to eat those brownies. And then the guy goes in, does his job, and then he leaves. And then I come back in the room and they ate the brownies. I'm like, now I'm going to punish you because you ate the brownies.
Yeah, now
I
we're
created
getting
the circumstances that led to that scenario.
Okay, now we're getting into
Question.
theology.
Hold on. Hold up. Question. Who is at fault in this scenario?
If I answer your question, can I expound on it?
Of this. Who's at fault here? The guy who came in the door did the deceiving, the kids, or me?
Adam and Eve.
No, I am at fault because I'm the one who created the scenario.
I'm trying to. We're getting into
the participants in the experiment are not at fault for the outcome of the experiment.
We're getting into theology. When you go,
we're not. Chris,
we are.
I'm not going to let you derail this. Stop running away from it.
I'm not.
If I create agents to participate in an experiment, I cannot blame them for the outcome of the experiment, especially when I already know the outcome. I created the experiment. I created the participants in the experiment. The participants did exactly what I expected them to do because that's the way I made them. And I cannot blame them for an outcome I knew would happen. That's ridiculous.
I think it's hard to, at least from my understanding, which I came up here to get point of views. I think if you're going to try to argue for the God in which I worship, it's imperative that you get an understanding of the God I worship. Right?
I'm literally talking about things that are logically entailed by how you define the God.
It's not logically entailed if we're talking about, like, you're sitting here going, if I tell my kid, I was actually going to use your analogy, is that if we were to take Adam and Eve in the garden, when God created everything, he called it perfect. He called it perfect, right? So when he called it perfect, you then have the serpent who comes in and deceives Eve. Eve takes the wisdom of the serpent and goes, "This is wisdom beyond God. Like this is apart from God."
Eve never says that.
But that's what she does.
No, she doesn't. You are adding. No, you are adding to the story.
Can you tell? No. Can you tell me after? Hold on. After the serpent deceives her, what does she say?
You are adding to the story.
What are her thoughts after the serpent deceives her?
Her legitimate thoughts are, God was wrong.
That's not her thoughts.
That's essentially what she concludes, that God must have been mistaken, because she knew automatically what the serpent said.
There's not even a God is mistaken in there.
She rebutted. She said, but God said we die. And the serpent said, "No,
the serpent
you
comes
will
up and
not."
goes. The serpent starts off with a lie. The start of Genesis goes. God says, "You can eat of any fruit. You can eat of any fruit in this garden except the tree of good and evil." The serpent comes up and says, "Did God really say you can't eat of any fruit in this garden?" It's already proposed. So when Eve goes, "No, God said we can eat of any fruit. We just can't eat or touch." Touch is even mentioned in the scriptures when God gives the command. But Eve goes, "We can't eat or touch of the knowledge of good and evil," that tree. Nowhere in there does God go, "Oh, God is mistaken," or that God doesn't understand something.
That's
The
in a part of
serpent
the
already
decision.
Walked
That's
up
a part of the
and
decision.
was already deceiving.
Seeing that the fruit is appealing for food and desirable for gaining wisdom, Eve
Yes.
takes and eats of the fruit. Then she gives some to her husband Adam, who was with her, and he eats it as well.
Right.
The serpent countered what Eve said. "You will not certainly die." Okay? So, and here's the kicker. They didn't certainly die.
They died spiritually.
God never makes that distinction to Adam and Eve.
Hold on. That's the
hold up.
That's the whole shtick.
No,
Bible.
Chris, stop. God never told them a distinction between spiritual death and biological death. That distinction is never made. You are adding that to the story. Christians do that. They add it to try and make it make sense.
I never said God.
So guess what? The words are straight at this. Did God really
distinction.
say you must not eat from any tree in the garden? Eve accurately responds, saying that we can eat from any tree, but must not eat or touch the tree in the middle of the garden, or they will die. That they will die. Done. The Hebrew literally says that the understanding is that they would die immediately. That's the word that is used.
That's not the Hebrew understanding.
It is, because Justin Deconstruction Zone speaks Hebrew, and that's how that's how it's broken down.
You would have to break down the sacrifices.
The serpent counters, "You will
animals.
not certainly die," and claims that eating the fruit will make them like God, knowing good and evil, indicating that they did not know the difference between good and evil before they ate of it, which means that God put them in a scenario in which they could not tell the difference between good and evil, information that they could have used, and then literally set upon them an agent that does know the difference to manipulate them into doing what God said not to do.
I just want to know why
they
the
don't
serpent
know that
was in
it's
the
evil.
garden.
Yeah, why is the serpent even there?
Why would God not be like, "Why would I let you in here?
So this is why I said I have no problem arguing the theology. You would first have to, if you're sitting here going that there was some kind of fundamental misunderstanding, you would have to break down the sacrifices of animals, the atonement
I don't
of
care
sin.
about that. Why?
Well, you should if you're going to argue theology.
That's not.
I have no
that's
problem
not
answering
relevant
any
to what
questions. I'm just saying that this is we're getting the
why
realm
was
of
Satan
theology.
allowed into the garden?
Why was the
Why was
serpent
he
allowed
in there?
in?
Why would
was
God
it allowed
not have
access?
stopped him?
Why was he allowed access to the garden?
No, why was the
Why
serpent
didn't
allowed
God
access?
stop him from going in?
That's why. That's why I said, yeah. Why was he allowed access to the garden?
Why?
If God prevented every choice from being made, then it wouldn't be a choice.
Yeah, but why does he care about Satan's choices?
Yeah,
it's not Satan's choices.
Okay, hold up.
Well,
Did
yeah,
God
it is.
want? Did God?
The serpent
want
is the devil. The serpent
Hang on a
is
sec.
Satan. Is
Did
Satan.
God want humans to fall?
Did God want humans to fall?
Yes.
No.
Did God know that if the serpent had access to Adam and Eve, they would fall?
Yeah, but
could God have kept the serpent out?
Could God have kept the serpent out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So obviously, if the serpent had access to them, it's because God wanted the serpent to have access to them.
Right.
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 So God
then he
wanted
everything that
the
follows.
fall. Everything that follows
That
from
doesn't.
that moment.
That doesn't. Okay. So how about this? If I
he's almost there.
No. Well, let's say, and this is like
the whistle. You just heard the whistle go off as the gears start.
No, I need to structure this out. I'm trying to think of a way to structure
don't need to
this
structure
out.
it out. Sit with it for a second.
Oh, I
sit with it.
got
you were
it.
already
I
there.
know what y'all are saying.
Okay, you were already
so
there.
let's say, hold up.
So,
let's say me and Leo are in an army. Okay. I'm the commander.
No, Chris.
Hold
no,
on.
I'm not
Hold
gonna
on.
let
Hold
you,
on.
no, Chris.
with
I'm not going to let you
anything.
go off on this disanalogous position. Literally address what
Dang.
we just said.
I'm
Don't
trying.
cast it off.
I'm not.
God wanted the serpent to have access. Therefore, it necessarily follows that everything that came after God desired. How
So
can
you want
God
me-
be all
you want
loving?
me- So
How
I
can
can't.
God be all loving if
Right.
it desires that?
Here's my question. Are you asking this because you actually want an answer, or are you asking this for me to follow what your conclusion is?
I want you to actually internalize what we have just said and what you agreed to.
I find it disingenuous that you think that as a believer I wouldn't wrestle with these concepts. So I would like to present an argument, and if y'all want to refute that, y'all can. I think it's strange to box me into your ideology as if I didn't wrestle with these ideologies.
It's not my ideology. It's literally an internal critique.
Right. So you're saying that God allowed the serpent in, ergo
Yes.
God wanted the fall.
Yes.
So can I present something in which one would not desire the fall, but would allow something to happen?
You're muted, Leo. Can't hear you. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
so God is not a rational being then.
It's not even about he is a rational being.
Then he doesn't permit things he doesn't want.
This is strange. This is
no.
The problem is I don't
present-
think you understand what rationality
present-
means.
What
Chris,
I want to present.
if God was a rational being in this scenario, the serpent would have never had access to Adam and Eve.
If you were a rational being, I would like to just kind of present my argument.
If I was a rational being, I
versus
would not
being
create
smothered.
circumstances. If I was a rational being, I am a rational being. I don't create circumstances that facilitate outcomes I don't desire.
Or at least I try to the best of my knowledge,
How would
not to
you-
do that.
As a
Because I
human,
don't have
as a
perfect
human,
knowledge like
how would
God
you-
supposedly does.
Hang on.
How
as
would
a
you
human,
know someone's
hang on a
loyal
sec.
to you?
Hang on a sec. As a human being, I do my absolute best to not create scenarios that bring about outcomes I don't want.
JL,
As a perfect freaking God, it's literally the case.
JL, you're all powerful. Okay.
Yeah.
I wish.
How would you know rationally? And you want a meaningful relationship out of your subjects.
Mm-hmm.
How would you know that your subjects are in love? They love you. They worship you for you. How would you know that?
Because he
What
created
would you do?
Wait, hold on, Jose. You're assuming that I need it or that I want it.
I'm not
Okay.
assuming anything. I'm assuming that you made subjects and you
Right.
want them to love you back.
No, I
right?
don't. No, I wouldn't. I don't need it.
Okay, so can you in this?
I don't. No, as an all-powerful entity, I don't need to be glorified. by it.
Okay, so
I already
yeah,
know. Hold up.
So
I already know
okay,
that I'm the most powerful thing in existence. I already know that
Right.
I am the substrate underneath the existence of all things that are not myself.
Yeah.
I don't need to be glorified for shit because I don't have that low of an opinion of myself, and I'm not fucking insecure.
It's not about.
I don't need to be glorified. I don't need to
Insecurity,
be
it's
worshipped.
It's
I'm
sharing
fucking.
the gift
I'm
of
in
love.
the scenario. I'm fucking God. I don't need what these. Sure, I can create little agents to do whatever, but guess what? Guess what? If I'm a loving God, I'm going to respect their autonomy.
So is this?
I'm going to respect their autonomy. I'm going to
Okay.
respect their ability to make choices, and I'm not going to punish them for choosing otherwise because
So
that would
if
not
they-
be loving.
Yeah, if they don't love or choose you, what would you do?
Then they can
Well,
choose
but
what happens.
if I
at the-
wanted them to choose me, then it would just and I was all powerful and
But
perfectly
that's- see,
rational,
this
then
one
it would
was
just
getting, like-
follow.
Like
then
I
it would just
asked
follow
you,
that they
JL, I
choose me.
asked you a question in which
I know, I was gonna
at
answer it.
least. Oh yeah, okay. So I at least step into my worldview for a second. Like this,
Okay,
this
yeah.
I think
If-
this is.
yes,
I think
yes,
this is
in
the
your
thing
worldview.
that's
I-
It's
flashing.
midnight. I'm gonna
Is
take
that-
off. Y'all
all
have fun.
right, Leo. Appreciate it. Yes,
Good meeting
in
you,
your thank you, Leo. In your worldview, I am the super needy, ultra insecure God that desperately needs to be like fucking validated for every goddamn thing I fucking do.
Why
Sure.
does he need to be Have you
because
read
because
about
your God
Job?
God is a jealous God, because
you
your
read
God
about
is
Job?
because your God is a capricious God, because your God whines and bitches.
Are
because
you
your
aware
God
of the story of Job?
Yes. And I remember the end of that story when Job seeks understanding, not to question God's authority, but simply to understand what was the reasoning behind all this. I'd like
Job
to understand.
Job demands that God
Job doesn't
explain
demand
himself.
shit.
He does.
He doesn't demand it. Job
He
asks
does.
God. No, Job asks God. He supplicates himself before God and asks. He simply wanted to understand why. He didn't challenge God. He didn't demand an answer. He simply posed the question as to why. Do you know what God did? Showed up as a fucking tornado and said, "Who the fuck are you?" That's not a loving entity, especially when it makes a bet with the fucking adversary to facilitate an outcome it already knew would happen. That's insane. So, in your worldview, I am the super fucking ultra needy, goddamn insecure, fucking bullshit God who needs to be validated for every fucking thing I do because, ooh, woo, I'm so fucking powerful and glorious and I can do all this shit. Love me, love me. No. That doesn't track. If you are the most powerful entity in the world, if you are literally the substrate upon which all metaphysics literally terminates, you don't need to be loved. You already know you are. You already know you are. Just to make sure,
so everything follows. Job didn't demand God to explain himself. He didn't demand an audience. He didn't demand anything like that.
Let's go to the book.
Let's go.
How is it I know the Bible better than you do?
We'll see. Matter of fact, I'll be Job 13:15. I'll give you something direct.
77 rhetorical questions are what God posed at him. God challenged Job's limited human perspective, demonstrated the unfathomable vastness of blah blah blah. None of this is bullshit. It's all bullshit because.
Are you going? To the
I'm getting there. Hang on a sec. Yeah. Through a series of 77 rhetorical questions. Where were you when I laid the earth's foundation? God challenged Job's limited human perspective and demonstrated
that's not what we're addressing.
Hang
we're
on
addressing
a second.
Job demanding God to explain himself.
Throughout his dialogues, Job's approach
Job.
involved agonizing questions, calling God a witness, which God is, and maintaining his innocence while expressing an overwhelming desire to understand why he was suffering.
Can you go to the scripture? I gave you a verse. Job 13:15. You can go with 13:3. Whatever you're feeling.
No, this would be in Job 10.
Well, because Job 13 is, though he slay me, yet I will. Though he slay me, yet will I hope in him. I will surely defend my ways to his face. Or it says, or he will surely slay me. I have hope, yet I will. Doesn't matter. It's basically saying that no matter what God does, I will trust in whatever God is doing. Is the expression of his faith is what Job 13:15 is. Unwavering faith. He resolves to maintain his trust and hope in God. He boldly asserts he will defend his integrity and bring his case directly to God's face because he's acknowledging that he is an agent and that these things have happened. He doesn't understand why. He will trust whatever God tells him.
And yet he will defend his innocence, right? He will bring it before God. He demands God to see it.
Because by Job's understanding, he has not done anything to deserve this. But in his worldview, he believes God has a just reason. He just wants to know what that reason is. He's like, I'm going to trust whatever God says. Whatever he says, I am down with it. I would just like to know why.
But he's going to argue for his innocence.
Of course he is, because it doesn't track. There appears to be a contradiction here. Job will make his case. I did not deserve this, which it's true. He didn't deserve it. And then he's going to ask God why. And he says, it doesn't even matter what God's response is. Job already prefaces it. I'm going to accept whatever he says. So he literally, before he ever makes an argument, he straight up says, whatever you say, I'm going to accept it. I'm going to plead my case, and whatever your answer is, it is good with me.
Job 13:24, where he asks, "Why do you hide your face?" He's demanding God to show himself so he can explain his side.
That's Job 13:15. Though he slay me, I will hope in him. That is his unwavering faith that no matter
Job
what God
13:24
does,
asks why he's hiding his face.
Because he doesn't show up until
Right.
he finally does. But guess what? Because Job was in the right to do so. As an agent who did not deserve what happened to him, that he didn't realize. Job didn't. Think about what Job doesn't know. Job is literally a pawn in a game between two agents, one of which already knows the outcome of the game. Okay? And Job wasn't even given back his original family. He was given strangers that he didn't know. So Job was in the right to ask.
How do you get that from? I get you saying that to get his original family, but like, how do you're saying strangers he doesn't know? How else would he grow his family?
Because he was just given a wife that wasn't his to begin with. They were replaced. He was given new kids and a new wife, and all of his stuff was replaced. They're not the original stuff that was lost to him. He didn't get his original kids back.
I wouldn't even claim that they're original.
He was
It's
right.
just strange.
He was right to question why. But
It's strange how you word things and structure things as if
because
like
I break them down so that
Job
we get around.
Job didn't have a say in who his wife was.
He didn't.
You go into the New Testament.
Where in the scripture does it say that Job gets to pick his new wife?
God talks about how it gets better to be unmarried so you can do more for the kingdom.
Chris,
like this is like
Chris,
you're taking concepts and you're like throwing them away just so you could say that God forced him to marry a woman.
The whole point is the whole point is when Job asked, as he was right to do, because he did not understand, and he prefaced it by saying that I will accept whatever God says. It doesn't matter what his answer is, I will accept it as the case. And he asks, what does God respond with? He doesn't give him an explanation. He chastises him for fucking asking, which is not what a loving entity does. A loving entity would never put his most pious follower into a game of chess to torture and humiliate when it already knows the outcome, that Job will not falter. That is insane. That is Job being a plaything for the fucking ego of God. That is all it is.
So I guess I'm wondering is if we're stepping out into the broader story of Job, we're talking about rationale. When this story is presented to modern Christians, you don't think it plays an effect into their faith?
When it's presented accurately, of course it does, because a lot of people find the story abhorrent.
And you think that is the accurate statement?
No. I think that what this story was ancient humans trying to come up for a reason why shit happens.
Yeah, I'm specifically asking if we're talking about a rational God, and
a rational
does
God,
things. Yeah,
he does God
things.
Would not put a follower through that when it already knows that that the individual's faith is not going to break.
Really? So let's say the
who is it proving?
Knowing that the individual's faith wouldn't break.
Mm-hmm. What was
the
point?
You don't think that would be a significant story for future believers?
No, because this story is not about Job. The story is about God. The story reflects the fact that God can do whatever the fuck it wants.
What do you know about the New Testament and suffering?
The story of Job is not about Job. It's about how God can do whatever the fuck it wants, and we just have to deal with it.
What do you know about the New Testament and suffering?
We don't get to question it. We don't get to admonish God for it. We don't have the right to do anything. God could drop a fucking house on you, and you just have to accept it. And God doesn't have to explain himself at any point.
What do you know about the New Testament suffering?
Specifically in context of what?
In suffering.
Care to get specific?
I'm not understanding why we're going off on this. The whole point is about
I asked you. Yeah, I hate.
No, I'm going to go back. I'm going back to the foundation of this.
Before we like continue debating,
I'm going back to the foundation of this conversation because we are so lost on this.
I just want to say I hate that we're getting a little heated on this. I was just saying.
That's why I'm trying to get back to the foundation of the conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
The God is logically contradictory. It either has to be redefined or dropped entirely. Now, I will go even one step further. There is no rational reason to believe that God exists. And I'll simply ask you this. Can you demonstrate that your God, the God you believe in, actually does exist? Can you demonstrate can you show how it exists to me without begging the question or committing some logical fallacy?
Again, when it comes to theology, I'm not a layman, but
it's not really theology. I'm just asking what you can do.
Well, no. I'm saying like I think just for future reference, I think just to wrap up what we were saying, I'll answer your question. I promise I'll answer your question.
I don't want to get lost. Just ignore the previous shit.
I want to get back to Job didn't mean anything.
No, I want to get back to the conversation at hand. If you and I met in person, and you said you know a God exists, I would say, where is it? Like, how do you know that the God exists? I understand that you believe it exists. How do you know it exists?
I think outside of, well, I guess I'll start bit by bit. I would first say the immaterial things that we know to be true.
Cool. They're just abstracts that we just come up with that we impose upon a reality.
Well, I think you can label it as such, but
why would I have any justification to label it? No. Why would I? No, they're not. Because why would I label them as being anything other than just abstracts that we come up and impose upon the universe we observe?
I think it's things we find in the universe. I don't know where you're getting the what we make up about the universe versus
we make up concepts of the universe. No, we make up concepts to describe the universe that we observe.
Right. Again, so just okay. I don't really know where you're going with this.
What is your best evidence? I'm going to rephrase. What is your best evidence that what is your best evidence that a God exists?
Even before that, I think I need to understand
what is your best evidence
before what we make up about the universe. It's what we observe about the universe. Obviously,
do you know what an abstract concept is?
Do I know what an abstract concept is?
Yes. Do you know what an abstract concept is?
I think I would. Can you define that for me so I can work within?
An abstract concept is a concept that does not stand in causal relation to anything. Typically, there are things that we conjure up in our minds. So if I ask you to think of a pink elephant, the pink elephant that you see in your mind's eye, that is an abstract concept. Okay? So when I look at something and I find it appealing, like visually appealing, I label that thing as being beautiful.
Okay.
Beauty is not a thing that exists independent of minds. It is a metric by which individuals, it's literally a linguistic term that individuals subjectively apply to things that they find personally appealing.
Okay.
Which is why it's entirely subjective. So I can say that we come up with abstract concepts, truth, beauty, justice, not like this, and we impose them upon the universe that we are observing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, I'm more referring to like math.
Is a language that we invented to quantify objective reality.
The 2 + 2
is only true. Is only true because we articulate it that way. If all humans die.
No, that's not what makes it true.
No. Hold up. It's only true. It's only true by definition. We define what a 2 is. No, we define what 2 is in reference to.
Are you Andrew? Are you finding the middle ground between us, or
no? Right now, I'm seeing the grand waste of time you're doing, and the fact that you're willing to follow this trail at all. So we got a mind absent a body in your picture. What justifies that being a thing?
A mind absent of a body?
Yeah.
A mind with no brain.
Immaterial. You think there's a thing,
it wouldn't
out
be
there that has intentionality.
Yeah.
Apparently wants love, so apparently it's capable of having feelings and stuff. All of this stuff about a being, absent physicality.
I feel like I'm in a hostile environment, bro.
No, I'm making sure you understand what we're looking for.
No, I get it.
You're down to like, what's 2 plus 2?
Confused.
And I'm going, you're thinking there's an entity with no body and all this power. What tells you that there's an entity and it has all this power?
Yeah, so what I would go is math is a language.
No, that's not about
and
math.
So
saying,
we find
where's the guy? Where's the guy? How do I get to a
this
guy?
Is okay. Hold on. You're asking me.
Don't give me this.
Hold
math.
on.
Hold up, guys. We're talking. We're talking past each other. Stop. Really simple, Chris.
It's not past each other. It's a dog.
How do you know that this entity exists?
This is. Okay.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I'm trying to. I promise you, I am trying to. I'll keep
no,
it
you're really
mad
not.
short.
The second you go to math, no.
Okay. Chris. Here's the problem. No,
okay.
Chris. Here's the problem with you going to math. I can simply say, no, your God doesn't need to exist for us to have math. Math is a schema that stop. Math is a schema that we invented to describe and quantify the reality that we observe. The rules of math are axiomatic. We start with the axioms. 1 is this, 2 is this. This is what they reference. And then we apply those in a logical order. We use calculations based upon these axioms to describe things and make predictions, but they describe the universe. They are not prescriptive of the universe, because if they were prescriptive, that would assume that God exists.
Okay.
I wanted you to. So if I can simply say, no, math is just a schema that humans invented. It has nothing to do with a God. Where's the God?
Okay, so I reject, just even as a programmer, I reject this concept. I understand what you were saying in that do we develop the numbers? Do we develop the equations? Do we develop this different? Like, yes, that's the only way we can begin to understand the universe around us. I agree with you there. There's no qualms there. The issue is going that because we make up our own language to understand fundamental rules in the galaxy, like in the universe.
Not fundamental. No, you're begging the
question. They are
fundamental. No, Chris,
you're begging the question.
You are because you're assuming that God. No, you're assuming that God exists to make them fundamental.
See, you're asking me, how do I know God exists? I go, well, we develop the language math. We find that math is universal. You can make. It is.
No, it is not. It depends upon. No, it depends upon what language. It depends upon what language you use. All you have to do is change your base, and 1 + 1 = 4. So
no, that's not even like all respect. I love being on here. That is not how math operates.
Yes, it is how math operates.
I work with it. I work with it throughout my day with all my clients. That is not how math operates.
Once again,
we have deflected to the useless point, and we're not down to where is Chris.
I don't know how to answer y'all.
No, we're not taking a waste of time here. You say there's a thing with mind out there.
The aggression a little bit.
What I know the mouth just doesn't stop. So, what justifies that there's an actual mind interacting with stuff?
Can you repeat your question? I was lagging.
Yeah, I know you're not listening.
I was.
Yeah, that's why your mouth.
Can we, Andrew? I don't know.
You're still going. You're still going.
Andrew,
right
I don't know what I did.
Can
we please just reset?
Chris.
No.
Okay.
So this is not worthy of the explanation.
Okay. So we're trying to get to, like, you can't, if to show that your God exists, you have to beg the question first, and what you're pointing at is not evidence of its existence. Looking at the languages, you have no justification to say that these things are what they are, because they aren't. Okay? Like basic standard arithmetic has its own rules, but different languages of mathematics have different rules, especially, as is pointed out in my live chat, depending upon what base you're using. Okay? 11 is 3 in binary, 4 in base 3. Okay? So it depends upon the rules of the language that you're applying. And these languages are applied depending upon the context. Math is not universal. It is not prescriptive. We have different mathematical languages that we can use for different scenarios. Okay? But it is things that we dreamt up to quantify and describe reality. That's what mathematics is. That's what logic is. It is a formal schema that we invented to describe the reality that we observe. That's why the rules are axiomatic, because reality doesn't appear to change at that level. So we make up rules that literally rely upon the consistency of the universe so that these rules remain the same. They remain coherent. Now, these things can be this way. There's no logical problem with that. It is logically possible for math to simply be a language that we invented. It is not prescriptive of the universe. It's simply a human language that's subjectively derived to describe objective reality. That's all it is. And that's as far as it goes. You can't assume assume the ontological nature of math and then invent a God to justify your ontological assumption. That's not the way that works. You need to know if the God, because it's logically possible that math is exactly what I said it was. So how do you know that God exists without begging the question?
Okay.
That's the question on the table.
Okay. So I'm going to try to break this down as best I can. I'm not trying to be hostile. This is like, do I agree with you that the language of math is discovered and invented? Yes. I wholeheartedly agree with you there.
Is it okay? But is it do you agree
Right.
that it is? But do you agree that it is possible that is all it is?
So, okay. No, this is
no. I said possible.
Oh, hold on.
Possible, meaning that there's no contradiction in it being true.
Hold on. Y'all hear me?
Yeah. So is
Okay.
it possible?
Sorry, I'm lagging.
Is it possible, logically possible, that that's all math is?
Okay. So this is where I really would like to, because this is something I work with every single day.
Right.
Is that
but I don't. It doesn't matter if that's what you work with every day. I'm asking you if it's logically
I'm not even
possible.
appealing to that.
I just need you to answer the question, Chris. I just need you to answer the question.
What do you want me to answer?
Is it logically possible that is all math is?
No.
Okay, where is the logical contradiction then? Show me the P,
Okay.
not P.
Gravity constant, speed of light.
These are phenomena.
Electron charge.
These are phenomena that we
Cosmological
describe. No,
constant.
Chris, you are not listening. These are natural phenomena that we describe with math.
That's the point. That's what I'm getting at.
Math is still descriptive, not prescriptive.
It
is entirely possible. It is in the realm of logical possibility that math is entirely descriptive and is human invented. That is literally a logical possibility. There's no contradiction there.
Are you asking, is the language used within math human discovered, like human invented?
Yes, it is. We know.
I
we
agree
came up
with
with
you
it.
there.
Right.
I don't disagree.
And I'm asking you, is it logically possible, meaning that there's no contradiction in that being all that math is?
No.
Okay. Then you're saying it's logically impossible for math to be merely descriptive. Where is the contradiction? Where is the P not P that shows the contradiction in math being merely descriptive?
I think all we have to do is look at physics. It's not even like
What does that even say? Look at physics.
Do you know? So the equations and the math used in physics is invented. I would say yes. The foundation in which physics sits on. You would have to explain that away.
But it's just
Chris, can I ask you a question? Is it your position that everybody who understands mathematics and physics believes that they are evidence that God exists?
I don't even. Tony, I won't even lie right now. maybe one of y'all could explain. I'm kind of
You're
lost.
You're literally talking to a geophysicist right now.
I'm lost on the premise of math is a language made by humans to explain the universe versus.
Have you done any philosophy of mathematics courses?
Have I
because
done?
I have.
Have I
and
done?
There are a number of theories about what mathematics is. There's a version in which mathematics is a game, right? That's a theory. That mathematics is a game where you're just trying to get as far as you can.
Can you break down where I'm wrong? I would genuinely appreciate that.
My argument would be if mathematics is if mathematics and physics are fundamental evidence that there exists a God, then we would expect that everybody who is very familiar with mathematics and physics would come to the same conclusion. But they don't, do they?
Why would that be expected?
It would be. You're saying that it's a logical. You're saying that a logical consequence of the nature and relationship between mathematics and physics is evidence of God, and therefore anybody with a capacity for logic and a strong understanding of these subjects should reach the same conclusion that you do, given the same axioms, right?
Yes, Tony. Can I ask you, would people with different assumptions come with the same conclusion to universal?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You seem to be operating with an axiom that these other people don't share. So when you say that it's just the relationship between physics and mathematics that is evidence of God, it's not. You're combining it with some other axiom that a bunch of people don't share.
Yeah, it's not. They asked me, Tony. They asked me, "What are my reasons for believing in God?" I said there is
they asked you fundamental. More specifically, they asked you what the evidence was.
Right, there is a fundamental right that math.
Chris, you need to listen.
I can't engage with Tony.
No, you can, but he's trying to clarify.
Well,
I talking.
Well, I think Tony. I think that when you present that, do all people who study this come to the same conclusion? That would be a no. That's right. Fundamental with their assumptions when they reach when they address it. That doesn't work.
But then your argument falls over. So you're combining the nature of mathematics and physics with some other axiom that these other people aren't using, right?
I could say the same thing. I could say the same thing for you.
No, Chris.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Right.
I appreciate that, Tony. Thank you.
Chris, the axiom that you're using, the axiom that you're holding, the one that we're not, is the assumption about the ontology of mathematics.
Y'all asked me what is a reason that I believe in God. I gave it. I appreciate Tony.
But it only makes sense. But it only makes sense if so we can accept the nature of mathematics and its relationships to physics as a brute fact. We can agree on the nature on the general nature of mathematics.
Yes,
and its
Tony.
relationship.
What I'm not responsible
so both sides of us agree that Chris, please calm down. I understand that it's frustrating. I also understand that I have a tendency to sort of leap in when I think I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I'm not attacking you as a person, and I agree. We've got different axioms. But we agree on the brute fact that mathematics exists. We agree that it is, a very good. It works very well with physics to help us understand the universe. But you're combining it with some other axiom, and so it's that other axiom that is actually of interest to me, because I agree mathematics exists. I agree that mathematics has a particularly close relationship with physics and physical reality. What I'm not understanding is how you turn. So I agree with you that those things exist. What I don't see is how you're logically getting from there to the conclusion that God exists. So could you break it down for me a little bit more clearly, or is it?
I think can we agree that science describes how the universe works?
That's what science tries to do, yes.
Yes. Okay. So can it explain order?
In what sense?
Order. That there is an order to the universe that necessitate, like, order is like it's needed to even begin doing what we do.
Right. So you're arguing. So you're arguing
that
the laws of physics, the fact that the laws of physics exist in some form, some of which is describable mathematically. You're arguing that requires an external mind in order to exist in that fashion.
Yeah, Tony, can we agree that just because something is described doesn't mean it explains how it is?
Yeah, we can agree on that.
Okay, I love that, Tony. I love that. Thank you. I agree with you.
Not quite item, actually. See, we can describe how things appear to be. Now, see, you're looking for a why it is the way it is. What happens if it is just the way it is? Because that's just the way it is. And that you've hit the bottom.
I think that, okay, so I feel, Tony, I appreciate, I genuinely,
Chris,
I'll answer you. I'll answer you, Andrew.
Then Chris,
I'll answer you. I just want to.
Come on, let's back off him a little bit. Let's back off him a little bit. It sounds like he's struggling a little bit, and he's three on one.
No, he's not.
He's running.
He's running. He's doing it all night.
Yep, but he might be about to say that he doesn't feel well and he needs to go, and we need to sort of,
It's more. I do feel 3-on-1. I think that we can have our assumptions and we can disagree on where it leads. I think me and Tony in our conversation demonstrated that. I think when you ask me what makes me believe in God, I point towards this. Andrew, when you ask, well, when you get to the nitty gritty of it, what are you left with? It's like at the end of the day, none of us can say anything.
Yes, we can. And I'm just going to jump at this because it's past midnight. It's 12:30 here, and I'm going to have to close it up because my wife's got to go to bed, and I can't be loud. The primary reason for a lot of the issues we having here, Chris, is because you're not actively listening. Okay, you have a set paradigm that you want to stay within, and you're not hearing anything that Leo or I or Andrew said. You, for some reason, you listen to Tony, which is good. You should always listen to Tony. He's a magnificent resource. But we have a lot of problems here. Okay, and predominantly it's in how you're interacting. We ask questions, you don't answer them. You dodge to something else, you preamble when not necessary, and you try to stick on things when we are so far off the topic of a rational reason to believe in a God, you haven't supplied one yet. But I can tell you this. The reason you hold to the axioms you hold is because of how special they make you feel. That's why. It's because teleology puts human beings literally at the center of the universe. The reality is there is no rational justification for doing that. You have to assume that the God exists, and then you have to, in order to undergird the ontological assumptions you're making about various things in the universe, like logic and mathematics. Sure, you can start with those axioms. You can hold those axioms. Axioms are by definition not justified. They're just positions that you hold. But I can say that because it leads you to beg the question in order to justify your axiom, in order to say that this is what is the case, it then becomes irrational. You are putting the cart before the horse, and you are not acting in a rational fashion. I would say critically examine why you believe the things you believe, because just because it makes you feel special in the universe, like there's order in the universe, and there can only be order if there's a mind, because you think that humans as we exist right now are intended to exist, and that the universe must be made this way and operate this way to facilitate our existence. No, it doesn't work that way. So, going from there, I'm going to let Tony say what he's going to say.
Okay.
But so I think we've exhausted this. So go ahead.
For some people, and speaking from personal experience, for some people, religious belief in a God, it's not necessarily special, in so much as it promises that an apparently nonsensical world will ultimately somehow make sense, and that can be very emotionally comforting. And it sounds like Chris If we pushed him, he'd say, look, the universe has structures, the universe has laws, the universe and I feel that that's evidence that some external awareness
Tony froze.
I think, yeah.
I think I froze there for a little bit.
You did.
But which is a strong point, and is the one I don't feel the need for a God. Chris, nobody's. I hope you feel. I hope you don't feel that you're being attacked for being a Christian, because that's not my objective, and I don't think it's JL's objective. JL's objective is to try and understand the rationality, the rationale, and to try and get everybody onto a same page, same set of axioms. If your religion brings you comfort, I actually encourage you to stick with it. Because your emotional well-being is important, and it's important to you, it's important to me. And if your religion undergirds it, don't let people take it away from you. But I do think, I struggled with religion for ages, because objectively it's obviously irrational. And I actually felt a lot better when I didn't have to explain why God in the stories and in reality was making these decisions that didn't seem to make any sense to me. And I could still resolve to be a good person and to be as good as I can to the people around me. I don't need God to do that, and I don't need a religion to tell me how to do that. But look, we've had a good conversation. I did listen to a lot of it going back. I would encourage you to come back and attempt a discussion, but do be aware that when you're asked a question, going in a completely different direction, not answering the question, especially when it's a yes or no one, it can frustrate people, and it can come across as dishonest, intellectually dishonest.
If I could, I would like to come back on. I didn't.
You'd be more than welcome.
This could be a fault of my own. I didn't find that I was avoiding a specific question. I think I would love to dive into y'all's point of view. I would love to do that. I think if y'all were to step into mine, as I would like to do in return, is that when we step into each other's point of views, that we really dive into it and we understand each other. Right. I think that's the only way that we can really have a dialogue.
You are making JL is so tumescent right now. It's a wonder his table is levitating into you.
All the blood just drained out of my brain.
I think that's the most important thing to me, is that I do want to have a dialogue. I do want to get to truth, and I do want to understand the world around me. I'm young, right? Like I want to understand the world around me, and I think that if we can tackle each other's worldviews, we'd all be better for it.
Yeah, I think the main thing that I want to establish is, I don't believe that all Christians are bad people. I believe some Christians are demonstrably bad people, but I don't believe that I don't believe that all atheists are good people. I think that some atheists are evil scumbags.
Right there with you, like I can agree with you on both sides.
And so I think, and what JL is trying to do with his channel is just build an awareness, just sort of, and so kind of establish that for both of us, I would argue that a genuine Christian is one who internalizes the parable of the Good Samaritan and believes that treating their neighbor, loving their neighbor like themselves, being good to the people around them, helping them, support them, is what Christianity is all about. And I think that's what makes a good person generally, not just a good Christian. I think a good person, a good atheist, is one who internalizes the same lesson. And we have much more in common than I think separates us. So this conversation, could be interpreted as an attack or some sort of hostile thing. I don't think that's how JL intends it. You're welcome here, and you seem like I've only spoken to you for a little while. You seem like an interesting dude. I'd really encourage you to come back, and we can have more constructive talks, hopefully.
I appreciate that.
The primary, like one of my major goals here is it's a thing that rings very true with me, that irrational beliefs have a tendency to lend themselves to irrational behaviors, especially when it comes to people, when it comes to defending those beliefs. That the more rational people are, that the less irrational behavior we will see. When people can be intellectually honest about their positions, which would be rational, when they're intellectually honest about the limitations of their positions or the limitations of their beliefs, or understanding why they believe a particular thing and how that informs their behavior moving forward. This is a world I would like to see, because this world would facilitate a great deal less harm than the world than we currently see. I'm not trying to divest people of their beliefs. I'm trying to get them to critically engage with why they believe the things that they do, so that they can take a step back and not necessarily drop their beliefs, but understand that what they believe for a specific reason, and that there are other concepts that are just as valid, if not more so, even if they disagree with theirs. That puts us all on the same page. That allows us to understand why we do what we do, and we can work together more effectively to make a better society, because we're acting rationally in accordance with that. That's one of my big goals here, is how like that big moment that you had when we were all like, you were right there. That was you being intellectually honest with the logical entailments. And we didn't want you to run from it, because that was when Leo said that the gears were turning, when you recognized the wall you just ran up against in that moment was your cognitive dissonance. We understand that. We understand that because we all went through it ourselves.
I would love to come back. I think, and maybe this is something we like tackle over like over time as I come back. But
next week we're probably gonna do part 3. I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the stream.
This is literally the first. I was searching up open panels. I found
at the beginning of the stream we had a 2-hour conversation with a Catholic. And that was a continuation. That was a continuation of a previous stream where we talked to the dude for like 2 hours. So you're more than welcome to come back and we can explore different topics.
That would be dope. I think just for future is that there was a I'm setting the stage for when I come back, because I'll definitely come back, right? To set the stage is I wrestled with a lot of questions, and I at the end found my faith. So I think I'm not opposed to like y'all asking questions and I answer it honestly, and then we kind of tackle that, right? But it's like there's some things where like the questions y'all asked me, I was like, I've wrestled with that. I've thought about that,
and
I think we got passionate. But
we are completely open to having you question things about our worldview as well. Like as a non-believer, there like how I justify things in my worldview, how I view stuff, and the things that I can tell you this without getting into too much detail, because I'm going to have to close it down.
Yeah.
Without getting into too much detail, I can tell you how many of the things that you've been taught were weaknesses are actually points of great empowerment in my world, in my worldview. It's about the perspective and how you look at them, and kind of releasing yourself from the chains of the religion that has its grasp on you. It doesn't mean you have to give up your God, because the God and the religion are separate things. The God and the theology are separate things. That you don't have to take like the whole thing as one big package where I accept this God exists. That means I have to accept that this particular theology is right. That means I have to attend this particular faith. You take them piece by piece. Address the God concepts, then address the theology, then address whatever religion backs you up. Maybe you're non-denominational, who knows? But we can take these things piece by piece, but we can definitely have these conversations in the future. You're more than welcome to come back. So
we definitely going to take this piece by piece.
I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you very much for coming up. We're gonna have to close it out now, so I hope to see you on the next one. I do this twice a week, Sundays and Wednesdays. So next Sunday, 6 p.m. Central Time, we'll be right here. So you're more than welcome to come back.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, bud. Take care.
Yep.
All right.
I want to gloat now. I was calm 2 from 2.
That conversation went on a while. It took me a while.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was actually out shopping, but as soon as he started, I was listening to it as I was walking around. But when he started bringing up mathematics as proof that God exists, I go, no, we're not. Yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Tony went out. He got his Vegemite. Now he's full of Aussie power, and he knew he had to come in. So this was really, really good. This was a really good stream. We didn't have to do any reviews. We had constant conversations. Really good people coming up, and we went a good long while. So we're coming up on the 7-hour mark, and I think this is a good. There's Tony bridging those divides. He absolutely is. Jay Vers doing the work. All right. So a huge, giant thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you for all of any membership milestone chats that I may have missed, but I appreciate all that support. And thank you to all of you channel members. If you'd like to be a member of the channel, it's 99 cents per month. You get access to all the custom emojis I've made and, of course, the channel badge. So I appreciate all that support that makes this channel run. A huge, giant thank you to my co-host, Andrew. And, of course, to PhD Tony, to Leo Phileas, to all of the callers that came up. Misinterpretation, I cannot wait to have that conversation. That's going to be a lot of fun. And this was great. This was a really, really good stream. So to all of you out there, hit the like button if you like the stream. Hit the dislike if you dislike the stream. Definitely try to leave a comment. Those help to drive us in the algorithm. Definitely help to pick up my views because my views in the last video were not great. But I appreciate everyone who checked it out. Part 4 of the finale of looking at Lion Alaku will be this next Tuesday. So I hope you guys enjoy that when it drops, and I'll have new content as well. And thank you to everybody who checked out the debate I had on moral realism against moral anti-realism over on Skeptic Haven. So that was a lot of fun. All kinds of new stuff coming up. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Other than that, do you guys have anything coming up? Anything special? Anything?
No, not for me. I've got no plans. I did yell at a flirt the other day on Fight the Flat Earth channel, and that got good reviews in the press. So
I didn't tell you, Tony. I engaged with Flatzoid.
Oh, did you? Oh wow! How did that go?
Or Facatzoid, whoever they call him, like this. Apparently, he is doing apologetics now, and he is doing an apologetics stream called like Creality Jesus Saves or something like that.
Yeah.
And I jumped on. He invited me on. I went up there, and he's as bad, if not worse, at philosophy and apologetics as he is at science. Yeah. I asked him point blank, can you provide me a rational justification for believing that the theological claims you're making are true?
Right.
You know what his response was?
No.
Are you making an internal or external critique? Yeah. And then he booted me. Then he booted me for being dishonest because I wouldn't answer that question. I was like,
I'm asking a question. It's not a we've not got to that point. Like,
I can't critique your answer until you give me an answer. I want your answer. And then he kicked me for being dishonest. So it said that's how atheists always are. But, super fun.
But you could have said an internal critique. Because your critique was going to be based around his response, which was internal, right?
Well, possibly. I do know that at some point in the conversation he invoked the watchmaker fallacy, so it was just a bunch of nonsense. But initially he was kind of like his personal experience was how he knows God exists, and I'm like, it's not going to bridge the gap for you there, bud. We need to go a little bit further in.
I think I've made this point multiple times, is that ultimately when you dig down into it, a lot of people who have religious beliefs, they know that it's irrational. They know on some level that it's an irrational decision, and they can't convince other people. Even when I was certainly when I was a Christian, I didn't think I had any ability to persuade somebody outside my head of the reality of what I was experiencing. So I don't understand sort of where that comes from.
Spam Goes here says debate. That wasn't a debate. True, some people are saying that it was a debate I was in. It was me, curb stomping a toddler. I could definitely interpret it that way. Someone said that Flatzoid or Facatzoid has been doing apologetics since TFE. Yes. Jinju says Flatzoid has been doing apologetics since TFE because he was wrong. So he got off of Flat Earth and has gone straight to God concepts. It's hilarious. But nonetheless, all kinds of zany stuff coming up. So I do appreciate everybody being here. I hope you all enjoyed it. Once again, I am JL. This is Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. I hope to see you next Tuesday, or next Sunday. Next Sunday for the next Stage of Reason. And of course, as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Yes.